It's that time again. Welcome to the stage. Oh yeah. Where energy and creativity collide. Here we go. Let's level up. Make this something to remember. All right.
We've written a tale over the season of excitement and despair, but we have yet to complete the climax and the conclusion. Welcome everyone to the NACE Star League here for the semifinals of Overwatch. Myself, LaFawn, alongside Juggle God for all the action here in the commentary. One game on the show for Overwatch today, and if you win here, you make it to the grand finals on location at LAN in Philadelphia. So a tremendous game to have ahead of us here today.
Oh yeah, it absolutely is. I'm very excited to get into this matchup today. Like you said, just one left for us. One left for us before we head to Philly. One left for the Overwatch community, these players, before they head to Philly. So excitement will abound today. But let's take a moment and review how we got here.
As we said, the regular season played through in grand fashion, followed by the conference play-ins into the conference championship with the last chance qualifiers following thereafter. We are, of course, at the tail end of the playoffs in this moment. And as we said, playing for a chance for the grand finals here, the upcoming final show, as we get set to know when that will happen. December 3rd and 4th, the grand finals will be going November 28th there, that final day. So a tremendous stuff here on the schedule for fall 2022, nearly at the end, as we highlighted, getting a look, of course, at the games for today. We will have match 1 coming up for Harrisburg versus University of Texas at Dallas. The second match coming through in a second. But then, yeah, following up the day at Call of Duty and Rainbow Six Siege to close out the night. So same schedule as yesterday. If you were around for that, we come into the games today. Tremendous stuff here as we get set for, the game here as we get looking into Harrisburg versus UT Dallas, and 2 teams we've had the benefit of seeing a few times, actually. Harrisburg as recently as yesterday, as we get a look at the pricing that what the teams are kind of going for.
Yeah, that's gonna be $2,500 first place, $1,250 for second, and $625 for third. So, yeah, these numbers, these prizes, some of them gonna be decided today, right? Because the third place, we eventually will have, that won't be on stream necessarily, but we're getting down to it, right? Not too many teams left. Harrisburg University, UTD, both, again, sporting perfect records in the season at this point in the playoffs. Not surprised to see that, these kinds of juggernauts making it close to the end. Of course, the other game happening today will not be on stream. Northwood University and Boise State, another pair of just phenomenal teams. So regardless of who wins in the match we're going to be watching, they're going to have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, a lot of expectations coming through. I think our top 4 is about as expected, considering the bracket here. No real surprises in our top 4 teams. Northwood, a roster that has grown tremendously over the last couple of years. Harrisburg, as we said, a long-standing name in Collegiate University of Texas at Dallas, also building and building. So, UTD trying to break into that top 2 position for the first time in a very long time here for them. Harrisburg looking to return to form, of course, as they played last season, I believe, came in second. So getting a chance to see the format, of course, best of 5, as it has been all the way through. Losing team will choose the next map, and we have all the heroes available for the first time, or I guess second time.
Hooray!
Considering yesterday also had it. So we have all the characters in play, including Kiriko, including May. No characters taking a break for the moment.
No, the only break characters are going to be taking, any of these heroes will be taking, is if they don't get picked today. And unfortunately, I believe, we have Mei back in the mix, but I don't remember her coming up at all yesterday, so we'll see. We'll keep our fingers crossed if the Ice Queen comes back out. But let's take a quick look at these lineups. The starting roster for Harrisburg University going to be Akawa, Tap, Noxious, Elk, and Soames on the other side of the equation. For the Comets, UTD, Abdallah, It's Good, Tinspire, Jukebox, and Kashir. Names we have grown to love and recognize over the course of this season.
Yeah, we were talking obviously to UT Dallas at the end of a couple of games in the past, and something we heard, right, is the compositions that they like to run. Abdallah obviously favors themselves more in the off-tank position, quote-unquote off-tank, the historical off-tank. So, the Zaryas, the Sigmas, the Roadhogs, and we can expect UT Dallas to continue to play in that style through today. For Harrisburg University, considering the starting roster, has Akawa, we may end up expecting to see either an Orisa or a Winston. Some of the more high-tempo stuff. They have Divio coming in usually to play the Sigma on that front, as we saw yesterday. In fact, in their game in the quarterfinals. So, favored. The expectations for these squads comes in now because we have a lot of game tape on these teams. We know what their performance is going to be like, and as we prep to get into map number 1, which, spoiler alert, is Lijiang Tower, as we prep to get into map number 1, I think one thing we can kind of highlight is that Harrisburg University can up and slow the tempo down at will. UT Dallas tends to play a very their style tends to be rotation around the Roadhog for the most part.
It's going to be very, very exciting to see how kind of these two matchups, these two formulas for success, going to clash against each other in our match. But before we do that, we are going to throw it to a short break, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back with the action very soon.
welcome back. The show must go on, and we are back in the booth, as it were, as we get set to get into the game here. Okay, that Harrisburg versus University of Texas Dallas, both undefeated, so which makes sense considering they have made it to this point, but undefeated in the regular season as well, which is which is the place where things don't necessarily go wrong. We are going to be loading into map number 1 here in a moment as we get set for this semi-final match, the victor of which will move on to the grand finals in Philadelphia.
Indeed. Indeed, indeed. And what haven't we said at this point in the season about Lijiang Tower?
I mean, we've said mostly truths about it. We could tell fictions.
It's true, we could tell fictions. Actually, do you know, like, a lot of these maps are tied to a specific hero or character in the game. But I actually am not sure if Lijiang Tower is. Do you know anything about the lore for that, Lafon?
Most of my lore knowledge is just random tidbits that I find interesting. I don't know much about the maps, actually.
Yeah. Is somebody, yeah, production apparently just said it's Maze map. That's interesting.
I mean,
yeah.
It's...
but I feel like, is like Watch Point Antarctica? Maze map?
I was going to say,
yeah.
Eco Point Antarctica is probably a closer
Eco
one.
Point Antarctica, yeah, that's right. Well, lots of compositions, of course, can be played here. Brawl, dive, poke. But each of the sub-maps, of course, a little bit more suited towards one type or the other. So, yeah. Again, always a good chance for these teams to kind of show what they're made of, show what they like to do, and for us to get an impression of them, right? Something we can maybe base some predictions off of, base some ideas off of as we move into the rest of the maps, which will, of course, likely be King's Row. You know, again, hoping I can maybe cast or curse that one out of existence, but only time will tell. You know, one of the interesting things, right, is, I don't know if we talked about it too much, but here on Gardens, right, which we're looking at right now, they did move the Mega Health back to behind that little wall, and I like some of these small changes that were made to a lot of the maps in between Overwatch 1 and Overwatch 2. So, you know, that's a little bit of something fascinating about it. They, you know, made it a lot easier for you to be able to get your health without getting necessarily hooked off or booped off of the map while trying to do so.
Yeah, obviously those additions mostly because there is one fewer tank in the game in Overwatch 2, so a little bit more vertical cover to kind of go through. Speaking of little factoids, do you know what the name of the announcer in the ships on Control are? Or is?
Oh my gosh, I used to know, right? Because I think she's part of Overwatch, if memory serves me right, but remind me.
Well, the Greek goddess of knowledge and wisdom shares a name with her.
Hey.
Oh my gosh, that's not helping, unfortunately. I played a lot of Hades, but my
it's Athena. It's Athena.
Athena, that's right. Yep, I knew I'd recognize when I heard it.
Divio making a start here for Harrisburg University as they're going over to the Sigma. So, not really an unexpected showcase, as we know UT Dallas likes to run the Roadhog. In fact, here they are on it, starting things off. Abdallah playing the tank player here.
Yeah, gonna be on the Roadhog once again. It will be UTD who takes position on the point first. That hook's gonna go wide. Abdallah not finding necessarily the value that they want for it. Accretion comes in, but Abdallah able to use that, take a breather right afterwards, so no harm done to them at the moment. Unfortunately, though, can't be said the same for Harrisburg as Divio finds their demise.
I actually think Sheer was on a flank and got a couple of headshots in onto Divio while Abdallah was hunting for a hook, which made the Sigma go down very, very swiftly. Sheer off the Torbjorn now. Gonna go over to a Tracer, but Harrisburg are losing players quickly.
Wow, yeah, but Abdallah not going to be able to remain in the fight either. Harrisburg University making quick work of them now that they have a little bit of an advantage, in no small part due to some phenomenal play coming out from TAP at the moment. Already at a pulse bomb.
Yeah, this is University of Texas Dallas. One of the issues there is that there's a lot of suffocating pressure being applied by the Sigma, right? If they're not out of the fight, that shield can really deny damage, can deny healing, of course, if you put it aggressively far forward, and the accretion, you know, a big stun to shut down anyone pushing through. So that has also opened up Tap to kind of find value. Kashir playing Mystery Heroes a little bit, trying to slow down the Tracer, has gone back over to the Torbjorn and put the turret in place, but Tap says farewell to that.
That they do. Now we're getting a little bit of aggression coming out here from Abdallah, but in the meantime, Tap able to get a pulse onto Jukebox. That's going to slow the things down figuratively and literally for the University of Texas at Dallas. Doi going to be able to... Actually, Soames gets the Kitsune rush off, and with that, Harrisburg just wipes the slate clean.
And the one thing that Harrisburg has done really well to this point has been... even as the skirmish has kind of gone through, made sure to take enough of UT Dallas away that they have to actually go for a full reset. That time, of course, they just get rid of everybody, so waiting for the respawn to come through.
Oh, we're going to have the Gravitic Flux coming out. Divio finds a pair. Noxious able to take out Doyle and the turret. That's going to be another fight win here for Harrisburg University, and they're getting things close to last fight for themselves.
A really clever play there by Divio. This is something we've seen Harrisburg do in their last game as well, is that when the Kitsune Rush kind of comes in, they use the Gravitic Flux to take everyone out of it, you know, nullify the damage that it is capable of doing. And Noxious is not missing those shots once they're in the air. Now, UT Dallas are facing final fight, and they don't have the Kitsune Rush, so you have to expect Pedal to come up big here with the Overclock.
And here comes right off the bat. Jukebox is going to go ahead and use the sound barrier. Divio not long for this world. The turret coming up with the kill in the end. Pulse Bomb gonna be a whiff from Tap this time. UTD does flip the point, but they're going to have to be perfect from here on out.
I mean, it's going to be, yeah, a tough case to kind of crack, especially because UT Dallas, you had to use everything they had to make that one kind of stick. Now, I mean, oh, good pickup there. So that's going to mean a reset for Harrisburg University, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Nice shot from Pedal as well. So that's a good start. It's also going to mean that Doi should be able to start to build towards a Kitsune Rush of their own. And now Harrisburg University, with that team wipe that they just kind of went through, are going to be forced into a final fight territory unless you know, someone gets a pretty spectacular pickoff, simply because they just don't have many resources to kind of work with.
Right, I mean, we do have the Molten Core online. That's really the only thing at the moment, but Soames getting this Kitsune Rush pretty quickly. Harrisburg doing a good job of taking some damage without putting themselves in too much danger. Here comes Kashir with the Molten Core, actually putting it out front, not on the point, which is frankly what I was going to expect, but it definitely slows down Harrisburg, gonna make them really fight for every inch they're gonna take. Divio and Soames, though, the Kitsune Rush and the Gravitic Flux on the line. Here comes the first, the second, right at this moment. Pair of picks, no DPS to be found for UTD, and with that, Harrisburg University will take Night Market.
That's exactly how Harrisburg wrote that one up, right? Delay the fight until they can generate resources. They know it's going to be final fight, but it doesn't really matter as long as they have the tools to win. And that's what takes them so long to kind of approach the objective. But they come into the economy just ahead of UT Dallas by about 40% or so. So good understanding of the economic gameplay there by Harrisburg University as they take an early lead. And despite the 100 to 99, I'd argue that Harrisburg is looking fairly unbothered at the start of this series.
Yeah, they really seem to kind of take their time. They played with a lot of confidence, regardless of the fact that they were coming into final fight territory. So, yeah, I absolutely agree with you there. But moving on to Control Center now, things I think could look a little bit different here. I think Abdallah might be able to find a little more value on the Hog because things are going to be a little bit closer, a little more intimate, if you will.
That is a shield gone already, so that's good focus fire so far. That means the hook from Abdallah should find value, but it goes wide. And now UT Dallas are in a desperate position, trying to recover their health pools as Harrisburg takes a power position in White Room.
Yeah, this is playing out really, really well for Harrisburg at the moment. Having Divio on the high ground here, pressuring Abdallah, gets the accretion in as well. They're going to be forced to try and find some value pretty quickly. We do have the protection Zuzu coming in for a moment. One player advantage for Harrisburg University right now, but Abdallah doesn't want to give it up just yet. Will be forced to in the end, though, by Tap.
Tap is going to be taking a lot of map control. We saw this in the previous round as well. By playing off really far on the flank, they can just provide a lot of spam damage that makes life irritating. Look, already on the flank here. You kind of have to look behind you and in front, and then at will can join the fight in close quarters. So, University of Texas Dallas has to constantly keep their heads on a swivel. They're going to change off the Roadhog rather to the Sigma to try and mirror out Harrisburg.
Divio going down low, but does have the Gravitic Flux online right now, getting pressured heavily by Bashir, but picks up a few players. That's going to be Petal hitting the ground, going back to spawn with that 2-player advantage. Now Harrisburg University rewarded with their second fight win here on Control Center.
And Doi does not even get out, so that's going to be a full reset coming in. Tap was looking rather, attempting to try and find one further player, but everyone kind of backed away. Still, UT Dallas does not actually have much available to them, right? Like, at all, sure, the Overclock's coming, you have the Kitsune Rush as well, but Harrisburg, they're halfway through this point, and they're going to be able to mirror out both those resources anyway.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's going to be all 3 ultimates the same on each side. Here we have the Kitsune Rush coming in. Kashir and Petal, though, going to be the story this time around. Point should be going over to UT Dallas as soon as they get these final few picks off, but Divio doesn't want to let it go just yet. They want to pick up every single piece of this point they can get.
Nice deflect from Kashir, opens that one up, by the way, just denying the railgun shot from Noxious, who was looking, and I think was a fraction of a second off on the prediction of the deflect ending. But credit to the Genji as well. Fairly cheap fight for UT Dallas on top of all of that, so... now UT Dallas are in the power position, having control of the choke points.
Here comes the Gravitic Flux, and now from Abdallah, Elk gonna go and pop that sound barrier, trying to keep Divio alive as they were caught in the thick of a Kashir. Now gonna use that Dragon Blade since that sound barrier is out of the equation. Pulse Bomb going to land on the Jukebox. No sound barrier to be found. Now Divio striking back with a Gravitic Flux of their own. Doesn't get the kills they were looking for, but Doi down very low. They're gonna be forced back. In the meantime, though, Elk finds a rail to the head from Petal's Overclock. So things aren't over yet here. University of Texas Dallas putting on a good show. They are able to take out Tap, one of the few players I don't know if we've really even seen get sent back to spawn so far that many times.
It's going to be a reset there. It was a nice stick from Tap trying to get that fight kind of to go forward, but unfortunately Petal with the Overclock denies any further push coming through. The Gravitic Flux only catches the Sigma, and a well-timed Suzu denies any further damage as well. So, UT Dallas, actually, they're going to end this fight with another pick off onto Divio. And now, Harrisburg, a little slow on the response. They haven't even forced the sound barrier from Jukebox, meaning that this Kitsune Rush is going to be, somewhat mitigated with the extra HP that is available to the defense.
Yeah, this is actually just about best case scenario here for UT Dallas. People going low, but Jukebox there with the sound barrier. That gives Petal the opportunity to make the magic happen. Able to pick off 2 players from Harrisburg. 99% on the board. As long as UT Dallas doesn't make any egregious mistakes, they will take this point and even this map at 1 apiece.
And the Sigma switch from Abdallah gave a lot more defensibility to UT Dallas. They were able to actually control the tempo of the game and looked a lot more stable than they did in round number 1. And I dare say the switch to Sigma, they looked a lot more dominant than Harrisburg did. And UT Dallas making a lot of very strong plays. Another thing that also happened is Noxious's Overclock gets shut down in the middle of the Kitsune Rush. So
yeah,
UT Dallas, I think just a better performance overall in round number 2.
Yeah, and they won so many of those fights so economically as well, right? They were really able to hold on to some key ultimates from fight to fight, and that certainly gave them an advantage overall. But here we are, Garden's going to be the final trip here, the final locale for Lijiang Tower. Tap once again going over to the Tracer. Going to be met on the opposite side with Kashir, who is absolutely favoring the Genji right now. Abdallah going to take an accretion to the face, gets back up though, shakes it off, not too much damage done there this time around. Elk, though, goes down to about half health, forced to back off a little bit. That's going to give Petal an opportunity to take a really advantageous position over near that mega health back on the Ghost. Now, Harrisburg University backing up onto point. UT Dallas starting to put the pressure on as well. 4 of their players on the point. Divio desperately trying to hold on to a little bit of it, keep this point alive for them, but getting pressured out very hard is Noxious. In fact, pressured out hard enough to send them back to spawn. Now Elk meets the same demise, the same fate as their compatriots, so UT Dallas will be able to take this first point.
Kashir back on the comfort pick of the Genji and has looked dominant on it, I think.
Wow.
Kashir, just continues to showcase the dynamicism that the cybernetic ninja can bring to the table. Dancing around the point, we saw a really nice flick once the wall climb had kind of ended to eliminate Noxious. So UT Dallas in the lead again, and Abdallah on the Sigma, I think, has been a real stabilizing presence at this point for UT Dallas.
Getting a push on 2 point right now. Divio coming up close to that Gravitic Flux, but someone's going to be able to pop theirs first. Here comes the Kitsune rush in response from Doi. Gravitic Flux now going to land first from Abdallah. Sound barrier there as well from Jukebox, and that could be the difference maker, as Elk just didn't have theirs online in time.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a fairly expensive fight from UT Dallas. They will get to the 50% marker off of it, but that was both support ultimates and the Gravitic Flux, right? Credit to Kashir for dashing through the low members of the Gravitic Flux to get the final blows. But now, I mean, Harrisburg, on the re-engagement, you can see them trying to force this fight through White Room, just pressure Abdallah out of position, and you expect them to go aggressive with the Gravitic Flux here.
You absolutely do. Divio going to use it almost immediately, especially considering Kashir has taken out Noxious. Jukebox is down. That's big. Elk going to use their sound barrier now to see if they can take this point for their own. Haven't been able to until this point yet. Abdallah, though, finds Divio, so it's definitely not over with Kashir now using the blade. No sound barrier left from Elk, but it doesn't matter because Elk is still there, able to take them out. No blade damage to be found. Noxious now finds a pick onto Doi. They're going to push in pretty aggressively now on the back of this overclock. They will be able to take the fight. They will take the point. It's a good thing because it was just about done.
And that was a panic overclock from Noxious, though. They felt that the fight was slipping away from them, from Harrisburg, rather, and they decided to commit another ultimate, which is not ideal because now UT Dallas walking back in. They have the overclock of their own. They have a Gravitic Flux coming online. And I don't believe that Harrisburg really has much to respond to it, right? So, I mean, UT Dallas in a very strong position to close out this first map.
They absolutely are. Abdallah just got a couple of moments to go here. They can get this online before Sims is able to get there. Kitsune rush out. That's going to be the best case scenario. Pedal, though, starting to put the pressure on now with the overclock. Abdallah now with the Gravitic Flux. Here comes the Kitsune rush. Is it going to be too little too late, though? It looks like it might, in fact, be UT Dallas going to take this first map, lead the series 1-0 over Harrisburg University.
Poor Elk.
Yeah.
Does not even get to save an extra death there, as they will eliminate them on the way out. So, I mean, credit to UT Dallas for the adaptation to what their opponent was showcasing, and immediately bringing a much more stable gameplay to the field. And I mean, the Roadhog, frankly, wasn't working very well for UT Dallas. The Sigma, I mean, literally the round that they were winning, the round that they, until they switched to the Roadhog, they ended up losing, and then started on a much more aggressive tear, and frankly, were in dominant control of the objective ever since then. So UT Dallas, a strong opening map here from them as they lead the series 1-0.
Yeah, and especially considering how good Harrisburg looked, right, on that first sub map, right? It was, like you said, right, it did go 99-99, but Harrisburg didn't seem to be bothered by that at all, right? They came into so confident to that last fight. But how the turns have tabled, and now it's going to be Harrisburg looking to make a difference here with their map pick, seeing if they can put UT Dallas in an uncomfortable position.
Yeah, this is a must-win for Harrisburg. You don't want to go down 0-2 in the series. A reminder, this is a best-of-5, so the first team to win 3 maps ends up winning the series, and UT Dallas get that first lead. It's not out of the woods yet, though, for UT Dallas, right? Like, it's not like the series is being run away with by by the squad, you know, currently in the lead. They had to fight for that map. I think the third round was a little bit more one-sided rather, but in essence, it has been a close map to this point, and you know, drawing conclusions this early is a tough thing to do. As we head into the hybrid map and beyond, we're going to look at it. I don't expect to be surprised by where we're going.
I can't look. Don't tell me.
And in fact, I'm not surprised. Yeah, we are headed to King's Row. We already called it at the start of the show.
The casting curse never works when you want it to, Levon. It's a brutal.
Well,
it's a fickle mistress.
Casting curse is an unintentional thing. Try and
exactly.
Do it.
Yeah.
I will say though, the Alderworth Hotel must be just absolutely rolling in it with how many people check in, with how many times this map gets showcased.
Right?
Either that. Actually, no, I take it back. They lose a lot of money because think of how destructive.
Right? Yeah, their cleaning bill must be absolutely ridiculous. My question is though, what do you think they're showing in the cinema across the street?
I have no idea. Do you think that they've just stopped taking deposits and they're just like, we're just gonna up the charge all the way? It's like, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Because why take a deposit? You know you're gonna have to take it in the end, regardless.
It's literally just a.
The Meridian. That's right. That's what it's called. Meridian. To me, I feel like it's gonna be it's gonna be like an art house theater. Is my guess.
I feel like it just showcases that the Diva movie. Because Diva's like in a film, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Showcased
that's
on
true.
Hollywood.
Yep, that's
the map
true.
Hollywood. I should clarify.
Right. Yes.
If you really dive into what King's Row is about, though, like, I mean, you've got that hotel, you've got the theater, it's all pleasant, and you're just carrying an EMP to the Omnic sector.
I know, right? It's very. Yeah, it's pretty dystopian, you know, to be perfectly honest. Especially with the Omnics, right, who live below the spot that we're looking right now. You know, I mean, look at that. Like, it looks like something you'd see in the Lord of the Rings, right? You'd wake up a Balrog if he went down there.
I'm just saying, Ramatra coming in the next season of OverWatch 2. Firmly understands the issues that the Omnics kind of go through.
Yeah. Yeah, we just got a brief look as well. I love a lot of the Easter eggs that are on this map too, right? Like there's a little shrine to Mondada right next to the Meridian, and you know, close to in front of their statue too. There's so many little things, right, that the devs put in, those that the designers, the artists.
I was gonna say,
really cool.
Little Easter egg. Mondada's like a giant statue at the very start of the map.
No, I'm talking about the little shrine on the Meridian. It's right to the left here.
That being said, of course, a big shout out to our sponsors, Extra Life. Change kids' health, change the future. They've done good work, and so definitely check out our sponsors for that. So thank you to Extra Life.
Don't put words in my mouth.
Yeah, good stuff.
No surprises here as we load in, as the gates get ready to open up. Divio, of course, back on that Sigma. Abdallah says, hey, that's a good idea. I'm going to try it myself if you don't mind.
Pella goes for a shot, hits a shield, switches back to Soldier. So, no ult charge there. But overall, I mean, Ubisoft's taking so much space here.
Yeah.
How aggressively they're going through. Abdallah, though, they're not really caught out either.
Right, no, you're absolutely right. Now pushing some significant pressure on Divio. They are going to get knocked to the ground briefly. Protection Suzu comes out. That's going to allow Divio to back up a little bit. Wait a couple moments before they use that kinetic grasp. In the meantime, Tashir, nowhere to be found for UT Dallas. Abdallah trying to get a lot of work in. Pedal, though, does find Alex, so no Lucio for either squad at the moment. Divio very low. Going to have to be healed up by Soames quickly. Tap almost meets their demise as well. That means University of Texas Dallas going to get pretty good control here of the point and rewarded with one tick.
There's a lot of pressure being applied on the objective here. We see a last-second contest, but Divio's health bar has been bouncing up and down. This time, though, Doi taken out. UT Dallas lose the majority of their players.
Oh, wow. Kitsune Rush going to make that cleanup expeditious, to say the least. Great first hold here for Harrisburg. Something they really needed after Lee Chong.
Yeah, the one downside to dealing as much damage as UT Dallas did without getting any eliminations is that Soames, quick on the draw, is able to build up the Kitsune Rush very swiftly. Now, UT Dallas, though, on the return, are in a better position because now they have a Kitsune Rush of their own. And I mean, Abdallah is going to have a Gravitic Flux early. Yeah, just going to use it right as they walk in.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be able to pick up Divio. Oh, their shields go down. Nowhere to be found. They're going to strike back with a gravitic flux of their own. Kashir going to be the first to send back to spawn as well, but no tank on the board for Harrisburg. Elk, because of that, forced to use the Soundberry, seeing if they can get the picks that they need to before those shields expire. But instead, it's going to be Petal who comes back in with a pick and will lead to another pair. UT Dallas will get this point.
This is the unfortunate thing there. Harrisburg try and force a fight, right? They use the gravitic flux early, attempting to deny UT Dallas the pressure, and then Elk actually uses the sound barriers. Divio goes down to try and contest the fight even further. That's where UT Dallas, recognizing they have the HP advantage, just extend the fight with a Kitsune Rush and are able to close it out. This being said, University of Texas at Dallas will now begin their assault in the second phase and still are in pretty decent position. Overclock and Blade available here for Kashir. And I think UT Dallas would be well suited to play as aggressively as they can before this Kitsune Rush kind of comes in, which is what Harrisburg is playing for.
Yeah, they might even consider using the sound barrier to go a little bit more aggressive. Petal now with the overclock. Nox is gonna take them out though instead. Huge boon here for Harrisburg, but it's not gonna last long. Jukebox does in fact use that sound barrier. Kitsune Rush comes in for Harrisburg. They're staying alive, but they're not. Oh, take that back. They do get a pretty big pick onto Doi. That could stop University of Texas Dallas in their tracks, but Soames not going to be able to last too much longer. Tap goes down low. They will have the pulse bomb, but UTD will get some good progress here on the card.
I mean, with that being said, there's a lot of map being extended here by Harrisburg. With this delayed fight, yeah, no one's on the card. And UT Dallas are not getting nearly the progress they wanted. It's going to be a sort of a skirmish fight that's going to allow Harrisburg a second contest on this objective. Perhaps even a third if they lose this one outright. Though I will say this fight is an extreme advantage for UT Dallas considering the Kitsune Rush is coming online here in a moment.
Yeah, they've done a good job of rotating ultimates. They didn't overinvest necessarily in the last fight, being content with getting a few kills, getting a little bit of progress. Now, pause, actually. We're going to pause for a couple of moments. Hopefully we can get this sorted out quickly, though. Lafanis. Oh my gosh, look at this. I think Kashir is probably in the animation for the Dragon Blade.
It's literally, we've only heard the Ryuga part of the Dragon Blade's activation voice line, so...
Oh my gosh, yeah, that's not necessarily where you want to have a pause come in, unfortunately, because
we've literally heard the word dragon, and that's it.
Yeah, because now, yeah, Harrisburg gonna have a few moments here to kind of figure out how they're going to deal with this, right? Because they don't have anything on board. They don't have any ultimates really to try and deal with this, so I think it's gonna be tough when we unpause.
I also think the accretion was used by Divio, so there's no stun either. Yeah, it's going to come down to kiting from Harrisburg. Well, we'll see right away.
Yes, we will. It's going to be the Kitsune Rush as well, so running away going to be very difficult for Harrisburg University, but they're able to kite very, very well. We do have the gravitic flux as well, but Divio doesn't get what they wanted to from that. Not sure if they even caught anyone because of that rush. Protection Suzu has to be used on Divio, but their health continues to deplete. They continue to go down. Elk does have the sound barrier, so they should be able to use it to push forward now pretty aggressively. This is what we do. Someone's going to get the Kitsune Rush online as well, so they can follow expeditiously with that, but they're going to be down a player. Noxious nowhere to be found. Now with the sound barrier and the gravitic flux coming in, things are looking a little rough, looking a little tough for Harrisburg. Pulse bomb going to be a whiff this time around. Petal getting close to their overclock as well. This fight has lasted so long, we're seeing practically a full rotation here of ultimates, but in the end, it will be UT Dallas taking us to the third part of King's Row.
Harrisburg has been out of phase with their sound barriers at this point. Not really Elk's fault, of course, but a big issue is that as the sound barrier is committed there for Harrisburg University, they need to kind of win that fight almost instantly because of the way that cooldowns are coming off of University of Texas at Dallas. We saw the sound barrier for Jukebox happening just a tad later. And on top of that, Abdallah is able to use a gravitic flux, though it does miss. It's used after the sound barrier has kind of faded away. And with that delay, Jukebox is able to kind of use a second sound barrier, and they have the HP advantage later into the fight, even with Soames using a Kitsune Rush. So Harrisburg, though we know how mechanically strong they are, right? It feels that they're just a little bit out of sync on their resource management, and it's kind of costing them as we head into the third phase with 3 minutes remaining.
Yeah, this is going to be tough here. I mean, 3 minutes, a pretty healthy time bank moving into third. And yeah, like Harris University still having to back off, so it should be a decent amount of progress for UTD. I'm going to definitely put them within 2 fights, I think, of taking this map. So, Harrisburg University definitely has their work cut out for them here. But fortunately for them, Noxious is coming up with the overclock, so they can duel a little bit better than Petal. That should be their win condition here.
Once we return to the game, of course. I mean, it's still a tough place because Harrisburg University has such a disadvantage in terms of the positioning they're able to take on the map. Right, they're not really holding a lot of space. Part of that is that Divio is kind of taking the brunt of the damage, and Abdallah's shield placement has just been a little bit more effective at keeping the backline up. Petal especially, I think. Not really having to take aggressive angles to find those shots, whereas Noxious has been looking more and more, hunting more and more for plays that just aren't there initially. So overall, I think University of Texas Dallas playing a very, very strong game and continue. They end the map of the first map with that play style, and are continuing into map number 2.
I'd like to piggyback too off of what you said about Abdallah's shield placement, because I feel like in addition to that, they're also managing just their shield health a little bit more effectively at this point than Divio, which really speaks, I think, volumes to the adaptation that Dallas has made here, right? Just kind of right off the rip, being able to move so confidently and really effortlessly over to the Sigma-based composition off of the Hog.
Yeah, I mean, we also have to say the one big difference stylistically between these teams is the Tracer versus the Genji, right?
Yeah.
With how close these fights, with how brawl heavy these fights have been in the mirror, the Genji is just getting a little bit more value than Tap can on Tracer, right? Tracer fundamentally in Overwatch 2 has had to play a little bit slower. She can't really go for as aggressive a play with the reduced damage that she has now. And Kashir, is able to brawl in the thick of things. We're seeing them dash through multiple targets, going for, the fan of blades, which is the alternate fire, and really being a big difference maker in the fight, giving a second angle that Tap only gets when the pulse bomb comes off cooldown. So, the stylistic setup there is a little bit different. It's changing how, the mirror is being played, and even when Tap goes over to the Genji a couple of times, as we've seen in the past in the series, is not playing it nearly as aggressively as Kashir, which is giving Youth Dallas a lot of value.
Well, we are back into it, so we're gonna have an opportunity to see how this plays out now. Again, Petal with that overclock. Noxious has one of their own, but crucially, I believe Joy coming up with this Kitsune Rush, that could be the difference maker in this fight, unless Noxious able to get a couple early picks. Abdallah, though, going to get stunned. Protection Snoozer comes out to give him a little bit of pushing power for a moment. Beautiful Protection Snoozer coming from Soames that time around. Accretion just goes straight through. Abdallah gonna be taken out. Now Doi tries to turn things around with a Kitsune Rush on the back of Petal's overclock, but they're not getting the picks. However, the card is getting some progress. They have now, even despite essentially losing this fight, put themselves in last fight territory.
Very, very close to closing things out. And, I mean, Kashir has a blade here of their own. I think actually Harrisburg are in pretty decent position though. With the Gravitic Flux here, with a beat of their own, they're just gonna go for it actually.
Yeah, Kashir not to be dissuaded though, pops the blade as they weren't caught in the flux. The sound barrier comes in, save everybody else, and UTD makes quick work of this defense. Divio stalling out as long as they can, hoping for maybe Elk to be able to come back. They will get a scuffed last fight.
Oh, this is actually really tough for you, Dallas, because there's going to be a Gravitic Flux from Abdallah. I don't expect this to be... It's a question rather when they capture if it's going to happen within less than a minute.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Divio now swapping over to the Wrecking Ball just to get out there a little bit quicker, make things a little tougher to burst down. Big protection. Suzu comes in from Soames, really negates that Gravitic Flux pretty effectively. One pick on the board for each squad, but UT Dallas able to make things a little bit more in their favor. Divio trying to spin around the point. They do have the shields online. That is a 900 HP Mecha Hamster now on the point, but UT Dallas doesn't seem to care. The kill still coming in favor. Abdallah now over to the Doomfist as well, just trying to get back to point as quick as they can. Knocks Divio away, giving them the point with 49 seconds to spare.
And that was, in fact, the difference, right? They weren't quite able to close the fight out efficiently. Pardon me, as Abdallah's Gravitic Flux only catches a Lucio, and as you highlighted, the Protection Suzu does a good job of keeping Elk alive, and that allows Harrisburg to get below the minute mark. So, I mean, in essence, UT Dallas have given themselves an extension on the map, of course. If Harrisburg captures the map, no matter how much time, there will be a second attack run. Now, it's all critical, dependent, in fact, on Harrisburg doing just that. They need to complete the map of King Zero, capture all 3 points.
Yeah, and I'm going to be really interested as well to see just how well UT Dallas fares here on defense, because honestly, with a composition kind of based around Sigma, I feel like that's going to be where you're a little bit better suited. But Harrisburg University, I mean, you have to think that they've been practicing this kind of Sigma-based composition for a little bit longer. So, you know, just very curious to see how both of these teams going to fare in this round.
Abdallah also very aggressive on the Sigma, right? Takes a lot of space,
yeah,
and really forces you to kind of pay attention to them. Divio has been more content to be a little bit more passive throughout this map. We'll see if that continues or not, but yeah, in general, Abdallah takes a lot of forward presence.
Yeah, they really do. Already we seeing them rotate kind of around the Mondana statue as well. But Divio starts to make a beeline for point. Abdallah going very, very aggressive, just like you said right here. Elk trying to get somewhere into the backline, but getting focused down. Doesn't matter, though, because Noxious able to find a pick on them. Abdallah now going to be forced back to point quickly. Protection Suzu comes out, fortunately for them, but I'm not sure how long they're going to be able to last, as the pressure is just relentless now from Harrisburg University. But Noxious, Petal able to find them. However, Petal going to be traded out as well. UTD coming back into this with a fourth, though. They will be able to win this fight despite going down early.
Doi, an absolute hero, by the way, keeping Abdallah up through the majority of that, through the entirety of that, scratch that. And all that skirmish gives is ultimate charge over to University of Texas at Dallas. They don't even give up a single third of the objective, despite losing a player very early on. And Abdallah continues to play this hyper-aggressive style that has paid off so well for UT Dallas to this point.
Yeah, it really, really has. I mean, without Divio really being able to kind of stage behind that statue effectively, get those cooldowns back after crossing across the threshold, that choke, it's just making it so difficult. Tap has been forced onto the Genji at this point, but not really seeming to have too much of an effect, as Dallas able to take this fight pretty easily, pretty effectively again.
Yeah, Harrisburg, I think once they saw the Kitsune rush, they kind of tried to see if they could win, or at least pressure some more things out with some neutral gameplay. Barring that, they decide to reset and go for a second attack. Abdallah not giving them the opportunity, though.
Wow! Protection Suzu comes in again from Soames, negating that half HP going down. Now, Soames countering with a Kitsune rush of their own. Abdallah having to go back very, very quickly. It's going to be a blade out from Kashir. Sound barrier on both sides. Noxious falls first this time. Can UTD push this into an advantage? Again, Petal almost goes down, but healed back up. They find Elk as well. There was a crucial moment there where Harrisburg had an advantage, but they weren't able to do anything with it. And now, forced back to spawn again, and they've got so little to come back with.
That is a tremendous showcase there from University of Texas at Dallas. Harrisburg try and up the tempo of the map, right? They try and turn UT Dallas's aggression back on ahead, but instead, Harrisburg end up whiffing two of their critical resources, and UT Dallas extend the timer. Now we are in the last minute and 20 of gameplay on this first half of the round.
Oh my gosh, I was going to say advantage to Harrisburg. I will say it though again because Noxious comes in with another pick. They will be able to ride this to success here. And I don't think Texas is going to have an opportunity to recontest.
Credit to Harrisburg for still upping the tempo all the way through. Noxious gets a pick off on the Widowmaker, switches back to the Sojourn, and then is a critical member of the fight with those railguns as well. Still, that is only a stay of execution for Harrisburg University. They are not out of the woods yet, as they have to kind of continue through the second and third phase, and time is not on their side. 3 minutes remaining.
Tap, though, going to have the Dragon Blade available. Kitsune rushes will be up on both sides about halfway through this fight. Actually, right at the beginning of it, rather. Everybody from UTD takes a lot of damage. We're going to see Tap jump on that opportunity. 2 kills with the Blade. Harrisburg University will get to keep pushing the cart.
That was a big combo, right? The Dragon Blade and the Kitsune Rush, so...
Yeah.
I mean, you get through the choke point, you'll be able to hold up a forward angle now if you're Harrisburg. The question is, when do you use this Gravitic Flux? Do you use it as UT Dallas tries to walk in? And that really should commit, I think, some of the cooldowns of UT Dallas. Or, yeah, they're just going to do it.
Yeah, coming out right off the bat is Divio with the Gravitic Flux, not just able to take a quick and easy shot onto Jukebox, and that is crucial for them because the sound barrier was primed. It was just about ready to go, so Harrisburg University likely going to capture a second point here.
Yeah, they are going to capture a second point, and that was sort of what I was highlighting there with the Gravitic Flux is University of Texas Dallas are posturing, trying to return to contest. Just don't even give them that opportunity. Use the Gravitic Flux and end the fight before it begins. A very, very cheap fight for Harrisburg, and they now get to work on the third point.
A very quick second for them as well. Just about, I think, the same time on the board as UT Dallas had. So certainly an opportunity for them to finish with better time. We're going to get the Kitsune Rush. Abdallah coming out with the Gravitic Flux as well, but Noxious striking first. Jukebox not going to get the sound barrier online quick enough, but they're going to try and strike back. Kashir finds one. They're going to be able to get another as that sound barrier expires from Elk Divio with not very much health left as well. Good hold here for UTD.
Kashir will actually end up playing so aggressively that as Divio tries to take down the Genji, it's the self-explosion damage that'll finalize the kill. The Dragon Blade combo with the barrier from Jukebox extends the HP enough. It's about a minute taken off the clock, and now Harrisburg at best can match UT Dallas. They're going to go aggressive here with a Kitsune Rush.
Yeah, and it's already paid dividends. Jukebox low, Kashir down and out. Petal not going to be able to get the overclock online quick enough. But fortunately for them, they're going to have it in this next fight.
There's actually a close window here where Harrisburg can close this one out, right? Tap is going to have a Dragon Blade swiftly. The Gravitic Flux is the key part here. Petal walks out with an overclock. Yeah, you just kind of ignore it until, just run away until it kind of expires.
Oh wow. Yeah, Tap, no blade gonna be found for them, but Petal removed as well. Even fight here on the point, but that's just going to favor University of Texas Dallas. The longer this goes on, the quicker they're going to have their supports come out. Petal going over to the Widowmaker as well as Kashir able to find Noxious. So advantage definitely now at UTD. Harrisburg University either needs to get a pick very quickly or just back out and try again. Abdallah with the Gravitic Flux as well. Petal finds the pick onto Divio. This is bad news for Harrisburg.
This is really bad news for Harrisburg because Tap is going to have to find magic with his Dragon Blade, and there will be no support for it. They're going into the Kitsune Rush as well. They're down to the last minute of play. There's basically only one true fight left on this map. And Harrisburg, they're looking for a hero. They're looking for a hero, and it has to be Tap.
It absolutely does. It's going to be so hard, though, pushing into this Kitsune Rush again. Kashir, though, goes down low. Opportunity here, reducing the Kitsune Rush committed. Tap goes in for the blade, but Jukebox denies it completely. And now with 40 seconds left to go, things are looking oh so terrible for Harrisburg University. I don't know if they've got a chance to come back in this now.
There will be a fight. This is so difficult. This is so difficult for Harrisburg. Though they do have cooldowns coming in, it's going to be scattered as they try and approach the objective. A very far forward position here. And UT Dallas has the response. They have the sound barrier to extend. And a Dragon Blade of their own for Kashir, bolstered by that HP advantage. Harrisburg, Elk needs to respond to the sound barrier, and Noxious needs to have the biggest overclock of their life.
And here they come, all three ultimates now committed for Harrisburg University. Same thing on UTD side right now. It's going to be the Sound Barrier versus the Kitsune Rush, which will find more value. Abdallah does get the Gravitic Flux in. Divya, though, finds Petal on the flank, but in the meantime, too many members from their side have fallen. UT Dallas will get the fight win here. Will go up 2-0 in this series against Harrisburg University. What a phenomenal play coming out here today from UT Dallas.
That is going to be it for map number 2, Kings Row. UT Dallas, they select their map pick and they make it count. What a fantastic showing there from UT Dallas. I think fundamentally their understanding of the macro gameplay, just the economics of the game, were all UT Dallas towards the in the entirety of Kings Row. They just had every cooldown they needed when they needed it. And Harrisburg were hunting for a solution that they could not find. Match point achieved now for UT Dallas and Harrisburg. It's perfection required from them as they have to reverse sweep for an opportunity to go to the grand finals.
Yeah, tough position for them to be in. Backs against the wall. Like you said, yeah, they're going to have to be perfect if they want to make it out to Philadelphia. So everything on the line here. It's all going to come down to this last map, and University of Texas Dallas, I mean, they're just, you know, both of these teams, I think they're very, very equally matched mechanically, right? It's just coming down to, you know, the bigger brain plays coming out right now from UTD. And it's not necessarily right, like it's huge differences. It's these micro differences that I feel like are giving them an advantage, right? Using the protection Suzu at just the right time. Things like that, that's what's making the difference, at least from my perspective right now.
And I mean, there is that. I also think that the aggression that Dallas is showcasing is just fundamentally one that is throwing Harrisburg for a loop, right? They can't quite take nearly enough space that they need. Abdallah is pressuring so far forward. It's giving a lot of room for Kashir to go to work. We're seeing Petal, you know, activate on the hit scan, and it's finding a ton of value. So overall, right now, UT Dallas, I think, has just been setting a style of gameplay that Harrisburg has to respond to, and it's not there for them so far. 2 maps in. You know, one map win left for UT Dallas to punch their ticket.
Yeah, and you know, if I were UT Dallas right now, I would be thinking of you know, potentially something like Circuit Royale, right? Because they found such, at least to me, unexpected success, right, with this Sigma. I mean, that really wasn't on the radar for me as something that they would maybe run out with, and more specifically be so dominant on right now. So. But of course, it's not going to be their map pick. I don't know why I'm thinking about that. Well, I mean, it will be over to Harrisburg.
Well, UT Dallas has also stolen map pick away from, or stolen the map pick of Harrisburg. So
right, yeah.
They're in perpetual advantage from here on out. We head to Dorado for map number 3, but basically, UT Dallas has right of map selection from in every other map, even if you were to lose Route 66. So
yeah,
if you're Harrisburg, you have to steal a map of your opponent away as well. And that begins, you know, I mean, first you have to win your map selection, which is Route 60, or sorry, Dorado, and then we can figure out if, you know, what the win condition established on the next couple of maps. Now we do head into Dorado, and one thing we've noticed, of course, from Harrisburg yesterday is that when we went to a map that was a little bit more mobility based, they switched Akawa in for the Winston. We don't know if they'll do that here. Dorado is still very good for Sigma, but that is a possibility that is in the cards.
To me, that's what this is saying to me. I think we're going to see Akawa come in here. I really do, because they need to make some kind of an adaptation here, right? Because they're just getting outplayed, they're getting outmatched on this Sigma v Sigma. You know, maybe you go here with a Sigma if you feel like you've practiced this map a tremendous amount. You know, maybe it's something you think your opponents are going to be weak on if you've maybe studied footage, things like that. But to me, I'm fully anticipating we're going to Winston here with Akawa. And, you know, maybe that will be what we have to see. But then, of course, right after that, like you said, if Harrisburg takes this, it's gonna be Dallas's pick next. And if I'm Dallas, I'm going right back to Sigma. You know, just playing into that as hard as I can.
So we do have the confirmation that Akala steps in, so we will see a lot more of the Winston composition as Harrisburg attack first. Petal and University of Texas Dallas on the defense.
And it feels to me like Abdallah kind of read this choice, right? I
No,
mean,
this is-
well, they saw Akawa come in, right?
Yeah,
so they know it's going to be
not really a
Winston.
surprise that you're going to see your tank player who's known to play, you know, the kind of the mobility tanks on
Yeah.
Winston. So Abdallah on the Roadhog is there because it is the closest thing that kind of shuts down the Winston.
Yeah.
And we see an Echo here for verticality too.
Ooh, yeah, Echo was put to pretty good use as well yesterday, so I like this adaptation too, you know. Far I feel like has been very, very popular on Dorado, which means, honestly, Echo can play just about as effectively. Akawa gonna try and take some of this high ground now, put a little bit of pressure onto Harrisburg, forcing them to back up. Actually, let's see here. Do we have the... I believe we actually have the name switch here at the moment.
Yeah, Tap is going to get the rear of the turret. That is a lot of damage. They forced the protection Suzu out early, but Akawa will not get the leap out in time. The University of Texas at Dallas will hold for the moment. Tap and Elk are on an adventure away to the backline right now.
Yeah, they are. Oh, nice hook they're coming out from Abdallah. Almost finds its mark, but able to escape very, very quickly. It was one of the members of UTD.
This time around, Noxious will not escape the grasp of the hook.
Yeah, now a lot of progress being made on the card here for Harrisburg University. So, gonna stop though right after that bridge, which is just a beautiful place to kind of stage the defense, especially if you are on the Winston.
One thing to highlight though is how much damage Harrisburg have been taking. They're gonna have the Kitsune Rush, not very far ahead of UT Dallas, but enough that they can just go for it right away. Yeah, Petal gonna be taken out quickly as a result.
Yeah, we've got the whole hog now from Abdallah. It's going to push away Akawa once again, but Tap going to strike back. 2 picks, 2 for each side right now. Hook going to go a little bit long. Duplicate comes in. No breather left for Abdallah, so progress will be made on the point. This could be last fight territory on this point. UTD might, in fact, as well, elect to just leave it be.
I think there is... You can see that they're posturing for a recontest, but considering Abdallah's the one who wants to get to the point first, it seems unlikely. There is a last second contest, and it actually forces... Yeah, they're going to go right into it.
Yeah, Sound Fairy being forced out is absolutely huge right there. A big moment there for Harrisburg University. Now, trying to push back in. Molten Core comes out too from Kashir, making it even more difficult to stay on the point, to hold on to it. Noxus going to take out the turret. Akawa now with the primal range as well. Kashir does find one, but at the end of the day, it is going to be UTD coming up with the lion's share of the kills. Tap still doing some work on the Echo. Soms finishes off Abdallah.
Petal uses an overclock down 4 players and then dies. Possibly the only ultimate that was not required there, which means that Harrisburg University did not end up spending too much to get that point. So UT Dallas, this is going to be the hardest part of the map for them, without a doubt. Simply because the Roadhog mobility is not its strong suit, and once you're denied high ground, it's really tough to regain it with the Roadhog.
Yeah, it absolutely is. But now we're gonna see the take a breather come out for Abdallah. Gonna have to back out very quickly. 1 pick on each side now. UT Dallas.
Dwayne's the bigger one,
to hold him back.
You don't have the healing here for your team.
Right, yeah, you really, really don't. Gonna have to back out once again. Just give up more space here to Harrisburg University. But Abdallah gonna be able to take control of the cart now.
Slowing down the pace of play. I can see Harrisburg just trying to gain control of the map again. Oh, taking a ton of damage on the soft dive, and Soames gets caught out. I mean, there's no healing now for Harrisburg.
No, there's not. We're gonna have the duplicate come over. Gonna see if Tap can get something done here with the Sojourn, but they're going to be hooked out of that duplicate. They try to get away, but Abdallah still able to find the pick. Akawa now diving in, but Kashir going to be able to meet them. So a great hold here from University of Texas Dallas. A little under 2 minutes on the clock.
And it feels like Harrisburg are trying to force the strength, or force into the strengths of where UT Dallas kind of succeeds.
Oh, big hook.
Not really. Yeah, there's no one to follow up damage though. So
Oh, yeah.
it's basically just farms Sohm's Kitsune Rush a little bit. I mean, the thing for Harrisburg here is that their strength lies in kind of controlling high ground and getting a dive onto the back line, but they're trying to skirmish in the close quarters area where Abdallah is king, right? That's where the Roadhog kind of excels. Now they're finally rotating to high ground, but they've wasted so much of their own time to do it that there's only a minute and like 15 seconds left.
Yeah, this is not where you want to be by any stretch of the imagination if you're Harrisburg University. Kawa going in very aggressively now, going to go ahead and use the Primal Rage tap in the meantime, able to take Petal out of the equation. Kitsune Rush and Sound Barrier now committed for UTD. Going to see if they can survive, see if they can sustain through that. They do find a pick onto Elk, which means no Sound Barrier gonna be there for UTD. So Harrisburg University, they're gonna keep the cart moving.
There is still going to be a recontest available for Harrisburg, but I expect them to be able to close out the round, right? They have the overclock, they're going to have a sound barrier as well, and more critically, Abdallah has to enter through choke points being sort of anchored by tap with the echo. So very difficult thing to hold with, to contend with for sure.
We're going to have the overclock now committed by Noxious, trying once again to hold people at bay. Abdallah pushes out onto Card's shield there. Going to be taken out quickly by the Whole Hog. Sound barrier used as well now from Harrisburg University. Pulse Bomb goes out. Doesn't find anything, but Noxious's Disruptor shot certainly will. Abdallah caught in the midst of that shield. Not going to be able to get healed up. So Harrisburg University in overtime will take the point.
And now it's actually where it becomes difficult for UT Dallas to kind of contest.
Right.
Winston can operate around so many more corners here. The bubble can really shut down a lot of lines of healing from the Kiriko. And we've seen how good Akawa has been at denying the hooks with the bubble. So there's going to be Kashir switching over to a Reaper just to, you know, again, burst down Akawa. Yeah. A delayed fight once more as Doi is taken out. Again, Noxious coming on live with the railgun.
Yeah, I mean, just so much time there gained. Tap again finds Petal. A big pick. Tap has been absolutely crucial in these last couple of fights. Abdallah realizes this will take them out. But still, a lot of pressure being put on the card. Still getting progress. 40 seconds left to go here for Harrisburg University.
See Jukebox skating there, trying to boot Noxious into the line of sight of the hook. Just barely goes wide, though. UT Dallas, it's going to be dueling Kitsune Rushes in the last fight on this point. And the main beneficiary is going to be Kashir. Kashir is going to be an absolute menace into this. Well, not if they're dead.
Wow. No, you're absolutely right. Now we got the Kitsune Rush coming out from Sohms. That's going to be good enough to finish this map, and they will do it with time on the board.
Somewhat meaningless time bank though, because 9.6 seconds. They're going to attack. I mean, capturing with all 3 points on escort means you're going to attack if both teams full cap the map. So
yeah,
and then 10 seconds is irrelevant in terms of the overtime timer. I mean, UT Dallas though, a great job of slowing down the map. It's just that in 2 critical fights, Harrisburg recognized their must-win engagements and kind of dumps everything at it. And UT Dallas makes the unfortunate mistake of trying to reply aggression with more aggression and overspends in lost fights. Meaning that once the fight is already over, they still use ultimates. And then in critical shutdown moments, they just don't have the resources they need to take the fights. And they also haven't really been regaining map control. They've just been playing to try and shut down individuals that are floating on flanks, like Tap or Akawa and so forth. Looks like Elk is going over to the Mercy, maybe?
Yeah, I'm thinking that's what's happening here.
The Honor makes sense. The Honor makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, Abdallah's going to be running the Roadhog, so with the defensive high ground of the of the point, getting the sleep dart, getting the anti-nade, you know, all these can really put pressure on the Roadhog. And on top of that, it can force the protection Suzu out without actually doing anything in the fight.
Yeah, right. You can use that nade to pull that out, and then any ultimates that you have stored up are just going to hit that much harder. There's going to be dueling echoes. Soames, though, strikes first, able to get a headshot onto Petal, taking them out quickly and unexpectedly. Noxious striking as well. This is a beautiful hold already started here for Harrisburg.
Abdallah going over the D.Va. I like the D.Va pick, actually, from Abdallah. It kind of invalidates the Ana to a certain extent, or at least makes her life more difficult. Elk doing, gonna have to cap. You're also taking from the Kiriko, right?
Oh wow, Elk though. Able to find Jukebox, and Abdallah gonna be demeched as well. Harrisburg University, I mean, it feels like new life has been breathed into the squad. Two beautiful holds right off the rip.
Yeah, we'll see if Harrisburg, or UT Dallas, University of Texas Dallas, has a response to this high ground. This is one of the most difficult places to dislodge the Winston from.
Yeah.
Petal going over to the Tracer. Getting... kind of feel like... Oh
wow.
You're diving solo here as Abdallah, and there's no backup damage, so Tap, supported by both supports. He's gonna have a free reign there. This fight's well and truly over.
You know, I honestly thought Abdallah going over to the D.Va is going to be much more impactful, considering, you know, I would favor the D.Va in the head-to-head matchup against the Winston, right? Just going to be able to burst them down so effectively, but they're just not staying alive at the moment. They're getting burst down very, very quickly, very, very effectively. Tap finds Jukebox once again, and I mean, UTD, at this point, it looks like they're just scratching their heads. They don't know what to do. They don't know how to handle this.
It was a bold attempt at a rotation from Jukebox, trying to meet the team at the high ground, but you've got everyone focusing you down, so really tough place to be. So Harrisburg, you can see them try to just isolate an individual. Abdallah tries to chase down Tap, but unlikely to actually get into range of the Echo.
And now Abdallah putting pressure on Noxious once again. They're going to be forced back just a little bit now. Kashir finds a couple of big hits onto them. Elk going to be able to take out Kashir. Now Tap duplicates the D.Va, seeing if they can hold on. Maybe push this advantage just a little bit more. Kashir comes back. We're going to have self-destruct from Tap. Petal does land the pulse spawn onto Elk. That's actually huge for them. Kashir going to win out that duel now. 3 players remaining, but someone's going to use the Kitsune Rush. Akawa pops the Primal Rage as well. Self-destruct coming in, but Akawa finds them before the bomb goes off. Abdallah does get a consolation prize. Doyle comes back in, though, with one of their own off this Kitsune Rush. Akawa has to back out.
I mean, there is going to be a recontest, I think. They're thinking about using the Nano onto the Winston to get the point.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah, that's absolutely what they do, but going to be taking a lot of damage now as University of Texas Dallas. Kashir goes over to the Winston of their own. Doyle does find Akawa, so advantage here for University of Texas Dallas, but the DMAC does come in via Tap, so maybe not quite so much anymore. Petal does take out Tap. Kashir still on that duplicated Winston, going to be able to get that point.
Really, I mean, that was a game of inches, really.
Yeah.
See Petal hunting for the final blow as well. Here's, man, the other thing to kind of highlight is that University of Texas and Dallas actually win that fight using essentially nothing.
Yeah.
Right? The Nano onto the Winston was kited away so well, and then Petal continues to be a menace on the Tracer.
Abdallah trying to contest this high ground, but Harrisburg University got a great control of it at the moment. From there, Kawa able to dive in. Noxious does find Kashir in the sky, so that's one piece of the puzzle completed here. Jukebox gonna strike back though, so 4v4 now on the point. Abdallah chasing down Winston, forced to use their bubble as Akawa. They have to back out now. Very little health remaining for them, but able to hold at least for the moment. But Abdallah gonna be able to get up and onto the high ground, try and put pressure there, but again, everybody from Harrisburg able to just reconvene up there and take them away.
All this wasted damage though has given Soames a Kitsune Rush.
Yeah, they're gonna use it post haste. Gonna try and just burst down out-tempoed. Doyle gonna be forced to use the protection Suzu for themselves, but still getting traced down. Elk does find them. DMAC comes in once again on Abdallah. Harrisburg University, they have lived so much time off the clock. Things are getting dicey now for UTD.
You can see even in the spawn, that's another kill. Kashir is out.
Wow.
Just a little bit too greedy there from University of Texas Dallas. They're trying to make fights work, and they're allowing Harrisburg University to actually control the tempo of the game once more. Back in control of the ult game on top of it all. Harrisburg feels like a very different team than the one we saw struggling on their offensive half of this map.
Wow. Yeah, now we're going to see the bubble come out from Akawa. And jumping back, but so much time burned off the clock right there. I mean, this could essentially be last fight here for UTD. Kashir gone as well. They're going to throw out the self-destruct. Abdallah goes down to a melee from Elk. This is just bad news more and more for UT Dallas.
Such a cheap fight for Harrisburg too, right? Just the
Yeah.
overclock. Abdallah goes for a changeover onto the Winston, but we heard from Abdallah themselves that Winston is not the strongest character in their pool. See if they can make it work.
There's going to be just about 3 ults on each side. Kashir will... Oh, no, they will not get theirs. Pebble going to strike back onto Noxus. We got sound barriers from both sides now. Doyle with the Kitsune rush, though. Could this be the difference maker? Akawa trying to chase down members of UT Dallas, but they're proving very, very slippery at the moment. Soames is gone. Elk will be taken out soon. No supports left for Harrisburg in overtime. UTD will get the cart. They will get the fight win, but they got to be perfect until they capture this next point.
This is disastrous for University of Texas Dallas. They have duplicate and they have overclock, but they're going against just the sustain of the primal rage, which will be used to kind of dislodge Pedal. And on top of that, Soames has a Kitsune rush. You can see Harrisburg stacking up. They want to put the Kitsune rush on the point where University of Texas has to fight and just kind of close out with a brawl. University of Texas, I mean, they don't really have an opportunity in this final fight.
No, they don't. Gonna be Harrisburg coming in very quickly. Tap able to burst down Pedal almost immediately. Things going from bad to worse. Holmes with the Kitsune rush now. Nothing left in the tank for University of Texas Dallas. Harrisburg will start to climb back in this series.
And their first map win on the board now for Harrisburg. It is not going to be a 3-0 today. We still have a little bit more Overwatch to play. It's not quite yet safety for Harrisburg. We go now to University of Texas at Dallas's map pick, as they will select an opportunity to go where we head to next. And as a result, Harrisburg will have to steal away UTD's map pick. But it is a start, and Harrisburg have looked a lot better on this map than they have in the previous parts of the series. So a much more dominant performance from them, in UT Dallas perhaps running out of steam. We remain to see the outcome of this series as we go into map 4 in a moment.
Yeah, and I think arguably this is the most dominant we've seen either of these teams so far, right? Bringing in Akawa really breathed new life into Harrisburg University. So I anticipate they're going to want to try and stick with this roster for the time being, and Dallas I would anticipate gonna try and make that as hard for them as possible. So again, I think, let's see here, where were we? We were just on Dorado. Nope, can't go to Circuit Royale here. That's going to be out of the question. Can't pick, I don't believe, the same mode twice in a row. So, very, very interested to see where UT Dallas is going to try and post up, where they think they can make the magic happen here. But at the moment, I mean, it might be just more, it might be more than that, right? It could be that they're going to stick with Akawa regardless of where we see them go.
I mean, in essence, the Winston is one of the strong pretty much everywhere right now.
Exactly. Exactly.
Only Circuit Royale, you could argue that it's fundamentally not a good play style. We'll see where UT Dallas have decided to go to. New Queen Street for push. Okay. I mean, if a substitute has come in from Harrisburg, we'll know what their sort of philosophy is for push. But in as much as we can see from here, Akawa has looked to have the most advantage. I mean, obviously a little bit of a score line looking at that, right? They won the map, so therefore that's the best performance they've had. But also, I think the tempo that Harrisburg were setting with Akawa in was one that for the first time University of Texas at Dallas could not match, because again, UTD were playing a very aggressive style of the Sigma mirror. Once forced off of that, once no longer on the mirror, it felt like UTD could not keep up to that tempo. So almost an inversion of the first two maps, at least stylistically.
Yeah, it really was. I don't really know what to expect here. To be perfectly honest, Lafond, this is gonna be a very, very interesting map, I think, to watch. And as is the case with so many of the push maps, you know, a lot can be decided within this first fight, right? You win this first fight, I think you're overwhelmingly favored to be taking the map too. So whoever could come away with this dry fight, with this first fight, with the advantage, I think is going to be significantly favored to take the map. So yeah, looking for a lot coming out from UT Dallas if they expect to clinch things up here and send themselves to Philly. But game about to be underway. We're going to get a look to see what Harrisburg has decided, who is in the map. They are sticking with Akawa.
And it makes the most sense, right?
Yeah.
Reminder that Nace Star League runs on Duncan.
Absolutely.
Shout out to Duncan for sponsoring the Nace Star League this season.
I'm gonna be honest too, out of like, you know, a lot of the big donut places, Duncan always been my favorite. Always been favorite. Not a Krispy Kreme guy. So love this partnership right here. Hook gonna go wide initially from Abdallah. Gonna get hit with a lot of sticky bombs, so have to take a breather for a moment, but not too much health lost. Akawa trying to put pressure on point, but nobody really there at the moment, so they find themselves elsewhere.
Now, there's a lot of pressure here onto Akawa with the Reaper from Kashir, right?
Yeah.
You have to follow you have to dodge both the hook, and then you can't get too close to Kashir either. High ground now, bubble early up, but all of UT Dallas turns around to Akawa, who evaporates, it feels like.
Yeah, but fortunately, I mean, they were able to get back. Excellent heads-up awareness. Excellent play there from Akawa. Kashir did have to spend their fate as well to get onto, to get over there to the Winston. Taking a good amount of damage at the moment. Both Kiriko's even right now in ult percentage, but Jukebox is definitely leaning here for UT Dallas on the Lucio.
You see both techs taking a ton of damage, but not dying, meaning that they're giving a lot of healing over to their supports.
Yeah, and this fight hasn't been won or lost yet. We are still in the first fight. Kitsune Rush is coming in, but University of Texas Dallas, just because of the nature of Abdallah being on that Roadhog, able to put more pressure on a point. Big hook comes in, gonna be followed immediately by a whole hog. Two players down from each side, but crucially for UTD, no supports to be found. Abdallah, though, is going to even things back up. Tap on a duplicated Sojourn as well, trying to get these rails to land. They get two in quick succession. A big pickup there from UT, or rather from Harrisburg.
And the big difference maker there is the fact that Elk's sound barrier actually lands. Jukebox a little greedy with the activation at lower than half HP in the middle of the focusing beam, and it goes by the wayside, so that sustain is lost. Basically every ultimate has been reset now. UT Dallas still trying to gain the lead, or to defend the lead that they have earned. What a back and forth showcase this early on in the map.
Yeah, it really is. Akawa getting very, very close to that hole, getting close to the Primal Rage, forced to back off. Nice hook there from Abdallah. That's going to slow things down for Harrisburg University. Now, Akawa gets hooked again. Big advantage here now for UT Dallas. We are going to have the overclock from Noxious, but Abdallah able to get healed back up. Throws a hook, misses just barely, but Jukebox able to finish off with a kill onto Noxious.
With how close this game has been, it makes sense that this fight was also on a knife's edge. You can see Akawa start to activate the Primal Rage, by the way, but Abdallah's hook comes in just before it goes through and denies the full moment from establishing. So while Akawa still has the Primal Rage, was not able to sustain that fight.
And Petal gonna strike early with an overclock. Nice hook coming in from Abdallah, forced to use take a breather, but they've got another whole hog already. That's just gonna push people back. They should be awarded here with this point. But not strikes back
just
on
barely
Kashir.
missed.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, no, Harrisburg University, the recontest is real. They will be able to prevent the forward spawn for activating for UT Dallas. So, silver lining there for them.
The timing there from Akawa, even down a player, uses the Primal Rage to contest Petal's overclock. And now, University of Texas at Dallas, they're going to mirror out their opposition. Huh.
Yeah, Abdallah going over to the Winston, and honestly a little bit puzzled by this because I don't feel like the Roadhog wasn't working. I feel like you were getting so much progress in the neutral fight. Noxious strikes again early, no Petal to be found. Doyle gonna try and keep things, see if they can reverse their favor. Some's going down very low. Kasune rush out of their own now. Abdallah, very little health remaining, so Jukebox forced to use the sound barrier, but now Noxious has an overclock of their own. Death Blossom comes in, but Stone's able to finish them off. We're able to kite away from the damage, so Harrisburg gonna be able to win another fight.
The timing there from Soames was spectacular. Teleports in time and uses the Suzu to delay enough, and then gets the final blow on to Kashir, keeping Noxious alive. Harrisburg University close to taking the lead. You can see Akawa lying in wait, trying to dive the back line. Doi in such desperate position here.
We are going to get the contest coming in. The University of Texas Dallas going to try and stop things before Harrisburg University takes the lead. Elk has committed the nano, though. Akawa going down from a rail shot with Petal. Nice pickup right here. University of Texas Dallas going to be able to push this forward, take another fight win.
This delay is actually tremendous, getting Soames that late. There is a possibility that the bot could get to the checkpoint before the respawns truly come through. Actually, in essence, it's going to be Harrisburg will have the high ground, so not really a big deal there. But Abdallah is going to lead with a Primal Rage, so you can expect to see a contest happening here. And for the Winston go to the back line and actually try and force disruption here so Kashir and Petal can work on the front line.
Kashir having a hard time doing it, though. They were forced out, gone down so low. We're going to see Dueling Kitsune rushes once again. Noxious trying to find value, looking for a rail shot, but Abdallah going to be booping people around, as is Akawa. Dueling Primal Rages here at the moment. Elk finds Jukebox. That could be the crack in the armor here for Dallas. Harrisburg University takes the point back.
The focus fire from Harrisburg has been tremendous. That's the second sound barrier the Jukebox has been unable to land on New Queen Street.
Yeah.
And, Harrisburg University now with a chance to take the lead again. The recontest is still going to be there for University of Texas at Dallas, but they're playing Mystery Heroes as Abdallah goes back to the Roadhog. Well, with Elk getting off the Ana, you can be a little bit more safe. Petal opening up this with the overclock, and everyone just kind of heads to the hills, kites away.
Yeah, they don't want any of that at the moment. So, but Petal does find them, but all they're gonna find is people ready to take them out. Nice hook coming in though from Abdallah. So, 4 players on each squad. We do have the duplicate from Tap looking to see if they can build a Death Blossom, but they're taken out of it almost immediately. So Kashir's Death Blossom comes in. Instead, it lands. Big pickoff onto Soames as well. So the University of Texas Dallas with a distinct advantage here. Harrisburg just backs off.
That was a cute attempt to play from Harrisburg University there. They bait Petal in, who thinks it's only 1 player, and it's an ambush of 3. Unfortunately, they're not clean enough on the way back out, and Abdallah with a hook gets rid of Noxious. So UT Dallas will continue to hold the lead. Now, Noxious's turn to use overclock, and University of Texas at Dallas turn to head for the hills.
Right, get a little dance going on here, I feel like, between these two squads at the moment, but a dance that UT Dallas not a fan of. It's going to be Abdallah going down very low, has to use the take a breather. That means their life will be expired very, very soon.
And this time, because University of Texas Dallas did not exit fast enough and far enough, that is going to be a team wipe, so Harrisburg will get the lead here for the first time on this map. And with only 2 minutes remaining, we're towards the end of the meaningful fight, or part of the fight for New Queen Street. Harrisburg, it was a very cheap engagement for them. They now are going to be able to, with the checkpoint, push into this next fight with Primal Rage, Sound Barrier, and Kitsune Rush. Every fight that UT Dallas tries to take,
Oh, wow.
Harrisburg can mirror.
Akawa going to be taken out, though, quickly. Big hook from Abdallah. That's going to lead into a Kitsune Rush and an overclock. Nice hook as well from Abdallah to take out Soames. So, big fight win there for UT Dallas, but they're going to need to win another if they're hoping to eclipse this lead.
They're going to need to win about 2 fights, actually, because one, just to get to the checkpoint to capture, to kind of mirror, and then they have to wait for that animation to play through. Harrisburg has so many ultimates now. Elk, Sound Barrier, Akawa's for even more sustain, and we're in the final minute of play. This is the last. You only got really one more meaningful fight to go.
Jukebox's Sound Barrier has to land this time if University of Texas Dallas hopes to come away with a fight win here. The duplicate from Tap going to give them the whole hog, but going to be removed from it. Post haste. Akawa almost goes down. Sound Barrier forced out as well. We've got the overclock now from Noxious. Many members of University of Dallas just backing up at the moment as the Sound Barrier has already expired.
It's a good show so far. No one has died. It's not to do with the Primal Rage of Rakawa, though. In the meanwhile, though, Pedal go on a tear.
What just happened? Pedal came in a huge way, turned this fight around on a dime. Now Akawa gonna be eating the bad end of that hook.
That is a really delayed kill onto Soames as well.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the last fight. Winner of this fight wins the map. And for UT Dallas, winning this fight means winning the series and a chance at the grand finals. Kashir lying in wait with the Death Blossom. There's going to be Doi as well with the Kitsune Rush in tow. Overtime, it's a must-win.
Oh, and Doi is down. That is absolutely huge for Harrisburg University, but it's going to be Dallas coming back into it. Big kills coming in. It's just Noxious left. University of Texas Dallas going, I believe, to be able to take this forward. What's happening? I feel like we've seen a bug here or something. Why wasn't the point moving? That was so strange, LaVon.
That was the animation of the bot. The bot needed to finish its play.
It was. Harrisburg University going to be able to come back in this. They've got a couple of picks. Now Doi going to get the Kitsune Rush online, but it's not going to be enough. Harrisburg University, they come back. They make it to a piece. We're going to a game 5, LaFon.
Oh, what a highlight there. Just waiting for the bot. They could never quite get the checkpoint during the entirety of the run. And just shy of it every single time. And in the final fight, when the animation needed to be played out, it gave just enough respawn opportunity for University of Texas at Dallas to return, for Harrisburg to return. Well, just unfortunate. It's the players who died first were the fast-moving ones. It was the Lucio, and then it was the Kiriko. And Lucio skates to the point first. Soames is able to teleport in on the Kiriko, and they have Kitsune Rush. It's just a perfect storm for Harrisburg as UT Dallas, a heartbreaker, truly a heartbreaker for them. And we now head into a map 5, where the winner, punches their ticket and the loser goes home.
The stakes could not be higher right now, and I feel like it's just so fitting that it is coming down to this final map here. Gonna be UT Dallas's pick. We're going to Oasis. Gonna be back to a control point map. This is where Dallas thinks they can put up their best attempt at finishing off this series. But Harrisburg, I mean, the momentum that they have right now off these last 2 wins, absolutely tremendous.
Well, the reverse be very firmly in the cards now. It's a best of 1 from here on out.
Yep.
Scratch the rest of the series. It may as well have not happened. If you're University of Texas at Dallas, that's how it has to be. I mean, that's a heartbreaker of a final map, but you have to get it out of your system. You have to completely ignore its existence and just reset and play for Oasis. If you're Harrisburg, you're playing on that high, right? Like, you're coming in, all the momentum's on your side. But yeah, it's a very different tale for each squad as we now, again, bring into Oasis for our final map of the semifinals in the next Star League.
University of Texas, Dallas, their mental needs to be ironclad right now because, again, that losing on in a situation like that, right? The butt scratch MVP certainly there for Harrisburg University then. So Akawa still in. That has been the difference maker so far for Harrisburg University. Abdallah back onto the Roadhog. We are starting the map 5 here, LaFond. Let's see how this goes.
Kawa's been the real difference maker for Harrisburg so far and continues to play in. You see the Winston showcased himself. It's going to be different low ground versus high ground rotation. Tap has been an absolute menace so far. 25% towards the duplicate here with all those stickies that have landed.
Jeez. Yeah, bigger advantage towards them. Jukebox taken out as well by Tap. Harrisburg University should be able to take control of this point if they play their cards right. If nobody gets hooked by Abdallah, Kashir going to fall as well. There goes Doyle. And with that, the point is Harrisburg's.
It's a really difficult angle to fight, actually, for the Roadhog, because the hook nearly always breaks on the lip of the sort of elevated high ground there. And I mean, Harrisburg played that perfectly. They get to the high ground first, so University of Texas Dallas can't contest them there. And then on top of that, Tap just puts a lot of spam down range, so it forces UTD to use cooldowns before they actually get to the fight. And then by the time the fight happens, right, you're in a disadvantaged position, you don't have resources, and you're forced to kind of reset. Now, you can see UT Dallas taking the high ground to try and earn the power position on the map, and the hook goes wide again.
That it does. Protection Suzu has to come out as well from Sohm. So opportunity for University of Texas Dallas to push out if they so desire, but it looks like they're just kind of reclaiming their cooldowns as well. Akawa gonna have to back out just a little bit. Pedal goes in very aggressively. Akawa gonna find them. Big hook comes in, but beautiful protection. Suzu coming in from Sohms as well. Harrisburg University going to take this fight as their own.
A delayed duplicate. One that it sort of committed as a side effect of just trying to extend the fight, and now 50% earned and counting for Harrisburg. They're still building towards those 5 ultimates, or the 4 other ones rather. And I mean, UT Dallas, another change. Kashir goes over to an Echo. I mean, as explosive as this next fight's gonna be, you have to kind of favor Harrisburg. They have the high ground. They're gonna have more resources later. And on top of that, the Kitsune Rush and Sound Barrier to mirror out what their opponents are going to open with.
Gonna be dueling Kitsune Rushes right here off the bat. Abdallah now with the whole hog. So devastating with that Kitsune Rush behind it, trying to push everybody off of point. They're gonna be able to do it successfully, but recontest is in. Hook goes wide. Akala should be able to build up this Primal Rage as well, especially considering the Sound Barrier now committed. Tap does find Doyle. This point still in favor of Harrisburg, despite University of Texas getting an advantageous position on point. Doyle nowhere to be found. Pedal does strike back though, so now one player advantage for University of Texas Dallas, but Abdallah goes down as well. That could be the nail in the coffin right there as Elk and Tap combined for a pair of kills. UTD though comes away with a point.
They'll flip the point, but it's not out of the woods yet because there's only 2 players left alive on the objective. Harrisburg are going back for a quick recontest. Akala back to the point and Pedal so very weak.
Fortunately for them, though, the supports are there. Gonna be a big aggressive dive onto Pedal. They do get healed up, but they lose the point. They've let it flip over. Harrisburg takes the first sub-map.
That's the problem with the reset coming in. You kind of have to back away, but you can't give up the objective in its entirety, right? The instant completion, if you're below 80%, I believe below 75% of the map control, means that Harrisburg University now find themselves 1 round away. And here's a wild card from Harrisburg. I've never seen them on Oasis before, and I don't expect University of Texas Dallas to predict the Reinhardt. We'll see if they stick with it, but I don't predict.
Yeah. I mean, especially with Tap going over to the Junkrat as well. I think this is what they're running out with, right? And I mean,
there's no way to predict this.
Yeah, historically, a very strong composition using the Reinhardt here on University. Really interested to see how it's going to fare here in Overwatch 2. Not sure I've seen, one of these higher echelon teams really utilize this strategy. Petal get a couple away with a pick onto Elk, though, so things not looking great at the moment for Harrisburg, but Petal getting chased down. Noxious will find them. Disruptor shot going to keep a juke away, and with that, Harrisburg University have turned things around, but Kashir able to find Tap, so it's not over yet. In fact, they're coming back in. Soames is down as well. Things are looking a little bit rougher now for Harrisburg University. Kashir just going absolutely off right now with
Kashir,
the Torbjorn.
Kashir the hero in that fight, no doubt about it. Getting rid of Soames was critical. And Noxious overstays their welcome at the tail end of it, so that's a delayed fight. I mean, University of Texas at Dallas, maybe they don't expect it, but they play it perfectly nonetheless. And with a switch over to Ana, I mean, Akawa does not have a lot of speed to get into range and away from the Roadhog. Well, speaking of the Roadhog, it's going to force the Suzu out to wake them up.
Very aggressive charge coming in from Akawa, but Tap going to be able to take down Abdallah. So now Harrisburg University going to push out to point much more confidently here. Noxious hiding behind that shield, seeing if they can charge things up, maybe take out Jukebox here with a quick rail to the head. Not going to be able to do it this time. Kashir coming back, though. Hey, Kashir is going absolutely insane right now on this Torbjorn. Where has this been? This is just tremendous.
Kashir has refused to lose at this stage of the game. Big players playing big games and big moments, and this has been Kashir so far. I mean, literally the hero play there. The point was contested the entire time, so they don't even give away percentage to Harrisburg.
Oh, what a big hook on the Soames right after that Kitsune rush. Kashir coming out with the Molten Core in conjunction with a whole hog. That clears point. That gives them more percentage. They're looking fantastic right now. I don't know if this experiment was worth it for Harrisburg.
Well, they're too committed now. They've got the Earth Shatter, which and the Nano Boost, and I would expect them to try and use it as Doi replies with a Kitsune Rush. So
yeah.
The question is, can Doi dodge the Earth Shatter for the Suzu to clean everyone else up? That is going to be the big difference maker here.
Tap does have the Riptire online, so this could win the fight in a split second. Harrisburg now pushing to point. Noxious has used the overclock, seeing if they can get a quick pick, find a quick head, make this easier for them. 99%. Here comes the Kitsune rush. Now Tap lets loose with the Riptire. Kashir finds it, though, again, saving UT Dallas. Shatter comes in, but the protection Suzu is there, so they don't stay down long. And Petal cleaning things up now. Overtime has been committed. Akawa touches point, but hooked off it at the last moment. We are going the full distance, LaFon.
Round number 3, but the one that has to be highlighted without a doubt is Kashir. I mean, the last fight works out exactly as I predicted, right? The Suzu used to wake people up who were shattered in the Kitsune Rush, but that is, we don't get to that point if Kashir doesn't hold down the fort with the Torbjorn. I mean, that has multiple flanks where in a fight that you need to get 3 eliminations, Kashir is good for all 3. And now UT Dallas and Harrisburg University, 1 apiece as we head into City Center. The third and final objective of this map, the final map of this series. And the winner will head to the grand finals. So much on the line here as we head into this stage.
Akawa back onto the Winston, which has served them so well. They have to be breathing a sigh of relief that this is going to be the last point. City Center definitely more ideal here for Harrisburg University. Already with control of the high ground and the jump pad, they've got an opportune position from which to stave this engagement.
Oh, turret taken out. And the central point captured, or being held rather. High ground by Harrisburg, low ground by University of Texas.
Oh, University of Dallas putting a lot of pressure on there. They're going to have so much more staying power with the Roadhog. And honestly, with Kashir as well, onto the Torbjorn too. Huck not going to hit its mark there. Like you said, just so hard to find value on that high ground. Akawa going to be pushed out. Noxious, though, able to take out Doyle. Harrisburg University off to a good start here. Hook comes in, though. Akawa taken away. Kashir with the final blow there as well. Noxious trying to find some value on this high ground. Disruptor shot sent in, taking out the turret once again. Tap does find Abdallah, so Harrisburg University able to turn this around despite losing their tank.
This time, Noxious is the one that comes up big. We talked to Noxious yesterday, actually, after the game. which is a very young player in a big game moment. And they're performing just as much as they did yesterday. So credit to them for sure. Harrisburg University will gain first capture percentage.
100% on the board now, being contested. Both Kiriko's just about even with ult percentage. Nice shot there from Petal to take out Akawa. Sums gets away with just a sliver of life, but that means they're not going to be there to help keep their other members alive. But Dallas having a hard time finding these final picks. They're not getting, they're not cleaning this fight up fast enough. They will start to do that, though. Petal does get a couple of picks. Akawa was just about back into the fight, but UT Dallas will get the point.
It does cost them the Kitsune Rush, though. And as you said, despite having the early pickoff onto the tank, onto Akawa, they were not able to close it out cleanly and were forced to use the Kiriko's ultimate. Not ideal for sure. But now, I mean, you're looking for a big pick. You're looking for a pick for University of Texas Dallas. Do not allow Harrisburg to use ultimates on the way in.
No, but they are going to do just that. Kiriko ultimate is out. Elk does find Abdallah. That's the go button right there. If they can clean this up faster than University of Texas Dallas, that they will be able to come away with the advantage here. But Petal coming in with a pick on the tap. That's big. Elk goes to use the sound barrier, but gets Ajax. They're not going to have it. Akawa going to die as a result. University of Texas Dallas, huge fight win there. And so much of it due to that rail shot from Petal.
That was Petal. Yeah, that big pick. Fundamentally winning that fight outright by denying the sound barrier. Jukebox is the one that is able to establish theirs of their own, and Harrisburg University, they don't ever flip the point back in their favor.
No.
An expensive fight for Harrisburg. They only have the Primal Rage. And then another Kitsune Rush coming online for Doi here. University of Texas rather, in crunch time. This is the last real true fight on the objective. The advantage is UT Dallas is to kind of contend with here. Hunting for a railgun.
Yeah, Kashir also going to lay down the Molten Core as well. Harrisburg University with an early advantage, though. Nox is able to find Doyle. Akawa now trying to keep Abdallah at bay. They're able to do so. They get the Primal Rage kill. The point flips, or will flip back over for Harrisburg.
Oh, and they've given so much healing over to Soames as well. It's not going to give an instant Kitsune Rush, meaning that Soames still has to kind of farm towards it. But there is a window of opportunity to equalize. You can see Akawa hunting for Petal, but more critically, also going to get damage down. Yep. Give Soames a little bit more ultimate to work with here. Just take a little bit of spam. Everyone in Harrisburg trying to just eke away damage to mirror out. Only 13% difference now.
Yeah, and Tap gonna have the duplicate as well. The overclock will be online for both squads too. This is going to be an explosive fight here. This could be the fight that determines most of what happens. We're gonna have the Kitsune Rush on from Doyle. Soames pops one of their own, but Akawa looking very, very weak. Abdallah gonna be able to find them. Now Tap goes for the Torbjorn, looking to build up this Molten Core as quick as they can. But point gonna flip over to Dallas. The whole hog pushing Tap away. 92% now. Somebody has to touch here from Harrisburg, and Elk is out of the fight.
The overclock comes in, the hook goes wide, but Abdallah's playing gatekeeper, forcing them to overspend on the tank. Akawa will touch, but weak, forced to back away.
The sound barrier out from Jukebox as well. Abdallah does go down. Tap finds a kill, but Petal with a 2K. They're able to get the collab onto a pair. There's a one-player advantage here for University of Texas Dallas, but crucially, the Molten Core down on the point. Noxus tries to jump out, but the Molten Core forces them back into the middle of the point. They do find a pick onto Doyle. That's absolutely huge. 1v1 now on point. Kashir going to come away with it, and University of Texas Dallas, they hold out. In the end, they will be going to Philly for the grand finals.
Kashir, an absolute menace on this map. It's only right that the final blow of the final play goes to the Torbjorn. And University of Texas at Dallas, they were feeling robbed at the end of New Queen Street, make no doubt about it. But the reset to come right back into it. The reset mentally to take the map away. A strong start for them. A reminder, it was 2-0. They give away 2 maps, and with the way New Queen Street ended, it would have been all too easy to fall prey to the mental game. But what a performance here in that final map, in that final round. And to your first representative heading to Philadelphia for the grand finals in the NA Star League is University of Texas at Dallas.
I gotta be honest, I got chills from that final fight, LaFut. I mean, that was absolutely spectacular. so much excitement, so much riding on the line, and I mean, University of Texas Dallas, they gotta be breathing a sigh of relief after that, right? I mean, the goal, the trip to Philadelphia was there in front of them. They had to wait for 2 maps to finally get it. And what a story today. I mean, the adaptations that came out for Harrisburg were tremendous. Akawa, absolutely spectacular. But I mean, Kashir turned it up, not just a notch, like 3 or 4 in that last map. What a series.
I mean, Kashir quietly a hero all the way through. We talked about the Genji difference as well, right? The mirror when Abdullah switches over to the Sigma. A lot of that comes down to the amount of pressure that Kashir was applying with the Genji. And then just miraculous gameplay with the Torbjorn on the final map. And credit to UT Dallas. Honestly, the biggest thing for me, though, truly the biggest thing for me, is the fact that with the way New Queen Street ended, you could see they thought they won. They truly fundamentally thought they won. And to have to kind of reset and come into map number 5, they lost the opening round as well, right? Harrisburg, it was basically 100-0. I mean, 100-17 off of a reset. To come away and then immediately turn that back around with 100-0 of your own, and then another dominant performance in a final fight where there's like a 50 HP difference between winning and losing. Just unbelievable pressure or mental strength under pressure to take that away. And I mean, just a tremendous showcase from University of Texas at Dallas, where they will fight now to take away the first place position in the grand finals.
That's going to be, I think, absolutely tremendous as well, right? I mean, given how close this series was, given just the caliber of the teams that have been left here in the round of 4, I think, as the grind finals take place in Philly, it's going to be a very exciting matchup. And UT Dallas, what a showing. I mean, that's going to be such a confidence booster as well, pushing into the grand finals, right? You're going to be flying high, I think, off the adrenaline, for the next, week and a half, 2 weeks until we see them at Philly. So yeah, just wonderful gameplay from everyone involved here today.
Tremendous stuff here as we now await to see who meets them in that for that postseason berth for Harrisburg. Though, I mean, that's a painful one to lose, but they will try and hunt for the 3rd place position as they fall in the semifinals. And still awaits opportunity awaits for our teams here.
Absolutely, and we do have the interview. We have the interview here, so let's cut to that. Let's get a little bit of an insight from one of the players. It's gonna be Kashir. Congratulations to you. What a showing. What a series. How are you feeling after all of that?
I'm pretty mellow. I don't know. I played this game for too long. I don't know.
I'll take that from you, though. Map number 4, right? You guys think you win as you guys get to that checkpoint. There's no way you don't, right?
That was kind of dumb. I don't know. we hard clutched up, then the bot sat there for 20 seconds for whatever reason. I don't know why they implemented that in the game.
That being said, though, right? To go from that, where you feel like you've won, it gets snatched away from you in the last moment. You go into map number 5. It's 100-17 on that first round, right? You guys essentially shut out. How do you turn that around on the second point where you 100-0 your opponent? In no small part due to your performance on the Torbjorn.
To be honest, whenever I play the game, I think it's just due to like an experience thing. But even if like XYZ happens, you lose the game, it doesn't even matter in the hindsight, like, whatever happened before doesn't affect really what happens now. You have to like go with that mindset. You have to be like a rock and just go. There's no reason to care about what happened before. And yeah, I just took that. I was like, I'll just play whatever I need to do. I'll do my job again. And then that's how we won the map. And it was like adapting towards that. Like they went Echo right, and then we're like, let's try to do XYZ. We were coming up with stuff. We were like, okay, let's go Torb, and let's keep level-headed. Just try to do something to mess them up, and then that's how we won. It was like adaptation in the midst of like pressure. That's like what matters.
Yeah, I mean, speaking about pressure as well, Abdallah had to flex quite a bit today onto several different heroes. And one of the things that I think was most tremendous about Abdallah's performance today, right, was the fact that he was able to swap over to the Sigma and go toe-to-toe with Divio, who, you know, we had sung Divio's praises as just this phenomenal Sigma, but was honestly getting outplayed, right? Just a huge showing coming out, from Abdallah. What is that a composition you have significant practice on? Because honestly, you know, I was expecting Harrisburg to really have the advantage in that head-to-head matchup.
So we never really played Sig Genji Sojourn, whatever the comp we were playing on King Zero. It was like a mid-map adaptation because we recognized that Abdallah is just the better Sig. Who cares? Me, on Genji, we outbrawled them. Like, their Tracer did air. I don't know why they were on Tracer for whatever reason on King's Row. Tap did air, and then went Genji, and then got gapped again. It doesn't even matter. Yeah, we just gapped on Sig Brawl like that.
Yeah, fair enough, right? Recognize your advantages as a team. I mean, looking forward, though, right? You've kind of cemented your position going to the Grand Finals, heading to Philadelphia for that position. Is there any expectations for performing on location?
On location, we went to a LAN before in Boston. I remember last year we went against Fisher. So all of the roster does have experience playing that, and I think if we're going into the LAN in a very good mood, everything is going right. There's no like travel issues. No one is like having personal issues, and it's most likely that UTD will succeed because UTD succeeds when we're having a good time as a team. It's never like, I feel like whenever we win, it's not we have to be super serious. It's like, oh, we're playing the game for fun. We're trying to win the game, and we're not trying to have hard feelings over each other or why we lost. And just recognizing that we need to be rock solid and also have a good time is like how we play the game.
Fair enough. Really mature outlook actually from your squad there coming in. Any final shout outs before we let you go?
Shout out Abraham. He hard clutched up. Okay, yeah, it was a DPS gap on the last map Oasis. University. I popped off. Abraham popped off on City Center. He Ajaxed the Lucio, which was like a big clutch factor with his rail. Yeah, that was crazy. And then the shout out to Doi on our team. He wasn't usually playing flex support in our scrims like recently within the past few months, but now he's stepped up in a big way because Tinspire, our traditional flex support player, had to be out for today, and he stepped up big time in winning the match.
Well, there you go. I mean, congratulations once more. Fantastic performance from University of Texas at Dallas. Thank you for your time, Kashira, and good luck in the Grand Finals.
Thank you.
Alrighty, that is going to do it for Overwatch here on this portion of the broadcast. You'll want to tune in for the Grand Finals to figure out who we crown as our champion. Don't go anywhere, though, because there is more esports action to follow. When we return, it will be Call of Duty and Rainbow Six Siege. So when we come back, more esports action. Don't go anywhere.
It's that time again. Welcome to the stage. Oh yeah. Where energy and creativity collide. Here we go. Let's level up. Make this something to remember. All right.
Hello and welcome, esports fans. We are here. We are live. The NACE Star League 2022 fall season for Call of Duty continues now. FBI Tugboat. I'm here with Cash. Cash, how are we feeling?
I'm feeling, a little under the weather today, a little stuffed up, but hey, 'tis the season, and I know I just couldn't miss this action of COD that we have in our round before. I'm excited to be here tonight.
Absolutely, absolutely. We got our season format here for those of you watching for the first time. Of course, the regular season action. Then you have your conference plans. After conference plans, of course, are your conference championships. This does determine who punches a ticket early. So a little bit of late postseason action, last chance qualifier for those involved as well. Then playoffs for everybody who does punch that ticket. And then, of course, our grand finals. This year, Cash, of course, that will be in person out there on the East Coast, live land beginning of December. Taking a look at it right here. It'll be wrapping up December 4th, as you see, November 28th to the 4th. We're in playoffs right now. Last day of it, Cash.
It's exciting because, yeah, you get to punch your ticket to that LAN Grand Final, and looking at the last 4 teams that we have here for COD, I don't think it's too much of a surprise, but still definitely some upsets that could happen and things that we see that go against the grain.
Exactly. Speaking of, right, that was UTD. Previous matchup. That was a little Overwatch action that just came on here for our NACE Star League action. That was UTD going up 2-0 quickly. Hugh Storm coming back, put it up to a 2-2, and then push the control to a 2-1, that eventually going the way of the UTD Comets right there. Insane action. Will be continuing on with this competitive esports action. That's the theme here established, Cash, for today, the playoffs.
It absolutely is. We'll have St. Clair College and St. Edward's University squaring up, and I think this is probably going to be the closer matchup of the night, given that we have A&M International and Northwood next. Northwood just being the titans of collegiate Call of Duty the last, several titles, and so for A&M International, you've got your work cut out ahead of you. Is trying to knock off, these titans of collegiate COD, and in our first matchup with St. Clair and St. Edwards, it's really going to be who comes out and shines. It's going to be a lot of pressure on that X Factor player to really step up and go big for their team, because I think as far as these two colleges go, they score up about toe to toe. Yeah,
exactly. If there's going to be an upset, I think you and I both said it, probably going to happen here earlier. Taking a look at the pricing, though. $2,000 on into first, $1,000 for second, and still $500. Not quite in the pocket. Of course, this is going to be scholarship money, but still third place is going to be getting you $500 right there. Some awesome cash here, Cash, for playing some collegiate esports.
Absolutely. Again, that's even on top of a grand finals appearance, and
yes,
the opportunity to take that and crown yourselves champion here in Philadelphia, like you said, that land that we'll be having in a couple of weeks, and I'm really excited for it. It's going to be a great time, and again, I'm just so excited to dive into these matchups. We're closing up Vanguard for once and for all, and someone gets to take home that last chip.
Absolutely. St. Edwards, as we see, kind of unique here in the fact that they're the only team, I believe, that dropped a game in that first round that is still involved here in Northwoods, putting down my University of South Carolina. Texas A&M International University putting down Baldwin Wallace the previous round, and then immediately before that one, putting down, that is the University of New Haven right there. University of New Haven in the round of 16. We'll be looking at St. Clair College and St. Edward's University first, Northwoods University, Texas A&M International University after this one, Cash.
And for Northwood coming into that one, it's going to be a big one for them later on to, continue to solidify their title. But here, kind of focusing in on St. Clair and St. Edward's University. I mean, the job is simple, right? You're going to come in, you're going to try to, again, outperform and execute the best you can. That's what these decisions boil down to. And really having a look here at our rule set, nothing changes here. And as for these guys, they're expecting a lot of the same as we go into this one. The map pool we're working with tonight: Berlin, Bocage, Desert Siege, Gavitu, and Tuscan. And we're only going to see 2 of those maps here in this first series tonight. It'll be Tuscan, Triple Berlin, and Tuscan to cap things off. And like I was saying, it's really going to be those micro decisions for either of these squads that end up panning out kind of that macro result that they're looking for. All 8 of these players can go into takeover and have themselves a series, but who's actually going to be able to pull that off here tonight is a big question.
Exactly. You can guarantee you'll be basically a live clipping reel. All 8 of these players possible, real pop-off capabilities at any given point. 7-0 St. Clair Saints, made up of Sino, Brandon, Relays, and Bindi. Taking a look, your St. Edward's University squad, that is Fiasco, that is Reality, that is Vanity, and that is Combat. So 8 players will be doing battle in the virtual Call of Duty field today.
And for St. Clair, your game plan coming into this one, right? You always have been changing rosters all season. Coach Zarin was very transparent about the fact that all 6 players have to earn their keep on the team and have to earn their spot week to week. So the fact that we're this late in the season and these players still feel as comfortable as they do, subbing in and out and stepping up when they need to for the team, it's definitely going to be awesome. But, you see Sino in there. That's definitely someone we haven't seen as of late, but we still have that core 3 that they've been rolling with for quite some time. So, they're confident in that core that they have built through that trio. And like I had said, this is going to be a Berlin series, a Tuscan sandwich with Berlin to fill you up. And it's interesting to see that we don't get kind of that smaller scale map. These are kind of the most traditional, fundamentally, it's kind of type of maps that we have here in Vanguard. So it's just going to be, again, relying on your fundamental Call of Duty, your execution play style. Are you hesitant on a play call and that gets your timings off? It's going to be things like that. At this point in the season, there's really no new points you can bring up. It just comes down to who's coming to play the sharp, who's going to have the most mistake-free Call of Duty today.
Yeah, who has had the most experience on these maps and who can play the more perfect game here. I completely agree. Now, we always talk about, I gotta say it, right? I gotta make the joke. We always talk about, like, the Tuscan Berlin sandwich here, right? And it makes so much more sense because Tuscan bread is an actual thing. And I believe a Berlin sandwich is a type of, like, German meat sandwich. So it just fits so perfectly here, Cash. So,
there we go.
Thematically perfect, yes. But these coming in here, Cash and I both thinking the same thing here, guys. St. Clair Saints, they are not undefeated. They're not 8-0 through the regular season. Now, I believe 10-0, obviously, after playoffs. They're not the number 2 seed by mistake. We were talking about Northwoods yesterday. Fantastic squad. I think that the St. Clair Saints is another grand finalist contender.
They really are, and that, again, just comes off that backbone of the kind of organization that they're building out there where everyone is so team-oriented and all about the team success. Individual numbers and stats are fine, but when you're playing as a team, you'll start to see those individual numbers rise because you're going to keep winning. You're going to find ways to best teams in those, Game 5 situations, and they could very much find themselves in one today. Again, if we said that there was going to be an upset between these 4 teams playing today, St. Edward's has the ability to do it. They have a fast play style. They have a real avalanche type of slaying play style that if you let that column start to get away from you, it's a hard one to come back from because all 4 of these players for St. Edwards, when they get a hot hand, it is very hard to cool them off.
You got the downhill snowball quickly turn in to an absolute avalanche. If for St. Edward's University, I gotta say, if it's gonna happen, it's gonna have to happen fast. Number 6 seed, Austin, Texas, taking on, that's the St. Edward's University squad, taking on the St. Clair Saints, number 2 seed, out of Windsor, Ontario, which of course means, Cash, that this is another international competition, another W for esports.
We love it. Love to see that international competition and open things up here. It's going to be St. Edward's striking first, 2 down quickly in the feed to get control of P1, and now see what Brandon can do around you. Finds a couple of kills and isn't traded out. Sino there to help, and that's going to get them control on the unfavored side. So opening things up here with the quick break back on P1. St. Clair College, they're sharp.
Yeah, so 2 kills side of St. Edward so far. Obviously, a lot of this comes off the back of the kind of artillery field. It comes out on the hardpoint 1, always on Tuscan. Everybody tossing frags early. Little automaton action across the middle is Priestley. Going to be able to bring this one. Oh, you're going to be able to bring this one back.
As you look ahead at this P2 rotation, you've already given 2 players over to St. Clair, and for St. Edward, this is going to be all 4 players pushing through P5. So you got your hands full if you're Bendy here in just a moment, but hopefully you can find at least a kill before they start to push through and get your teammates wrapped back. That's not going to be the case. It's all 4 flying through, all 4 finding kills, and not slowing down here as P2 pops.
No need to slow down. All gas, no brakes so far. Brandon knows exactly where Fiasco is and tries to make ruin of their plans. Priestley, other side. Believe that's going to be playing under relays. Not 100% sure.
You get through if you're St. Edwards, working to try to get this break. You don't have spawn control, but you've just been continually pouring on pressure here at P2 to give yourself an opportunity. Reality trying to clear things out of the back and now start to garner themselves a bit more time. And if you're spotting out for the side of St. Clair, and you're kind of okay with that, right? Because you look at that P3 rotation, you don't want to be stuck in the back as this P3 pops. So maybe they're going to try and contest or at least kill some players off. But at this point, they're going to chalk it up, say this doesn't get them close to anything but a tied game. We're going to lock it down for P3.
Andy right here. The St. Edward's doing a great job thus far of bringing this one back. Putting that over a big chunk of that previous hardpoint taken. But now it's number 3 in St. Clair College. St. Clair Saints all over this one.
And Combat is yet to find a kill here. And now 0-7 to start this hard point. So it's really a 3v4 that you're playing right now. I mean, I think it's important to point out you're playing in your round of 4, right? You've got to come and this is, again, a St. Clair College that is not going to let you get away with that, right? If you're going to come and then start out 0-7, yeah, you're going to get punished for it, and they're now garnering a 25-point lead here at P3. Reality finally gets on the board, gets a free one there, but Priestley playing at 6-4, Brandon at 9-4 as well. They're doing a great job clearing things out for their team. St. Edwards just needs a little bit of help and another hand there to start to make these breaks easier. Yeah, that's entirely fair. Combat did find one, so that unfortunate drought is over. Hopefully be raining kills for that player here soon. 56, 57 or so against 67. Not surprised this is going back and forth in the hardpoint cache. That's how Tuscan plays between great teams. Again, it's going to come down to those micro decisions. Who is, cleaner on a rotation or gets a clean kill feed in order to get themselves the break and can adapt to, where the next push is coming from. That's the level that these squads are playing at. So, yeah, I'm not shocked that we're going back and forth and maybe going about 30 for 30 here on these hard points. No one really having an explosive game yet. You could argue Reality and Brandon starting to work their way there. But, again, Priestley also letting you know his presence. Still not enough to get into the hill, though. This push coming quickly through side door. Gonna have to come quickly here. As always, again, what Tuscan's about. Reality holding it down. Pre-fire does not happen. Sino giving the business up close, and just like that, St. Clair holds on to a 1-point lead, and now adding a little bit more to it. 20 seconds or so left on this one. St. Edwards kind of... Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, if you look down 1, 2, 3, 4 across this map, kind of looks like pensive about actually pushing this one, but they do the wise thing and just turn their attention to the future hard point. St. Clair's still edging out, like you had said, and I think that's just because it's a more balanced team effort, right? You have 3 players with 10 or more kills, and everyone kind of getting around the hill, apart from Brandon, who's been that leading slayer in a sense, continuing to do so as he flies down staircase to Chow, but you're getting a more balanced effort out of St. Clair, and that's reflecting at this point in the score line. Slower performances from Fiasco and Combat, stuff that we don't generally see from these players. Usually come out the gates electric, but again, this Priestley and Brandon 1-2 combo, it's really serving at the St. Edwards. It really is so far. Priestley Combat, Priestley Reality. That's 2 right there. And that's why St. Clair's holding on to this one so far. Stuns and more. Fiasco not going to get anything more than a check as Priestley goes down to 2. Doesn't care. Does not care. Again, all gas, no brakes here. Cash. And ends up getting streaks for it. So even if you don't lose, or don't win the rest of the scrap time, that's fine. You already have Bendy on that P1 rotation playing outer pillar and just kind of watching for players on this rotation. You know that action's going down mid-map. Can you at least find a kill or 2 to help your team? The answer would be no, so we'll be Bendy for the time being, but these close church spawns give you a chance to get back at it. We'll see how these gunfights go here at P1. Yeah, and this is kind of a St. Clair's college squad that is completely dissected, but that doesn't matter when Bendy and Brandon combine for 2. Combat follows as well, and that's a full team kill against the St. Edwards University squad. Like I said, they had to come out here fast and loud, Cash. It might have happened originally, but now the middle point of this game seems like we're witnessing a little bit of a team of 4, or the round of 4, breakdown. This is St. Edwards, obviously Combat, we talked about that, not a hot start. Now St. Clair almost doubling up, or will be if they hold the rest of this hard part. A bit of disconnect coming in out of St. Edwards, and again, it's hard when you're not working the gunfights that you want around the map. It seems like you're running into pre-aims for St. Clair constantly. Now you're also not winning rotation, so relying on the break as the team has a near 60-point lead is definitely something that's tricky because you haven't been able to get the map pressure that you want. You're not getting the rotation. You're constantly having to push through the front and break and just fight for 30 or less seconds of time. So until they can kind of change and win one of these rotations, I still expect more from the same out of St. College. I mean, there's a clean kill feed there for spawns. You still have one more player to clear out, but this is a step in the right direction. Step in the right direction is the first movement here. 40 seconds or so down is Fiasco. I'm babysitting this one right now. Moves out, and this is wise, right? Wanted to take this positioning on the outside of St. Clair's. Fully spawned up. Even Priestley isn't spawning too far away. A little bit of back and forth. Just some harsh words exchanged, but not a formal exchange of possession until Brandon has something to say about it. And you're fine to let this time sit empty. You're the one that has the lead if you're St. Clair College, so the fact that you're not earning in this is cool. You want to get them spawning deep in the back and give yourself an easy peek through rotation. Still 20 seconds up for grabs, and you're going to start earning that if you are St. Clair, but you already see the last 2 players backing out, and 3 for St. Edwards quickly in pursuit. They cannot let a clean 60 go here. No, they really can't. I mean, nobody at this point can let this one go, but if St. Clair does it, that'll obviously put them just like, spitting distance away. I'm putting this one away, and now actually there, they take 58, that one's done. A full hold required for St. Clair. The Saints right here is Priestley, that's who we're looking, 24 and 12, doubled up, the 2.0 right here. closing in on that 200 point mark now. You get a couple kills to go your way in the feed, but Sino still with something to say, tries to find the third, but unfortunately isn't able to. Bendy though there quickly for the trade. So again, you're keeping it scrappy if you're St. Clair, giving yourself an opportunity just to not allow St. Edwards to accrue any time and get any confidence back. With 30 seconds left to fight.
Yeah, so 24, 22 or so as St. Clair continues to rack up these points. Taking a look at the numbers ever so briefly, we got a little bit of downtime. Sino, the only one that is actually not positive, only down by 1 right there. Obviously different stories over on St. Edward's side. Only 1 player formally positive, that is Vanity, as we now go into the burning church. This is Vanity, putting that rear into a corner as of right now. Reality rotating around right here. Just trying to get spawners as they come in. Bendy just bent in half right there. As this is St. Clair College. 20 seconds outside of this one. Brandon trying. Brandon finding 2. So that's a solid stop. St. Edwards needs all of this time and a bag of chips to push forward. Try and take this first game here on Tuscan. Good news for y'all. You're going to get granted my beautiful golden voice for the rest of this game. We'll have cash back just as soon as we can, guys. 2:30. St. Edwards needs to foist away all of this pretty much for St. Clair to not take this game number 1. A full 2 hardpoint run from St. Edwards is possible. They have the skills to pay the bills, people. But it's all about getting this one done. 9 seconds. We're almost in garbage time type situation, and we are. St. Clair can take just a little bit of time. Literally 2 seconds. If St. Edwards takes this will be a 250 to 248 comeback. Couple seconds here. Reality had to live through that one and doesn't happen. St. Clair College takes game number 1 at a 250 to 156 scoreline. Just outside of a 100-point scoreline here, and the advantage for the St. Clair Saints. This comes off the back of just absolute slaying power. I mentioned it there inside. Take a look at the stats a little bit later here. But at the end of the day, it's just hardpoint, and when you have this amount of slaying power for the St. Clair Saints, it's just going to be hard to put anybody here onto point otherwise. St. Edward's University only had 1 player positive as we came through here. Let's check out the last little bit of here. This is really where this game kind of flipped around. Again, Priestley started this clip 24 and 12, found a lot more, 27 and 13 is where they finished that clip at. Pretty crazy as well. Want to go ahead and give a shout out to one of the organizations that makes this possible, of course. That is Monster Energy. Now, Monster Energy is an official partner of the NASTAR League Canadian initiatives. Now, did you know that that Canadian esports clubs can receive complimentary Monster Energy on campus? Check out the NASTAR League Twitter or Discord for more info. Interesting fact, guys, I am actually a Canadian student. I'm a Canadian student. So send all the Monster Energy this way. I believe I qualify for that. Just kidding, of course, guys. We're gonna have cash back just as soon as we can. Looking at Berlin up here next. Search and Destroy is quantifiably different from Hardpoint in every single way, and I think that that's really going to be shown right here. I said earlier if St. Edwards was going to take this, they're going to have to come back and really do something on the Hardpoint, but at the end of the day, obviously, Search and Destroy always a chance to tie up the series back, and you tie up the series, you're guaranteed 4 maps, and you're guaranteed at least 2 Hardpoints, and a chance for redemption right there on the unlimited respawn game mode. Search and also the big difference, right, is that Search and Destroy now will be on Berlin. If we get down to a map number 5, if we get down to a second Search and Destroy, that'll be on Tuscan. Taking a look again, Berlin sandwich, the Berlin sandwich. Everything burnt right here, but everything will kind of rest on St. Edward's University taking this one back in every way, shape, and form. Who I'm going to be looking at, though, not necessarily the SMG players, but these AR players, of course. One bomb sight always heavily favored, and that long-range sights onto B, that those automatons in hand, will frequently win the individual Call of Duty Search and Destroy rounds. You put together those Call of Duty Search and Destroy rounds, you got yourself a W within the Search and Destroy game mode. Of course, other bomb sight is far, far more lorded over, we'll say, by these SMG players, and a lot of fun, fancy stuff. In the round of 8, we saw plenty of players kind of playing on that inside area and where you can lay down, actually set that bomb. Can't defuse from that side unless I'm massively wrong, but always showing off an incredible knowledge of this game as it is going on, and we are getting a little bit past. And the beautiful thing here too is, people, you gotta think about this. You know, obviously the new game's out for a little while. It just doesn't make sense to switch Call of Duty teams from one game to the next in the fall semester. So it is very reasonable to believe, until, of course, 3-4 years down the road, everyone gets nostalgic for Vanguard, and then we have the throwback tournaments. It is reasonable to believe that this is one of the last high-tier collegiate Call of Duty games, or competition, excuse me, that we'll see on the Vanguard games. So it's kind of like a beautiful send-away, right? Kind of a beautiful send-away for this. Obviously, we're going to have the next semifinals match after this, and then the grand finals. Getting this one started in just a little bit. Big shout-out to one of our sponsors. That's BetterHelp here, guys. BetterHelp. You can check out everything they're doing on their social medias and their website. Good news, people. Good news. They're granted back with the golden voice themselves. Cash, you with us? I can.
JJ Vampin, I know you did a great job there. Yeah, had a couple heaters plugged in. Circuit, obviously, wanted to throw a fit about it. So, but we're back though. Go ahead. I mean, how did that one close out? Did St. Clair take it?
St. Clair did take it. St. Clair did take that cash. That was 250 to 156. The kind of middle of the round slogfest that kind of went on, where St. Clair just kind of pulled ahead off the back of just numerically superior slaying power, ended up being supreme.
There we go. About what we figured. So sounds like I didn't miss too much, but apologies nonetheless. Now that we're back in here and good to go. Berlin S&D to kick things off. A trade fest going back and forth, and unfortunately not the way of St. Edwards. It's going to be a 1v2 for combat. Someone who, well, finding more kills here off the start than he did the opening break of the hard point. So all signs point to good for St. Edwards. And if you could clutch this up, that would be even better.
Yeah, especially given the combat, who was able to bring it back KD-wise a little bit earlier. Now, getting this planted on or over towards B. That's going to be a free plant right there, as the other two players just occupying A. Putting all their eggs in one basket, but they have 45 seconds, of course, to get on over. Only one kill to do it. Splitting
now what was kind of crossing the map together, really waiting on each other to at least clear out in due diligence before crossing. Now they're trying to have an idea that, okay, as Priestley's playing out the back, you're going to get an idea that combat has to be playing around P2 or back warehouse, and it doesn't matter. Going to take the gunfight and go ahead and get the bomb defused. Round 1 on the board. A valiant effort out of combat, but couldn't win the gunfight there.
Yeah, a 2v1 always going to be brutal. Obviously, got to win the first of those. Teammate would have gotten over, no stims within competitive Call of Duty, right? Would have been low, and the math at that point probably checks out. Switching sides, offense into defense. We'll see if St. Clair Saints can put it in 1 into 2. Defense is always easier, right?
Yeah, generally defense you'd like to be on. That way you don't have the pressure to plant a bomb or work a bomb site. So really pretty traditional in search and destroy. Offensively, though, on Berlin, you can find a bit of success. Just really weighs heavily on how those first bloods go. You have a teammate watching the cross to give you clearance on what's going on at A. You got one crossing. Now they know they're going to try to bully up through stairs and find a kill. Sino flying around. Bendy, though, going to connect first. And again, first blood so critical to an offensive attack.
30 seconds into this one. I am not surprised that these teams are kind of respecting each other, you can say, like kind of coming into this one and not like going fast and loud. You frequently do see this. And then we will, moving on to the next. That's a couple quick kills. Screw what I was saying. No reason to take this one any slower. Wow, I actually got to look at that one as well. Vanity did, and Sino's still putting them down right there. And I was saying that the SMGs would maybe not reign supreme right here, but I believe that is Sino on a 4-0 run.
I found at least 2 or 3 in that round, yeah. So Sino really come to play on a 4-kill streak, like you said, not having fallen yet through 2 rounds. And it was slow off the break, like you said, each team respecting each other, testing the water, seeing who's going to give the most first. And, well, Sino's just going to take. Doesn't matter what's given from the side of St. Edwards. Wow, they go up 2-0 quickly behind his 4 streak.
Yeah, so putting that one, I mean, the simple fact of being in the second round, up 2-0, and you have a player that is honestly looking at streaks, if they can kind of replicate the performance they did in the first 2 rounds without even taking a death, then kind of crazy stuff, maybe indicative of continued St. Clair College dominance.
Playing a 4-man spread here defensively, giving really the ability to transfer to either side, but now they know that this B push is going to be on. You've got someone top fire, and you're going to be able to trade out the first blood that Reality was able to find. Now 45 seconds again at this B site. You do have more bodies if you are St. Edwards, so that's a good thing, but a 3v3 retake coming in. I'm looking at Brandon really to try and get through the slip the net, clear out this backside, but until then his teammates still trying to work picks on the site.
On board with Priestley right now. Little mini streak of their own. Sino does fall, so the streak question no longer really being a topic. 17 seconds or so, taking a look at the inside. Priestley knows he's there. Nicely done. Trade out 2v1 situation that St. Edwards University find themselves in yet again, and that's brutal. If they can land that, that'll be beautiful. Can't quite do it. Tries for shots over there, knowing that Priestley was coming for the defuse. And that should be, yeah, that should be plenty of time. There you go.
And Racino falls. Priestley picks up on a 3 streak as well. Brandon went through the back, but didn't get eyes on the player standing on top roofs. Doesn't matter, though. Was able to look over his teammate with a sub and get that kill while Priestley gets the defuse. And, I mean, for St. Clair College, playing very strong right now. We've come to expect it over the season, but again, when you're playing your stiffest competition, it's even more impressive to pull off a near 100-point victory in a hard point now, up 3-0 in the search and destroy. It just looks like they've come really mentally sharp and ready to go for today.
Yeah. Speaking of streaks, Priestley putting up a conversation right there. It was combat earlier that we had to talk about the salute, the 07, right, earlier on in the hard point. Now Vandy and Fiasco, unfortunately, not able to find much. Combat finds their 4th and immediately gets traded out. That's going to be an offensive advantage, at least a little bit. Less yardage that can simply be covered. Less of this map that can be covered by these defensive players. And there's another one for St. Edwards. So numbers advantage now. St. Edwards University.
At a life disadvantage if you are St. Clair for one of the first times in this S&D. If not the first, you're going to quickly get over to B and get this plant down, not give them any more time to clear things out. Bendy with the sniper. This. Yeah, okay. could advantage or disadvantage, a double-edged sword, right? He's trying to put distance, get this long line of sight to catch players rotating in. You just got to trust that Brandon will win these gunfights on the side. It's a high-risk, high-reward play call for St. Clair.
Yes, it is. Bindi actually finds it with a pistola here and ties things up, has a very long sightline with bomb planted and a teammate on top of bomb. So this is not a bad look. Reality and Vanity, I think, know this at this point. He's got that sniper out. Doesn't matter. Brandon pops out and gives him the business. 17 seconds. Last alive. Reality. It's a couple shots right here. 5 seconds on defuse. Bindi on the outside. Bindi put down as he's trying to get inside. A little bit of damage as well. Here comes the pistol again. It was Bindi earlier, and this time the pistol can't get it done. St. Clair College going to be stringing 3 rounds into foe.
And it feels like that round was really one when Bindi won that pistol gunfight at the back of P3. It just forced the other players to have to respect the fact that he's back there. And you know he's been running a sniper, so you have to find that kill. Takes you just long enough. You don't even find the kill before Brandon can pop out and pick you, but it distracts long enough for Brandon to find a kill, and then there just not be enough time. So it was a split play. It was a high-risk, high-reward play, and, well, St. Clair are in the business of gambling right now. They definitely take that one there and reap the rewards of it up 4-0, like you said.
Yeah, they really did. Really did. Backs against the wall, nothing to lose within the round, right? Hey, why not? 4-0. 2 more. St. Clair is going to shut out St. Edwards University, which honestly I would not have expected. I can admit, I would not have anticipated that one. Even off the back of some insane slaying. Streaking. That is the name of the game here for St. Clair. Unfortunately, nobody on St. Edwards even positive. Combat came into this 4-4.
It's unreal what we're seeing from St. Clair. Not in the sense that we've seen them do this before, but for St. Edwards, they have no answer to anything that St. Clair have brought. I mean, for Vanity, yeah, you get a nice angle, but now they know your position. They just have to keep you trapped in here. Bomb is down, and you have to retrieve that too. So really, it would be a Herculean effort to try and salvage this round. I don't think it'll be the case. And again, for St. Edwards, I think I'm more so shocked at you know how uneven their performances have been, right? Where for St. Clair, all 4 players are performing really lights out and out of their minds. Here for St. Edwards, again, you have another player on 0 kills with slow slaying performances. St. Clair is not going to be a team that lets you get away with that.
Yeah, St. Edwards, a slow start, hard point now in the search and destroy. Talked about kills earlier. They only mean so much more here, especially when you have 2 players combining for 12 and 3. 12 and 3. That's Brandon and Priestley. Sino not looking too shabby themselves, doubling up. Insane stuff. St. Clair can really play around a lot, try different things, just hold angles, everything else. On this one, given they only have 1 round, they can afford to drop a few here, Cash.
And I don't know that that'll be the case. They quickly get over to B. I just don't know if they know that Vanity's here, and they don't. Vanity gets the kill and gets out with his life. So big here, forcing Edwards to find a way to respond. Bendy trying to let the sniper ring, but really just trying to keep an eye on the flank as well. It's going to be a really interesting retake.
There's one. Fiasco actually gets out of this as Bendy finds the K in the back. Little sniping action. I don't think that Sino knows that there's literally three players there. You can't possibly. Fiasco and the rest just completely envelop them. But another kill as Priestley goes huge. Another triple kill at the end of this one. Was that a 6 streak, I believe? Because I think they came off of a 3 streak earlier. 6-0 for Priestley, 6-0 for the St. Clair Saints. My goodness. My goodness.
Well, I mean, take a time to turn up and go for it. I mean, for St. Clair, again, it's impressive because it's against a team as good as St. Edwards, who can also, you know, go at 100 miles an hour. But it's so there's not a flaw in their gameplay right now. I mean, you can't find a flaw when they don't drop a search and destroy round. But even in the hard point, you could say the start got off, you know, toe to toe. But you expect that against a team as good as St. Edwards. Here, I mean, again, their gameplay is looking nearly bulletproof.
Yeah, seriously. And they got the results so far to prove it here, Cash. Crazy stuff. 250 to 156 in the hard points, so just outside that 100-point deficit, and then 6-0, brutal, in the search and destroy. Now, the good news for St. Edwards is we're moving to control where obviously limited lives, but they just mean a little bit less than they do in the search and destroy. If there's one thing to kind of point to, it's simply St. Edwards, like, it just needs to play more first-person shooter-like game, right? Simply needs to take more kills. Like that's just the long and short of it. There's no getting around that one.
Yeah, again, it's hard to, you know, kind of shape up. This isn't our first time watching Vanguard. This isn't our first time talking about elite teams, right? Whenever you're at, you know, kind of the top of this collegiate pack, the conversation is simple. You know, you've been known to execute and perform all season, so when you're falling short of expectations, you have to strip the game plan down and go back to simplistic play calls, you know, go back to what works for you. And I think the first priority has to be going into this control, like you said, getting comfortable kills around the map. Get your ARs in power positions to get some free kills, you know, get your SMGs, just even if you have to double team one player just to get a kill on the board, find a way to get comfortable around the map, then you start to get those gunfights to go a little bit easier. But I mean, Brandon on the sub side, you haven't had a match for that, and then Priestley in the AR, you're staying on Berlin, and Priestley just dropped 9 kills in that search and destroy, so you have to find a way to slow down Priestley while also getting your ARs in those comfortable spots. I think they can do it, again, at St. Edwards University that we're talking about, but it's definitely going to be one where kind of the youth of this team is really starting to show at this point in some of those players, and for St. Clair that they've just come out on a different level. Yeah,
just simply come out on a different level. Talk about that slaying differential, talking about individual performance. That was Priestley again, I think, stringing 6 together. Again, guys, it's wild to talk about streaks on a search and destroy, and that is the situation that was reasonably the topic of conversation. Back to the same. I'm not sure the Saints really need to change anything up. I will say, I think I would have predicted like a 3-1 St. Clair Saints. Yeah. I am not sure I would have predicted a 6-0 in the search and destroy and a very, very quick match point type situation for the St. Edwards University and their playoff hopes and dreams.
I wouldn't have either. More so in the respawn. St. Clair is a very strong search and destroy team, so a 6-0 is still a little shocking, being that it's the round of 4. But in the respawn, St. Edwards, we just, you know, I got to watch them a couple of days ago, and again, sure, they were playing a weaker opponent, but the slaying prowess they were able to have, it's just crazy that they've been shut down to this extent by the side of St. Clair. And not only do you shut them down if you're St. Clair, you can compound and find success of your own. So St. Edwards, try to get comfortable here. Again, those ARs are really what's going to be the X factor in this control. You have to find a way to mitigate Priestley's impact, but again, also find a way to turn that into positive revenue generated for your side.
Yeah, exactly. Just finding a way to turn actions into actual profit within the game and whatnot. Actually try and get some serious points and put St. Clair like back on their heels, right? Gotta take this one back. At least start the reverse sweep. If the reverse sweep is, you know, gonna happen, obviously, gonna have to start here. Control on Berlin. If it was Tuscan, maybe a little bit different. I think it may be a little bit more even-handed, but again, we just saw this squad just do crazy things on this map as of right now. Sino, SMG player here for St. Clair Saints, will also be able to feast inside. You just have to stop Sino, like especially on the inside. It's really the name of the game here for St. Edwards.
It's really been all 4 players who've, again, just shown so brightly in the series so far. And for St. Clair, like you said, you don't really have to change up much. Continue doing what you're doing. I mean, you look so comfortable. It looks easy, and you can say that because whenever you're slaying by the margin that they are and winning at the rates they are, the game slows down for you, right? That's just through any kind of sport or competitive thing. Is when you're winning by the margins that you are, the game slows down. You get to relax and have more fun. And for St. Edwards, maybe feeling a little bit of that pressure to come out, perform, and have a big control. Just don't overthink it. Get some of those easy kills like we're talking about, and find a way just to work progress where you can.
Speaking of work in progress right here, St. Clair is that just shy of 2 ticks. Nicely done from St. Edwards. They got a single tick, didn't give up the second, and almost completely team-wiped St. Clair. Hey, that's a great start.
Given what we've seen, it really is just to get a few players already on the board, get a good wipe on defensively, and now I just have to rotate back over towards this site. But you know that St. Clair's constantly going to be applying pressure. You just have to be ready for the ebb and flow of this game. Try to keep up with the pacing and survive this first round, and then see where this takes you.
Vanity gets a little bit of damage that his teammates can finish here over on this A control site. So close to the first tick, and that's twice now that St. Edwards has managed to get everybody out there and take at least like 3 kills or so. Contest coming in. Sino tries. Fiasco says no go. Eliminates all the rest of the progress right here, but the entirety of this defensive squad is over on A as of right now. Full 4-man push onto B.
You don't want to overextend here and get caught out. We'd love to try to stop this progress, but lives are even, and you've only given up 1 point. I think you cut your losses and just really try to hold this A site for about 2 minutes. Don't overextend and get caught out. They do try to back up here and at least keep ticket control. But these next waves of gunfights could be critical because St. Clair, behind a handful of kills, can really just explode through aggression and get on the site.
Yeah, we have not seen a differential larger than 2 lives so far in these pools either, guys. This is okay, speaking of shall appear, St. Edwards drops 3 in a row right there. But again, that was the first time that they have dropped 2 or 3 deaths, unfortunately. Back to the middle, Priestley. Doing Priestley things up on the inside. Halfway to first tick of progress, as now it's a full team wipe against St. Edwards in the life pool differential.
Continuing just to hold free aims, let players run into your line of sight and chop them down from there. I mean, why would you stray from that gameplay if you're St. Clair? It's been working so well for you thus far. Priestley, Brandon combining inside, last tick of progress coming in. I mean, this round's over. It went from 18 to 18 to 14 to 4. And if that tells you anything you need to know about the series, well, then it's just been very St. Clair one-sided.
Yes, the theme continues here. Unfortunate if you're a St. Edwards University fan, but this is also just like such a brutal sidelines. You know that these players are here. You know they're ADSing. You know they're all, at least 3 of them are watching, maybe 1 watching a flank, and I do believe that was Vanity in the back, like kind of like back right, just watching for that one to come in. Or excuse me, I believe that was on the other side, Brandon, I believe. Yeah, I think that was Brandon. Not sure, it doesn't matter. Over there, like watching flanks and whatnot. Again, just a well-oiled machine in the St. Clair Saints.
Just sending 1 player in Brandon over to the B site. And really, one's all you need. A 1-man wrecking ball here could play spoiler, start shooting players in the back here on this B site. Finds 1, and instantly the dip dive dodge around starts for Brandon. It's a matter of finding him here on a 4 streak as well. Priestley on a 6. Again, what can you say wrong about the St. Clair squad? They look like one that are ready to punch their ticket to grand final. Still a lot of control ahead of us, but you just haven't got comfortable, haven't found any footing in this series if you're St. Edwards.
11 and 4 as of right now. I'm just shy of tripling up, and with streaks to be spoken of. Priestley gets that HP back, turns and burns on a Fiasco, throws a couple pistol shots their way just to let them know what's up.
The fact that Fiasco didn't win that gunfight is crazy. If you're St. Clair, I mean, you're on a combined 16 team streak. Really just looking more than dominant at this point, and usually you get to these round of 4s, and this is whenever the competition feels like, and wins feel like they're the hardest to earn. For St. Clair, they're making it look easy. They want to get this series over with here in this control. Brandon still has yet to die this round at 10 and 3. No progress earned. St. Edwards, you are just trying to find any semblance of life. Maybe wrapping through fire. All 4 players will give you some life. I don't hate the play call here, but again, when gunfights aren't going your way, there's not much else you can do.
It's Vanity that tries to buck up right there, finds the first, and gets out with the life, so that's not a bad look right here, but like you said, eventually you just gotta pull all 4 of your members, all of your resources into 1. That doesn't happen. The trade comes in, and +1 as Sino comes up, and that's a fantastic job right here. Dustin, a lot of progress away offensively onto A, but I think B is more so where St. Edwards is looking.
I'm just shaking my head that Brandon is still alive at B, single-handedly stopping. I know he has a teammate here now, but single-handedly stopping this from being captured. 10 seconds left. I mean, you are getting gunned if you are St. Edward's University, and Brandon is going to close the round out. What was a 9 streak there, but you know his teammate in Priestley always has his trade. Unreal match point, series point, St. Clair.
Here's the other thing. So Brandon had 13 kills total. 9 of them were on point. 9 of them were in the defense of these control points at the very, very end. Like you said, just kind of planted the feet, did not get anywhere, just kind of spread the leaves at that point. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Everybody positive yet again on St. Clair. Tripling up is Brandon right there, more than doubling his Priestley. Other side, the continued slaying woes are ever present for St. Edward's University.
And I just don't see enough in the tank for St. Edward's to turn this around. It has been lopsided this entire series, and this control continues to be no different unless you could find really a round win. I don't even think one waves of kills puts too much win in your sail. Take your gunfights one by one, but until you can win these gunfights and turn that into a round win, I don't know that even one sequence of 4 down is going to be enough momentum to get you going.
Yeah, that's entirely fair. Again, a lot of objective kills here for Priestley as well as Brandon. Taking a look on the outside here. Not even sure if we're going to see streaks dropped. The life advantage right now for St. Edward's. It's a good look. You can continue to trade up right here. Once they hit that 4 life advantage, really, that's where the big difference will come in. Any advantage that they had is now dusted.
We'll see if St. Edward's really just pump the brakes and give up this B side. I think that's what they're going to do. Again, you're tied in lives, right? The damage was when you were overextending through ticket and now just had to run into pre-aims. I think they should really fortify their defense here and hold on, but continuing to overextend, now you're going to give Bindi an opportunity to slip in through fire and get behind you. I just don't understand this playing call coming in from St. Edward's.
Okay.
I mean, I guess you get 3 kills, so, I mean, I guess it works out, but at the same time, you still have Bindi in the back lines. I know he's not doing anything, but it's just a matter of when.
Okay, so Reality pulling a Priestley, taking some longer range shots right here and trying to at least predict spawns up right here, but the rest, as we see, really more splayed out across this. St. Clair, once again, fighting this one at a life differential. Trying for the reverb, Brandon does. Assuming that players are above, looks to the middle, and still can't quite get the kill, unfortunately. 60 seconds to go here. Again, match point for St. Edward's University.
All you have to do is take one gunfight on the site, and then your teammates will have an easier road getting back. We'll see what player 7 looks to do if he runs into a pre-aim of Bendy or Sino. But for now, St. Edward's just feels really out of position and weird given that they could pounce at any time and take these gunfights, but they're holding on for now, so I gotta give it to them.
Bendy getting a little bit of progress there, more so I think trying to get these St. Edward's members up there. Pre-aim sings true yet again. Song sung 1,000 times over here, Cash. Back and forth we go. St. Clair fighting this one at a disadvantage, and eventually, kind of like you were saying, is just a full 4-person push onto point. Try and take a couple ticks because usually, you know, it's a single gunfight per tick or 2, and you need 3 of them.
The presence is here, all 4 members. They're starting to win these gunfights in a landslide fashion. That's what St. Clair does. They play in an avalanche style. It's going to be a 4 down streaks and everything coming in. Now you have to run into pre-aims because you're going to quickly run out of time to run a route or hit any kind of flank whenever the team stack comes in.
There's one, Priestley. Backside right here. Fiasco trying to, well, bang a few shots. Gets a lot done. Priestley about half health right now. Opts for the SMG. Priestley does. The flank coming in. The drop shot as well. Sino combines for 2. Priestley gets damaged, but Sino still falls at the end. Reality still with the life. Pistola in hand. Brandon takes him, and that might be the end. No respawns left either side. Brandon feasting right now. 3 of them. That's a fat meal for Brandon as St. Clair College takes this one in 3-0 fashion.
I don't know that I've ever seen more dominant Call of Duty. As far as what we've seen collegiately, we've seen some real like stomping teams have put on each other. But again, I think the part that's blowing my mind the most is this is a round of 4. These are the best 4 teams we have in NACE for the Vanguard season. And St. Clair went in a 3-0 that shows very few signs of weakness. You couldn't be in a better spot if you're St. Clair going into, well, now the grand final that you've punched your ticket into. For St. Edward's, you know, unfortunate that your season ends in that fashion, but for St. Clair, I mean, what more do you want? What better ending than Brandon? What a summation of the series. Takes 3 to take the series. it was just a flurry of dominance coming in. Impressive. I'm so excited to watch this team and catch them, at LAN because this is special.
It really is. It really is. And you gotta know that this is special for the St. Clair Saints as well. Absolute slaying dominance continues all the way through here for the St. Clair Saints, and they're punching their ticket to at least the second place as well. So at least third place 500, second place 1,000, first place 2,000. So at least $1,000 again, not cash, sorry, in scholarship money.
And that's what's so exciting for them too. And for St. Edward's, it was still a great season, right? You finished round of 4, so again, you finished in that top 4 seeding. I know that's definitely not the way they wanted to see their season go out, but again, you have to give them credit for performing the way they did all season, and again, making a good playoff run to get themselves into this round of 4 situation. But they will bow out there, St. Clair College, like you said, not only walking away with some guaranteed scholarship money, but also punching their ticket to Philadelphia. They're going to be crossing the borders here to come hang out with us.
Yes, we'll be loving that one. Now, obviously, NACE Star League, we're going to get a little interview action coming here, but I want to break down this match just a little bit. If this was I feel like a little bit vindicated, right? Because the first game, hardpoint, 156-250, it's like, okay, that again, not quite the 100-point lead, but a solid opportunity to put up, especially given that it was really just like those last 2 hardpoints. Like, the last 100 points just came so quickly for the side of the... Or at least kind of like stay. At least...
Well, while Tugboat's trying to sort his mic for a second, we'll kind of keep going off on the point that he was making. But again, for the side of St. Clair, you come into this one, you win it in such a big fashion, and now you have to find a way to win the rest of this against. You're gonna have Ada International or Northwood as your opponent, and that's going to be again, the job's not done. It's never quite finished here. So for St. Clair, as dominant as this was, you couldn't be looking better going into the grand finals, but you know that they're honed in and focused on, okay, like, this is the hardest matchup of the season, will be our last match. Are we ready to go? And I mean, as far as I'm concerned and what I've seen, I think they're ready.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, that culmination will not be happening here online in one way or another. I think that the St. Clair Saints, whether that is Texas A&M International University or possibly more likely the Northwoods University squad facing them there, gonna be exciting no matter what. I just said it about this one, but I don't think that one be a 3-0 either way. No predictions quite here yet. Obviously, have to see play on the day, but don't think that one's going to be a 3-0 quite yet either. By the way, guys, go ahead and follow along the NACE Star League Twitter. You can find out everything they're doing social media-wise, Twitter, website, everything else like that. But interview. I'm hearing it. I'm not hearing voices again, people. We got the interview, and that's Brandon. Yes. Hello. Brandon came in. Brandon, congratulations on the victory right here. You really went crazy on the map. That last little bit of control, right? We got that on broadcast.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Cash, go ahead and take it away.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this one, right, I expected it to play fairly close. Of the 2 series we have tonight, I was expecting this one to have the potential to go the distance. Simply not the case. In a round of 4, I don't know that I've ever seen Call of Duty that dominant. What was it for you guys? What was the game plan coming into the night? Are you guys focused on the grand finals, or did you know we're just ready to go and we're just going to take care of business no matter who it is?
We were really confident going into the scrim, this match, because we scrimmed them 2 weeks ago, and we're scrimming without comms. We weren't talking to each other the whole time, and we were just dominating them in the scrims. So we came into this match just completely confident. We knew we were gonna win. It was just a matter of how long it took us to win. We're really looking forward to play Northwood on LAN. It's gonna be fun.
Definitely.
Not 100% figured out yet. Right? Northwood's got to take the victory first, but yeah, the on paper. I guess we have Brandon's prediction for the next series as well. There goes one of my questions. Now, Brandon, I want to ask you, which map of these did you feel, or which game did you feel like you played the best? Hardpoint, Search and Destroy, Control. You know which one I'm gonna say.
I think I played relatively well in the Control. In the Search, I was doing okay, but I wasn't doing much for the team. In the Control, I felt like I did more for the team than in the Hardpoint and the Search.
I have to agree. Cash?
Absolutely. I guess just one thing to close out here. You guys are going to have a lot of focus getting ready to come to LAN to play, which your prediction is Northwood. Whoever it is going to be a good team. What do you guys feel you have different? What about your team or your org this year is different that makes you feel like you can get this last Vanguard chip?
We picked up a lot of new players this year with in that game you saw Bendy and Zeno, and they're just really smart players. Last year we lacked a lot of intelligence and like good team plays. And this year with Bendy, like one of the best IGLs I've ever played with, like makes the game so much easier. I don't even have to think about stuff during the game. He just tells me what to do.
That's
and I
awesome.
do it.
That's awesome to hear.
I do love that, right? That's kind of like me. Just like, okay, I can hear the orders, just do the orders. Don't try and be creative. Don't try to do anything else. I love it, Brandon. Want to ask, now that you have punched your ticket into LAN, I always try and ask, is there anything outside of the esports realm that you want to do while off on LAN?
Oh man, all the guys, we all love canes. We're definitely getting some canes. We don't have
Oh
that.
yeah, there we go.
Canes is the spot, man.
There you go.
We're hitting up canes for sure.
Love
there
that.
you go. First off, the Raising Cane's chicken fingers. Raising Cane's
For
chicken
sure.
fingers. Now, you, like a reasonable person, Brandon, you take the coleslaw and you get either extra sauce or extra toast, right?
Oh, for sure. I always get the extra toast.
Smart man, exactly.
I'm not
now,
an
that
animal.
extra sauce is good, but extra toast,
Yeah.
that Texas toast, man, that's something else. All right, Brandon, I would appreciate you coming on and giving us a slice in the mind after the match here. Again, congratulations. I want to ask before we get you on out of here if you have any shout-outs.
Shout out to Zarin and Frank Gorilla, our coaches. Like, without those guys, we'd be so lost. And then obviously shout out to the Saints Gaming, Chris and Sean. Like, without them, like, we wouldn't have anything. So shout out to those guys, the real ones.
There you go. Absolutely. Thank you, sir, Brandon. Once again, we are going to be looking at, next up, that is Northwoods University and Texas A&M International University coming up here. You got your other players' prediction, right? You got Brandon's prediction, and the winner of this will be going on to face the St. Clair Saints. And Cash, at the end of the day, Northwoods, Texas A&M International University, I'm not envious of them having to play against the Saints in grand finals, right? And live, too.
No, I'm definitely, I'm itching to get to a LAN, but given that performance out of St. Clair, I'm a little like, okay, like we'll get there when we get there. But I know both these squads have so much on their plate before we get there, and I'm just excited to see how this next series goes.
Absolutely. Speaking of the next series, we need a minute to go forth and set that one up. We'll be back with you guys in just a little bit.
Was attempted pick coming in for the Tempered Fate out of Light
I
Pulse,
thought
but
they
it didn't
might try to
connect.
collapse it.
They were looking to see if they can get the pick on a
Needs to be
newbie.
careful.
Now Aslak gets flashed on. Here's the True Shot Barrage. That's the
Oh!
one damage. Hard
He
no!
kills him!
Hard is huge! They can't stop him, and Aslak finds Light Pulse.
He's in! Oh my god!
Hard.
Aggressive position up here, and I think of it is used a very awkward way. It might be able to reveal the position, but Scott Flyboy doesn't need to use it now. And somehow, Scott Flyboy is able to take out 4 members.
And
They got him.
Mirror locked in. Jeff
Oh, no!
Damage, but is finally slain by the Ren. A double kill. Gonfun trying to survive, but it should be too much to bear as they lose 4 members. Only the mid laner survives, or does he? Because Lobos wants it. He is on the prowl.
That's it.
He's hunting down, and it's an ace. That will be game, victory, and series won by Maryville.
Ultimately a 1-on-2. Rolling out. Last one alive. That'll be a destroyed rendezvous. And they're running out of bullets. They have to make a reloading effort if they want to repeat again, but the off is here. Jump for a shot. Bait it out. A beautiful one from Bolo. 3K.
God.
Unleash power, almost getting him.
Oh.
Hard gets 2. They actually turn it around because they got the solo kill on the other side that helped out.
They
Now
killed each other in bot
You
lane.
gotta kill Gorka. Can you kill Gorka? I don't think so.
Bam,
He's too
bam,
low.
bam, bam,
He's
bam.
huge. He's throwing those axes and getting a triple kill.
I really don't know what all this utility is looking to accomplish, but I guess it's doing it. They're still alive. 1 HP, 1 player, 1 chance to stop and keep this opportunity under their belt. 1 more shot needed. 6 bullets left. A kill.
Oh!
Can't do it. It's Flowery with another 4K.
Hello and welcome back. Take a look at your schedule for this upcoming, not this upcoming week, excuse me, very good point. Next week, yes, Thanksgiving is coming up. We would not have you guys play collegiate esports all through Thanksgiving. Today, we were finishing up our Call of Duty action. We just saw a little Overwatch action earlier. Let me see how this one goes. Grand finals going on in person. FBI Tugboat here with Cash. You with me?
I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm excited for the series, but a really quick one. It feels weird to think we've already seen a full series tonight, but yeah, we're diving into Texas A&M International University and Northwood University, both squads undefeated coming into this. Northwood, of course, with a reputation of being kind of that top dog, given how the last several titles of Collegiate Call of Duty have gone for them. So for A&M International, you come in definitely the underdog here into this one, but looking at these lineups, ISO, Cetra, at Dan's 100K, an electric squad for sure, and definitely one with the most capability for them to be able to take down this Northwood University squad of Dak, Bink, Infinite, and K-Top.
Yes, neither team making here on accident. Texas A&M International University also going undefeated through here, but well, if I'm reading this right on the NSL League Spot.gg, you guys can follow along there if you want to. This is Northwoods University that has dropped 2 maps over the entirety of that regular season. 2 maps. It's both in the same game. That was a 3-2 barn burner against FS Armada, and that was a month and some change ago, guys. A long time ago. Let's take a look. Maps here today. A little bit of a different. We got variety is the spice of life here, people.
It really is. Gavin to kick things off. I haven't seen a Gavin hardpoint in quite some time. Tuscan Search and Destroy, Berlin Control. That'll be the same Tuscan hardpoint and a Desert Siege S&D if we go to a game 5. But kicking things off, I mean, really, all of these maps stay fairly large. Again, it's just leaning, not seeing a Bacage slip through. No team wants to give up the chance or that scrappier gameplay. You really want your ARs to kind of be that front runner for your team.
Yeah, you really do. Like larger plays and stuff. We saw Sino, so Brandon going absolutely crazy on the map earlier. SMG, there's certainly smaller and more inclusive like fighting spaces within Tuscan, within all of these maps, but Gavutu in particular, very, very open. The hardpoint coming in, and like you said, hey, what a way to ring out Vanguard as a game, right? Obviously, land coming in and stuff like that. That'll be the last like formal thing, and live and in person. How exciting would that be? But at least for here, this will be the last online COD we have for the NACE Star League Fall 2022 season.
And for the keys to success for A&M International, it is keep up with Northwood. Be willing to adapt, right? You know Northwood's going to throw really, again, just simple run and gun play style at you. They want to assert dominance and go out to a quick pace here early on. If you can survive these first couple of hills and not be down by, you know, a 60-point or more margin, you definitely stand a chance in this hard point. Just give your players a chance to get warm in that slaying column by not letting the score line get too devastating. So for A&M International, I know all 4 of these players have the ability to hang. It's just a matter of, I mean, again, calling back to last series, right? St. Edward's also had that ability, but it's a matter of what team was going to come out and want it more, and it was very much St. Clair. If you want to pull off this upset here, if you're A&M International, you've got to be that team that wants it worse.
Yes, gotta want it worse, gotta come out earlier. I'd hate to sound like a broken record, but it's the same exact type situation. Before we get this one started, big shout out, one of the organizations this makes this possible, that is Army ROTC. Become a leader for life. Check out all what they're doing on their social medias and their website, guys. Getting this one started. We have our predictions. I really hope it's not going to be a 3-0, though. Really hope. It was very, very fast Call of Duty earlier. Love to have extra on the broadcast.
Yeah, we did have Northwood winning, but I would like to see A&M put up more of a fight than what a 3-0 would allow for here off the opening break. Northwood in control of P1. A couple gunfights going the way of A&M International as they quickly get the contest in, but kind of a standstill, stagnant start here. Now we see these gunfights ring out, but it's been fairly even here to kick things off. 30 seconds gone.
You know, I gotta say, how interesting the comms would be between these two teams, just selecting Gavutu first. Looks like it is paying off for Northwoods. A little bit on there, a little taste of the hard point Texas A&M International had on board with Bink right now. Pops up, stuns don't matter. Still gives him business, mails a few automaton shots as Danza providing this overlord action right here. Danza looking for the third after Bink falls as well. And at least so far, we are not seeing the same kind of score lines, the same KD lines, I guess I should say. Same KD comparisons, Cash.
It's fairly even for A&M International. Sure, you're down by a few points, but that's just gap 2, right? It is going to play slower than Tuscan at times, and you know, they've survived that first lane column. Can they get through the rest of this hill again without letting some devastating scorelines happen? Even better if they could just stop spawns from getting flipped. So if they can hang on to spawns on the right side, that's also a good thing for them. A break would be even better here and not let these players get too hot, and they're trying to do their best here.
Oh, okay. ISO 1, 2, 3, like a football call here, but not going to be enough, especially when other A&M members, unfortunately, getting wiped here. Infinite trying to get out of dodge, can't quite get there. A double up situation points-wise for Northwoods showing its face early. Danza right there, nice dance as the last 15 seconds or so. If this goes Texas A&M, that'll be close to a tie, not gonna happen. Last 10 seconds or so, garbage time it may be. Should get taken by Northwood. No, they get out of dodge earlier. Sometimes I forget just how large Gavutu is, just how much time it takes to reverse it.
And you got K-Top, who was there early for P3, gets sniffed out, but again, that gives his teammates enough time to slip through the back, and they are going to have spawns. It's just, can these next waves of kills go their way? They know they have one player on time. Overlooking on ring is such a hard position to kill players out of. We'll see if anyone tries to run a route. That's really the most effective way to clear people out, but they're just going to bully it out from the back, get someone sitting on time, and try to get ring control from there. Looking to continue to grow their lead, but again, A&M International, they're hanging here, and I know it shouldn't sound that crazy. A&M, I don't want to take away from how good of a team they are, but we know what Northwood brings to the table. The fact that they're still at a near-tied game through this one is definitely something for them to tail and ride momentum of.
Competitive Call of Duty cash. I am all here for it, 100%. 10 points, 15 or 30 or so at the end of this, if Northwoods takes it all again, will be the differential here at all. And again, we are not being negative about Texas A&M whatsoever. It's just the on-paper favor, A&M being more so of the underdog. And they're doing fantastic so far. On board with 100K right now, 9 and 8. Also, ISO positive at 8 and 7. Once again, the slaying woes of the underdog team not showing its head in this matchup. At least not yet.
Everyone on the board, everyone trying to find time where they can, but really Cetra, the one who is playing that OBJ role for A&M International, trusting his other three teammates to find kills around it. Well, they're quickly starting to fall. Now beach open and spawn should be in for Northwood. Not just yet. You're going to still be spawning ring. 100K and ISO take care of business, and damage control checks out here. You have someone on time holding from the front, but again, you are holding on to these break attempts coming in from Northwood and keeping this one close.
There you go. ISO starting to break out KD-wise. Of course, Caster calls it. They have to fall immediately afterwards, but regardless, not too shabby. What, 6 and 8 is the worst on the Texas A&M squad? Or 6 and 10, excuse me. That is not bad. It's not bad by any means. Back and forth we go. Where we stop, nobody knows, because this is A&M now taking the lead.
And as P5 looks to get across, one player time,
bad
Northwood has a
timing.
great
Oh my
spread across mid-map, but you're going to get bullied out of ring. You're going to have Bink there for one trade. You know someone else is here, but you're not able to take that gunfight. Now pressure quickly across the map for A&M International to try and get an early break and not let Northwood get themselves too much of a lead, but you're running into AR pre-aims for now. You got to get close and win these gunfights. You're trying to do your thing, but K-Top locking down time.
Couple really bad COD timings. Doesn't matter. K-Top pops up, still gives the business. Danza on the other side, kind of looking for it, but just invests the single frag, and we get a rather graphic end to that player right there, right? Shout out to Observant staff. Shout out to all the people behind the scenes of the Nace Star League action. Appreciate you guys making our jobs as casters so much easier.
You get a break if you're A&M International, still 20 seconds on the docket to get. You could, if you hold the rest of this, have the lead going into the second set of rotations. Couldn't ask to be in a much better position. And, well, that's thanks to Cetra, or excuse me, 100K and ISO as far as Slang goes getting on the board. And then Cetra taking care of business in the objective gameplay for Northwood. You're not having slow or bad starts by any means. It's a really balanced team effort, but no explosive plays coming in from anyone.
Maybe incoming here as we have a triple up of Northwood's members there. Dak now waiting in the wings, sitting on the outside. Will have that automaton in hand to try and clear off this beach. Like a bad rainstorm. 45 seconds left here. Infinite finding 2. He knows there's a third one out here. His teammate joins him. Pistola in hand is going to be enough for ISO as they clear point. Now taking some points of their own.
And now to a 20-point lead as we kick off the second set of rotations. They played, again, very toe-to-toe and won majority of the time, of course, in that first set. But if they can just lock down a couple more clean rotations, they could put this one away quickly. I'm looking at P3 once we get there, but for now, we still have 15 seconds of scrap time and all of P2 to get through. Northwood continuing to try to battle back.
Back and forth. Speaking of pinstripe kill feed right here, it's going to be Infinite now on the rotation to try and pop up, take that aerial superiority, and wait for this next hard point. And come on in, invest a lot of time there. ISO down bottom, finding one, hops up on the tank, trying to get up there, not going to happen. Northwoods with a full team wipe.
And this is what Northwood did the last go around. They got the team wiping clearance, and this held majority of P2 from here. It wasn't until really P3 was popping that they made their play for it. So I expect them to keep this mid-map control and prioritize that to get themselves back into this one. And they could take a 20-point lead here if they're able to get the rest of this time. We'll see what A&M have, though, in store.
If right now, Northwood's looking good on this. You know what it was, Cash? You know what it was? It was Brandon saying that, oh, we'll see Northwood's on land, right? Texas A&M
Fuel the
heard that, and they
fire.
took that personally.
Absolutely.
Playing fantastic right now. An 8-point differential as our second rotation of hard points has already started here. 100K looking to hold this side and try and stop reinforcements coming into the next 7 seconds or so. Northwoods will take it to try and take the lead right here. That's such a far walk though. Such a far marathon, really, to do it justice.
They're going to try to push across here. Cetra trying to cut one of these players down, but all 4 players are here once again pushing through the back, and I'm shocked A&M International aren't more cognizant of this. You know, with that spawn coming in far side of ring, that okay, they're through the back and have spawns again, and if this goes the same way it did last time, Northwood simply bullied it out from the back and won majority at this time, so can you hold on here if you're A&M International?
What is the name of the game? A 20-point lead now says they can. Close spawns and more. Taking over a beach. It's waterfront property. It's prime location here, Cash.
And they're soaking up every second of it. That connects with another grenade. You already have a player getting on rotation. It's a 7 versus 3 gunfight on the map, and well, Danza's gonna win it, and you're holding on to this time. Though it's sitting contested, you've improved on where you were last go round. You got most of the time,
Okay.
and continue to walk out with rotations to P4. I mean, for A&M International, they're looking to close this one out here soon.
That is ISO right there, wanting that one like he wants his next breath. Insane stuff. 33-point lead. Texas A&M as of right now. Cetra 100K planted on the point like a tree. Number 1, that's Dak, the only one left over there. Number 4 trying to get in. K-Top finds one right here. Close. 100K takes the pop-up player right here, and another one in the back, just wiping this one.
You start to feel that pressure now for your Northwood because you're down 50 points, and not only are you down 50 points, it's at this late stage of the game where you can't afford to give up many more 30-40 seconds hold. You can only give up one more 30 or 40 second hold before, you know, they just need a few seconds to win it. So the importance on this scrap time and holding on to P5 rotation is going to be so critical. You get broken once again with 20 seconds on the board. Fortunately, you did get out for P5, but these next sequences of gunfights for this opening bit of time are going to be so critical.
Seconds or so right here. This is approaching a garbage time type situation where an A&M can just kind of contest out hard points and then take, you know, the last 15 or 20 on the next couple of hard points, 35, until they take a map number 1. Defense here. Over to the docks. Infinity from the top. Team's a little bit slower actually to get to this one. A&M might regret that towards the end. This is a situation where 10-12 points like that could really come into play. Bink here, Bink finding 2, turn it to the top. That's 3, looking for the 4th, the full ace, and Bink has got it. Wall bangs and more on a 5 spree. Last 4 of those, so full team wipe themselves. Performances like that will keep Northwoods in this in every way, shape, and form.
It really will, and I said no one for Northwood had made a pop-off play to really give their team life. That was it for Bink. If they end up winning this hard point, it's going to be on the back of Bink going big, finding the team ace there, and getting them a near full 60 on P5. This game will be tied up by the time we get to P1. It's all ending here.
Texas A&M. There's 2. Dak showing up their own. Or excuse me, that's Northwood. Sorry, Dak showing up their own 6th streak right now. One more, 31-19. Last I checked, that was a lot more even. Headshots. ISO finds it. Lead now taken for Northwoods. ISO looks like he was considering the flank, but with the split decision, and eventually that decision will make you. Here comes the aerial superiority as well. Last 10 seconds or so. That should take that out. ISO finds this, invests that early Dak on a streak of their own. Should call this one here soon. 3 seconds or so. A&M has got to get inside there. Win out. Doesn't look like that one's going to happen. A come from behind, which is surprising to say about Northwoods, but a come from behind win on map number 1, Gavutu, 250-217.
And fun little stat to throw out there. At the end of P4, it was 200-150. So the fact that A&M International were only able to get 17 points through the next 2 hills, and Northwood was able to garner 100, again, shows you why Northwood is that team it always has been. Even when their backs are against the wall, even when you think you have enough of a cushion to close out a game, it's never over until it's over. Northwood battling back and looking like a dominant swing there. 100-17 scoreline to close that game out, and well, it was behind Bink, who went on a 5 spree, just ripping heads off, locking down time, and securing his team the map 1 win.
Yeah, prime time for replay right there, because that really is that Doc's hardpoint really is where this entire game just kind of flipped on its head. Yeah. What I would give Cash, what I would give to be a fly on the wall of the Northwoods comms in that hard point right there. That hard point right where Bink takes a full team wipe, full ace. All 4 kills themselves. Almost all of them earned on that top bar area when he is from below. The vertical advantage, it is present in every first-person shooter, and Bink says, what advantage, right?
Yeah, it was crazy. And the comms had to be clean. Energetic, you could definitely tell there at the end with how they were playing and how explosive they were able to close that one out. But they have to be clean to battle back like they did. Again, it was 100-point, or it was 50-point deficit. You had to rally back 100 points. And you do it not 100 to, 90 or I guess really the 35 that they would have needed. All they needed was 50 points to close it out, and you shut the door in their face. So you're going to go to a map 2. If you're A&M International, you're kicking yourself for that one because you had the chance to close that one out. I do think Northwood was winning more of the map, but A&M was winning the gunfights on the hill and getting themselves times. It's not like they were trying to fight out for chunks of the map and get a good spread. It was just all 4 players fighting for each bit of hill time, and it was working for them up until it wasn't. Up until Northwood finally put their foot down and got a few kills under their belt. Once they got a clean 4 down that we really hadn't seen from them all game, that's kind of the nail in the coffin for them in map number 1. So for A&M International, you can't hang your head too much over that map 1. You would have loved to have had a 1-0 advantage in this series, but you know that you can play them close, and I think that's a victory you can take going into map 2.
Exactly. Guys, if you're just joining us, we came off the back of a St. Edward's University and St. Clair Saints taking that one 3-0. That was 156 to 250, and also, hands down, the most competitive of the 3 matches, 0-6 and a 0-3 after that. Now, I don't anticipate a 0-6 and a 0-3 happening by any means. If it does, and if A&M makes an early exit from this best-of-4 round, I think they can hold on to this hard point and say, like, we really held our own. We absolutely held our own. It was just off the back of I think it was a 31-17 ending scoreline for that player of there on Northwoods. That's just, those types of KD ratios are hard to overcome, especially in hardpoint when just so many more kills than deaths. Tuscan next. We saw this on the hardpoint earlier. We're moving to Search and Destroy for our Texas A&M International University and Northwoods University matchup.
And for A&M International, having talked to some of the players in these interviews, these post-game interviews this season, they talk about their biggest focus for this year being rebuilding and trying to build A&M International as a reputable, renowned program in the collegiate scene. And that can take time, right? But being in that phase, being in that growing portion of your program, for they couldn't be in a better place, right, to show like, hey, we're here to stay type of thing, to come and really have your focus be growing and rebuilding and to have a guaranteed top 4 finish is definitely something that you can take. And even like you were just, it reminded me you saying they can take that map 1 and hang on to it. They've had a great season no matter how this series ends. They've shown that they can play with the likes of Northwood and a respawn. Search and Destroy could and should cater more to them as well. This is a very Search and Destroy intelligent team for A&M International, but again, they have the ability to still win this series, so they don't want to call it quits here. They want to continue to show that, we can take down the Titans and punch our ticket to land. And I mean, this right here is a grand finals matchup anyway. Like, anytime you play Northwood feels like a championship matchup. So it feels like for A&M International, you're going to have to play 2 grand finals in order to really be crowned champion. And they know that, and they're stepping up to the plate here tonight the best they can.
Yeah, 100% agree right here. Looking at the Search and Destroy, I think that the slower play would be advantage Texas A&M International. We saw that a little bit on the hard point, which again, kind of weird to say or whatever, but it's more about A&M choosing their moments to really kind of regroup, consolidate their time. You're going to have at least 6 opportunities, and that is slower play, round up, full team to come in and take these gunfights and push on 2 Search and Destroy points. That's going to be the name of the game for the first couple rounds of this. You got to respect this Northwood squad, kind of see where they're playing on the day, and then take their game to them.
That and controlling that first blood column as well. You want to try to take the tempo and get it back in your favor to your play style, but winning in that first blood column also helps. If you have Northwood constantly battling from a man disadvantage, and that's going to be problematic to deal with. Now, they surely, will pull off clutches here and there when given the opportunity, but do as much as you can if you are A&M to put the tides in your favor. And for Northwood, it's as simple as, what you're known for doing, right? It wasn't a dominant win by any stretch, but the way they closed it out was flashes of that dominance that they've always had. So here in this map too, again, the same thing for you. You want to win in that first blood column. You want to get your route players running and getting good timings around the map to open things up for your team. So for Northwood, it's a simple, and if they can execute that well, like we've seen them do, they should be able to, you know, stiff arm themselves to a search and destroy win here. But I think A&M International, if they're willing to make those mid-round adjustments, those changes that they need to behind, okay, who's really gotten hot here in this S&D, this one could play very close, and if not down to the wire.
We just saw that close down to the wire play in the hard point. Love to see it here in the search and destroy. Well, let's see some extra Call of Duty action as well, so we're not pulling necessarily for either team, but Texas A&M takes this one back. They'll have effectively evolved a best-of-5 series into a best-of-3 series. Gotta get there first, though. Gotta get there first. And again, this match going on for, what, third place getting 500. That match will go on off broadcast, but the winner of this will be punching that ticket on to the live competition. We talked to St. Clair Saints earlier. The loud, clear, resounding answer was Raising Cane's. Raising Cane's is the first thing that they're gonna do outside of esports specific things once they get on into LAN. Again, that was St. Clair earlier. Starting this one in just a little bit, just a couple of seconds here, guys. Coming off of a 270 to 250 hard point. It's again Cash and I only hopeful that this one is close.
Definitely hope that can be the case here. It depends on how Northwood wants to come out and continue to play. If they just continue to pour on pressure here in the search and destroy, play quick around the objective, hold good defensive sets, this one could be another sig. So I would like to think that AM International are able to get one, at least a round taken off, right? That it's crazy to say, like, oh, I hope this team can get around the board. But again, we already saw a top 4 team not get a single search and destroy round win in. So you're hoping the AM International has something in the back pocket to pull out there.
That is a very, very good point. We have literally only seen one team take search and destroy rounds thus far, right? That was a clean 6-0, and especially coming off the 156-250 is like, okay, yeah, like the Saints are playing better Call of Duty on the first game, on the day and whatnot. But following that up with a 6-0 on the search and destroy, I don't think either of us saw it by any means. Especially given that, I mean, that just came off the back of a couple of, 2 different players over there on the Berlin search and destroy map, putting up 0 kills across, I think, 3 rounds.
Yeah.
Remember right? Yeah.
And that is hard whenever you have teammates and just who can't get on the board. Again, objective play and gunfights go hand in hand. Some people say hill time's more important than slaying. Some people say slaying's more important than hill time. I don't think you can have one without the other. And when you cannot find kills in a respawn, it's going to be harder to get to the hill because, well, you've got to find a way to win gunfights in order to get a break or to win a rotational gunfight. And then the same thing for search and destroy, right? When you're not able to get kills in a round, it plays so slow and resets every round that if you are on the bad side of those engagements, it's hard to get a rhythm and a groove going. You saw Brandon finish on a 6 streak, or sorry, Priestley finish on a 6 streak there to close out the search and destroy, and it was very like, okay, he feels comfortable, it feels like he's knowing what he's doing, but when you're getting chopped down off the first blood every round, it can be hard to battle back from. So for A&M, the focus is, just valuing your life, trying to win the first blood column where you can, at least trade out effectively. Comms have to be clean. I mean, again, you can slice this apple a million different ways on what they need to do. It's just a matter of, do you execute on whatever the play call decides to be?
Exactly, and the name of the game here is going to be these ARs singing out, like you just mentioned. Priestley, like a 6 streak or something like that, just was sitting on top of here and finding 3K is like he was just finding lint in the pocket, just easy peasy. If SMG is obviously ever present, ever so important here on Tuscan, but the ARs are going to reign supreme here, and especially when we talk about what Cash mentioned, those first bloods right here. Getting this one started now. We got Texas A&M International University down 1-0 in the series after losing a 217 to 250 hardpoint. A hard-fought hardpoint it was, but Northwood still coming out on top.
We'll see how the break goes defensively, what the strategy hold is here for either squad, and we're going to have, I believe is A&M International, yes, on the defensive, or excuse me, on the offense here. Northwood on defense. So off this break, an A push coming in quickly at that, and ISO playing that isolated role over at P5. We'll see if he can find the action mid-map.
There's the stun check right here. Cetra throwing another one. K-Top gonna be dropping, so A&M finding that first blood, that ever so important first blood that Cash was talking about. Will this lead into more Ks? That's a 4-2 lead right now when you talk about lives. Dak tries his hand and likes the play. Danza falling right there, Plant coming in. There's a stun. I think that these members of I think that these members of Northwoods know that the player is down. They definitely do now that bomb has been planted.
We're trying to sniff out where these post-plant players are. ISO still playing in the isolated position. Infinite not going to get the better of the timing. Doesn't check around Chimney, and well, you're going to find the other kill behind that. For A&M, we said, keep it simple. Win the first blood column and execute around the bomb site. They do just that here in round number 1 and get an early one on the board.
Yeah, there's an early plant right here. They gave up a single life for it and then put the ball into Northwood's court. Couldn't quite bring it out. Northwoods couldn't round number 1. Still plenty of COD to be played, but that was a solid 2-0 for both ISO and Cetra. Danza the only one falling on A&M International, and that was a trade at the end to just kind of round this one out. Dak was the one who found that kill.
Now, we'll see what Northwood are willing to bring out. It's going to be an all-out beat push. It's just a matter of, these are successful depending on how it goes for ISO, right? ISO is going to get all the information that it's a 4-man push. At best case scenario, you'd like to find a kill and get traded out. If anything, pass along to the team.
Oh,
Well, you're going to find more than that. ISO for 2, Cetra for 2, and that's the round. I was saying, hopefully get info and get traded out. They did me one better.
Okay, that is that is what happens when you swat a beehive. Cetra on a 4 spree now. I believe teammate also on a 3 spree, or maybe even 4 themselves. That is a very solid way. Wow. Okay, yeah, Cetra and ISO both on 4 spreaks. Texas A&M have dropped 1 player across 2 rounds of search and destroy, both rounds that they have taken. ISO and Cetra, maybe it's around playing these players in positions where they can take initial kills and continue on with these streaks. Again, it's so ridiculous to talk about streaks in the search and destroy. That's literally where Texas A&M International University find themselves at right now, and not just with 1 player.
And ISO, aggressive through P5, but slowing down, trying to bait the player in K-Tob out. He is just, again, signs of an intelligent player who knows when to slow down, pump the brakes, and not have to force every single gunfight. Cetra gonna find another on a 5 spree bomb.
First blood.
Trying to go down. You're not quite comfortable yet. We're gonna see what Danza can find here. And Danza's gonna find the respawn screen. Bomb will go down, but you trade out. It's gonna be a 2-2 retake. Coming in for Northwood once again.
Looking at a 2-2. Cetra, top, finds Bink. 2-1. Dak finds this so much harder until the trade comes through. So Cetra, no more streak for you, my friend. ISO, still on the 5. Finds this, that'll be 6. Not quite enough for the 7th. Defending Northwood University player Dak knows that this is down. Defuse takes 5 and just barely misses the last couple of pixels. Dak finds it, pops outside, gets down to 28. That's going to be a defuse, and nobody is going 6-0 in this search and destroy round.
Good bounce back round from Northwood. They needed that one on the board. With how quickly those first 2 rounds went in the favor of A&M International, I felt like this game could have snowballed quickly. So they strike back early on. Don't let the damage get too severe. No one gets full streaks either. So perfect timing to collapse and wait for Dak to clutch up and take that round now on a 3 streak of his own.
And just like that, the situation is completely mirrored. Night and day, flipped-flopped. Texas A&M entered round number 2 with 2 different members on a 4 streak. Dak now entering round number 3 on a 3 streak. Not too shabby. K-Top Infinite, though. Can't mention this without the Danza 100k K-Top and Infinite. 0 kills so far across 3 rounds, starting 4th now. Wow, this is literally just ISO, Cetra, and Dak just slaying around the map. Like, what is going on?
It really is. I mean, that's what it's boiled down to. They combined all of them, sitting at like 18 kills. There's 3 players through 3 rounds. It's been Dak versus ISO and Cetra, and while ISO and Cetra are winning out this B-side push, I would like to think this is going to be their last one, given that they cannot win any of these gunfights over at this B-site, and now you have Dak trapped in and around B. We'll see if he can find any kills, and we'll see if he tries to play around streaks, if anything. It is a 1v3 and really doesn't have great position, get the bomb down, shooting shoulders, and that's about it, but I think he's going to get caught out here by the player watching this across the church.
That's that. Another round gone down here. That's going to be the 3rd one now for Texas A&M International University. That was so crucial. Dak was able to do it earlier, can't quite in this one. Obviously, and again, a bit of a Herculean effort.
And the tale for both sides is, well, you need your teammates to step up with you. And unfortunately for Northwood, it's just Dak the one doing anything. So it's been ISO and Cetra But again, your other two teammates aren't quite getting the job done either as far as slaying goes. They're making good reads around the map and relaying good information. At Northwood, you could say the same thing, but Dak needs help in that slaying column. Only has 1 kill combined for his 3 other teammates, and it's not looking like it's any better. A&M International are dominating that first blood column.
Yeah, you mentioned it. Keys to success. I said one of them was fine. Wah, wah, wah. I hate to see it. Bink taken out by the artillery type shot, the grenade from above that took out the teammate. It's like that. Northwoods University find themselves at a numbers disadvantage yet again. Like I was saying, Cash called it. Needed to have that first blood situation. Infinite. Switching hardware. See if they can find their first kill.
Bomb down once again. I mean, for Texas International, it's been a squeaky clean search and destroy. You allow Dak to, you know, clutch up in a situation where, woo! You get that kill for Infinite, but you allow Dak to clutch up, and again, players like that are going to make plays at certain points. That's just a matter of fact.
Didn't see it. Infinite's going to get taken out right there. Couldn't quite finish the check onto middle truck area. A&M improving to a 4-1 within the search and destroy. 2 more rounds, we'll see a tied-up situation.
It's been really good search and destroy, fundamentally sound for Texas A&M International. You win the first blood column, and that helps too, but again, the way they aren't shying away from these gunfights. Cetra at 8-1, you have ISO at 6-2, and now the rest of your team kind of getting on board, and still, it's just slow. For the side of Northwood, it's not that they started off slow in the hard point or anything, it just was even, but now you have Dak, the only one who really looks comfortable, or is forced to play comfortable because he's left in 1v situations continually. We'll see if they slow down here and maybe pay a little more respect to that life in the first blood.
Yeah, again, rounds have gone slow. I feel vindicated because that was my prediction. A&M slows this one down, respects the team, take advantage. 4-1 advantage is the exact definition of that. Number 7, that's K-Top on the full-on flank, the full rotation right now. Should meet Danza here in just a second. Danza's there. 100K is going to be the one who finds the K, though. K-Top following Danza. 100K finding everything. Cetra is 8-1, 9-1 right now.
I just can't believe the flashes of unchecked just brilliance that we're seeing from these teams. The fact that A&M have played this sharp of a search and destroy. I did not expect Northwood to be faltering like this on this, you know, stage in a sense, right? You're in the round of 4. Every single round win is important that you can find, and whoop, you are just simply not finding it if you're Northwood. You still have time to make the comeback happen. It would have to be 5 straight rounds with no more mistakes. But for A&M International, it's kind of the same position you were in the hard point. You're in a good spot to win the game. Can you just close it out?
Yeah, and I mean, this is such a tough situation at this point. Full 5 rounds, but the first blood goes on to Northwoods. Does that mean that the team that has taken the first blood so far has won every round?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yep.
I think so. It was like round 4 when it went down to like 1v1, so like there's just so many kills it gets murky. But wow, okay, just like that, Northwoods, if they want a full 5 round run back, then this is where it starts.
Danza still has the possibility to pull off a 1v2 here, though. Has to retrieve the bomb, and they know it. Playing really tight. I don't know that they'll get this off, and the answer gonna be nope. You get that 1 round off the board here now. It's just 1 at a time until, well, you could try to get to 6.
Yeah, it's just 4 more rounds to win. Super hard, but if anybody can do it, Northwoods University, they definitely can. This Michigan squad taking on a Texas team, so again, not another international competition, but you know, across a large swath of the United States of America. 9-2 Cetra right now. That is a huge reason why A&M is in the lead. 0-7 for K-Top is a huge reason why Northwoods University is not. The salute.
Once again on Northwood. Right? I can't believe it's another B push coming in from Northwood. I mean, they trade out the first blood, so that's a better start than not. And I know they haven't fully committed to B, but they still not giving up this bottom side of the map. Seeing if they can catch A&M on a rotation over, but they're not biting.
Slower play has thus far been advantage A&M. Northwoods University on the attack. Very slow rotations. The 6, that's Dak in the back, just checking every little corner and making sure there is no Texas A&M rats there. This will be, I believe, a push onto A. K-Top, I think, knows it. There it does. Nicely done. kills right there. Started this one 0-7. That was a situation that no longer find themselves in. Danza taking so much right here. Texas A&M starting to feel the heat.
Gets back down off the A side, but they are still leaning over towards B, and that's going to be the play call coming in. 100K is going to have his hands full, finds one. I don't know if he got eyes on the second, but it's still wrapping back through spawn. K-Tob on the chase, and you're just hunting for kills right now if you're Northwood. I don't know if it works out for you.
Oh, K-Tob gives the head just a tiny little bit there for a second, lets him know that he's there. 100K stops this one. Defuse coming in right now, and that was the worst time to do this one. I think he thought that, I mean, who knows, right? Theory crafting right now, but I think that they thought that they were just a lot farther away. And Dak, once again, on the impressive play, brings Northwoods just a little bit closer. Just a little bit closer. This is going to be full-on Heartbreak Hotel if Northwoods University brings this back in against Texas A&M in a round 2, a second map that they need to take to tie this up.
Still, it's on the cards. Round by round, that margin looking less and less daunting if you're Northwood. Now 5-3. Still 3 straight rounds needed to do it. Dak on a 5 streak doesn't hurt at all. And, well, you'd like streaks if you could for the information portion of it. We'll see how this tack ranks out at the top portion of the map. But A&M, it's business as usual. They're trying to bully out this A site.
Yeah, that's actually one of the most important parts to realize about this. Like, Northwood's taking this on defense, okay, that makes a little bit more sense, but then they'll have to do offense, defense, then offense yet again, right? Like, there's going to be 2 defensive rounds, but the big one is going to be the next round if they take this. Now looking at a 4-2, that's a lot more conceivable. Also, this is Northwoods University on the back of Dak right now. The back of Dak, that's whack. I don't know.
Plain and simple, 1 kill away from having that glide bomb. Bomb is down as well, and they are playing like they know it. Infinite gonna connect with one as well, and another 1v4 situation. I mean, surely they don't pull us at round 11,
Yeah,
right?
right.
I mean, I know it's Northwood, and it'd be silly to doubt them, you know, and their abilities, but surely A&M can find 1 round.
Yeah, here we go. Let's do it then. There's no way. There's absolutely no way that Northwoods University can do it, okay? Now their eyes are glowing white and they're hovering above their PCs for these next 3 rounds, right?
Man. I mean, you've just been silenced. I mean, sure, your other teammates have stepped up for A&M International to help Cetra and ISO, but again, so have the side of Northwood to an extent, but Dak is just continuing to play lights out. They just haven't, you know, been able to find any kind of success, and that all also comes down to that first blood column.
Dak falls first. That is not good looks for Northwoods University, a team that has less the other 3 members have 10 kills total for the other 3 members. Dak obviously has 12 and 6 as of right now on the day. Even Stevens 3-on-3 right now. The trade onto Dak was immediately taken onto Danza right there. Slower play. Northwoods rotating on right here, kind of flirting with A as of right now, not fully committing. Still a first aid.
Not quite comfortable enough to get this bomb down. ISO getting antsy, trying to check the bomb, but it's going to get fine enough timing for it. You also have 100K looking over at 2. Bink, really the player they're waiting on. Can he slip the net through the back line and find a kill here to start turning heads? That's the ultimate play call they're waiting for.
Full-on rotations. Covering more of this map than not. Found a little bit. Bink tries to get out up close, and no, Cetra has his number just like that. A 1v2 type situation. Nicely done, Infinite, the 1v1. Plant coming in. Cetra's got to know it. 10-4 Cetra. The killing leader as of right now. Infinite plops bomb down and trusts everything. Sends up a prayer right now that the defuse isn't going on because Infinite would have gotten to that. Cetra there. Cetra is going to be looking. Infinite just barely misses a couple of pixels right there. And now Infinite's there. I believe he's close enough to know that they would know that if there was a defuse at least going on. Cetra getting so far away right now. Just kind of looking for the player.
I can't believe it.
Looking for Infinite. What?
I can't believe it. Round 11, like, we're seeing around 11. I cannot believe that we are. Surely not.
Okay.
Surely not. I don't. Wow. I mean, again, I'm not saying I doubted Northwood, but you just would have thought that A&M could have. They still have the chance to, I guess, but I can't believe we're around 11. It was 5-1.
Yeah, the fact that we're in around 11 right now has Cash and I just absolutely speechless. If we were lesser casters, we are not speechless. Wow. So Infinite, all on the back right there. I was saying it was Dak earlier, and yeah, Northwoods University activated.
Infinite was 1-7. Now 8-7.
That's actually a really good point.
It's just insane the turnaround that they've made. It feels just like the hard point. Now you get a team kill, and with a nade, you have a streak. You can call in if you're Infinite. I mean, this is simply crumbling before us.
Wow, Bink finds another one, a 2v4 situation, melted into another one after Bink gets in. Offense attack. I was going to say that, hey, how Northwoods performs on the offense, they're playing a better offense than defense.
They really are here. 100K has to win this gunfight. It's a 2v2 now. It's playing close. The team kill could all be wiped away if you're able to take this round here, but you gotta play it smart. You couldn't get the defuse last time around. Northwood, do you have what it takes to pull off this comeback?
A little bit of attention right here. Immediately, K-Tub taken out. Infinite, the last alive. He knows he's there. Oh no, he doesn't take the kill. Infinite turns back around, and Texas A&M have done it in the search and destroy. There is a lot to be said for trigger control here. But wow, no, normally you take that and then put pressure onto bomb, knowing that player down bottom can't take that. Wow, a round 11 goes after Northwoods drops like 4 rounds in a row, and then A&M drops like 4 rounds in a row. They come back to a round 11 right here. I feel like these teams are playing with us a little bit, Cash.
I would wait for that to end. I'm very shocked that he doesn't take that gunfight. I trigger discipline to a fault, right? He didn't jump out of the window, so he always had the chance to turn around. Really, really interesting from that point of view. I know if you're Northwood, you're like, we had that in the bag, we just kind of fumbled it there. But are you playing an international team that isn't going to give you a chance to make up for that? We'll have to find out, because we're going back to a respawn. And for Northwood, yeah, that's one where you're kicking yourself over, but you've got to forget about it and move on to the control. They definitely could be up 2-0 here. Unfortunately not. And for A&M, a sigh of relief, right? You're going to be watching that knowing like, whoo, I was dead to rights, and we found a way to get that done. So they'll take the victory where they can going into map 3.
Yeah, and I think where my mind goes is this. If you have a frag, then you just take that, because you know there's only so much time left, 5 seconds on defuse, and you can literally just have like the timed mine that is a frag by literally just putting it over there, with that player knowing that there's only, like, I can either come out from the other side of cover that this bomb provides and die to gunfire, or I can stay there and die to a frag, and probably a player just jumping down immediately afterwards. That brutal. All of this, so this entire search and destroy comes down to a single decision, right? A single decision by this Northwoods University player to, like, again, on paper, it's like, yes, that's smart, trigger discipline and whatnot, but you have to know this map well enough to know on Tuscan that the player can jump out and still stay on ledge, right? As soon as they jump out, like, and even so, do you even want to let them do you even want to let them jump out? There's so much there. Also, this is one of the most entertaining plays of this entire search and destroy matchup, right? K-Todd popping up, like just a little whack-a-mole action happening there for the A&M squad.
Definitely a good, clutch and round closure there that Northwood ended up taking to continue their comeback. And you gotta take that gunfight where you can. You gotta take your freebies as they show up, especially this late in the game. But I know that Northwood's still confident in their ability in the respawn to come and show out here on Berlin. I mean, Dak had a fantastic search and destroy behind what was a fantastic closing to that map number 1 gap 2 hard points. So Dak is the AR, feeling comfortable. You trust that going into Berlin as well. I don't think they're panicking too much, but I think they'd definitely rather be up 2-0. It was you rolled the dice on that play and it didn't work out in your favor, but I think they feel good going into map 3.
Essentially a best of 3 series again purchased after our best of 5 here, and we got extra rounds within the semifinals. It's what we wanted for this entire time, and I am all here for it. 3-0 for the St. Clair Saints over St. Edwards. That was a little bit more of a one-sided affair. This A&M game, and Northwoods is straight good. Berlin now for the control. Have not seen Berlin in this series quite yet. We are guaranteed a second Tuscan. That'll be hardpoint for the next map.
A Berlin control to get through here. For Northwood University, you had a slow search and destroy for most of your players up until the tail end, right? Everyone's starting to catch fire, but you'd like to find a way to get that fiery start at the beginning. at least put A&M International. Don't let them have any momentum from map 2 and let them ride it into a map 3 win where you find yourself now having to battle back. They want to try to take any wind out of their sails they can early on. And I mean, the same goes for A&M International. You want to really foster this momentum that you garnered from your map 2 victory and ride it into map 3. So it's just going to be a matter of who can come and slow each other down, you know, the quickest, who can really say, all right, we're going to put our foot down here and say we're taking this one away. And it could go either way. I mean, you're both, like you said, you purchased now best of 3 within this series. Who's going to come up with another series advantage?
Exactly. And my advice for A&M is the exact opposite of previous. Hard and heavy, fast on the Berlin. We have not seen Berlin in this matchup quite yet. We saw a double dose of it previous. So not 100% sure what to expect. Obviously, both of these teams very well experienced, very well knowledgeable of this map. Single player dedicated on over towards B. Looks like 100K will be meeting them there soon, possibly.
First blood goes your way. The next two going the way of A&M International. They're trying to get over to A and get the hard work done early, but Infinite already on the flank, I think, could play spoiler here if only he can get here in time.
A lot of A&M dubs early. That's Cetra on a 3 streak as of right now. Continue to update you guys as that comes. Infinite checking everything right here. Looks for something. Player laying down. Takes for the one standing. Can't quite get it done. Bink and the rest. Now that is a thumbnail left on point A.
And they get the clearance. I mean, perfect timing. You still have ISO there causing problems, and I think gonna be the one secure it. You slide in quickly if you can, but you're still not gonna find the gunfight. ISO doing the dirty work and getting rewarded for it. His team just needs one more sight.
100K with the flip around right here after the initial, but at Bink obviously with the trade immediately afterwards. Texas A&M at a decent little life advantage coming in.
They do. I mean, an impressive opening break from them as well to take that A site, not quite give up, and now a stack coming in. You have someone playing fire. That just cuts players down off spawn already. 2.5 ticks of progress coming in. I mean, I don't think anyone can get close. I think this one's over.
Wow, okay. Not only is it over, but a 10 kill differential for A&M coming out of that one. Do mine eyes deceive me here, Cash? You search and destroy, maybe a mental blow to Northwoods University.
Maybe they're still hanging on to the fact that, man, they were so close to pulling that off, but again, you would expect a team with, you know, it was only one control round. Yeah, of course, it's only the first one, but you would expect the team just to be able to forget it and bounce back, but that's, I can't take away from A&M International. They just came and played lights out off that opening break, and really it was ISO who didn't give up on the play, kept it going, and again, gave his team a very easy transition back over to B.
Yeah, A&M also coming into this control round, number 2. Everybody positive. Everybody tripling up his 100K in ISO. Fantastic stuff. Only one player dead even, that's Dak, which of course makes sense.
It does. And now for A&M International defensively, trying to make a hold, trying to garner your lead. Keep this momentum riding from map number 2, and I mean, it's looking good. It's 3 for 1 in the feed to get B clearance, but you haven't given up any big plays at A, so you'll take what you can get for now here for Northwood. You're just trying to get anything rolling in this control. You're going to chalk it up and give the resources over to A now if you are A&M International. Opt for a big hold here as it's B. Not completed yet. Now that they found some kills, they wanted to try to push over, but I think that might shut it out now. 100K back on the case at B, and you don't have any progress for it.
Lives decently even here. 2 ticks of progress for attacking Northwood's squad. So falling on this one, 100K. Continuing, nice wall bangs here. Trying to delete the progress on A. Again, A is generally where these teams choose to fight, especially for these SMGs, so that just makes a little more sense if B is going to be the one that does it, giving up. Players peppering A as of right now. 100K looking to get the back up here. Oof, bad laydown on those stairs, just the head exposed.
Now scrambling a bit defensively, trying to figure out where you want to fortify your positioning. You know, you have to get Bink out of the back, and if you can take care of that, well, you can start to set up your defensive hold. It's going to be 100K.
Ooh.
Flying down the stairs, but not able to finish the kill just yet. Does get it in. But again, it's constant pressure being poured on for Northwood, but you're holding on if you're A&M International. A slight life deficit, but you're starting to get the setup in.
Dak tries for the second one right here. Gives up the position after the kill. Danza 9-4. ISO 9-5. 100K 10-7. All on at least 1 streaks. Danza immediately loses that one, though. You speak it, it'll go away. That's the caster curse here, people.
You have ISO in a great position, still maintaining ticket control and forcing Northwood to take gunfights before they could even get to A. It's been a strong hold, and you still have 60 seconds to go. Cetra, really the one I'm looking at to turn things around for A&M International, and this could be a much cleaner defensive hold for them. We'll see what this next push brings.
It's a lot of slays right here for K-Top and the squad. Northwoods University here. And that's that now leads to a 8 kill differential. That's pretty much the same kill differential that we exited control round 1 with. Not everybody even fell on that, just went down to objective, and now, yeah, this is going to be a Northwoods University round win. A full wipe 3 times over required for A&M.
I think Test comes in for a second, but a couple of players gonna end up falling, and that's gonna be the round there. And it's crazy to say that offensively, both teams have had the life advantage generally. Defensively, you can find some hiccups and struggles, but at least for both of these squads, finding success offensively for Berlin, not too uncharacteristic or uncommon, especially this late in the game. But both teams doing their best impression of one another. Series tied 1-1, this control 1-1 as well. Who can edge out the other and look to best them in this control and be the one that goes up 2-0 in this series? We'll still have to find out, but every team giving it their best effort here.
Yeah, so the only woe really for A&M right now is Cetra 3-9. Absolutely popped off within the Search and Destroy. Had a fancy performance here in the hard point as well. The only one that is negative, and decently so, unfortunately, for A&M. Everybody else popping off right now. Cetra's got the skills to pay the bills. It's just about getting that one done. About a half tick of progress onto A so far. Northwoods giving that one up completely. Still 2 players in, so this is still rocketing towards the second tick of progress. Danza finding 2 heads right there. Put them on posts and post them outside as a warning. Infinite, there's one. ISO still takes him out at the end. The trade king ISO is, I think, was going for a reload right there. Not 100% sure. Regardless, Dak is inside. 16-9 for Dak. There's Cetra.
Starting to get warm, starting to find his footing here. You got the Contesto coming in. You're just trying to stay alive, buy time for your teammates, but I think that'll be the final clearance that at least will turn A&M eyes towards this B site and trying to stop the clock now that we're less than that 60-second mark.
Clock stopped while Contest comes in. Now there's the A progress. K-Top trying to keep the Contest alive there. Half tick. Believe that's just one player. Yeah, that's just going to be Danza paying attention to A, and Northwood's giving it up. Meanwhile, a lot of progress. Contest comes in. There's one player. Cetra can't keep up with the second. Bink wins that and secures the second tick of progress as members of A&M spawning all over the place.
Trying to find form and get to where they need to be here. Bink doing his best to stay alive and find a couple of these kills, keep them from getting much more progress. It's really just now 2 ticks total needed to close this one out, but you're running out of time given that no side is fully captured. You're going to give up the hold if you are Northwood. So for A&M International, well, of course I say you give up the hold and you don't quite Infinite able to wipe them off the board, but this A push is on. And you're here and have numbers if you're A&M International.
Yeah, you gotta get to the point where you cannot doubt any of these players in any kind of numerical situation. The playoff pressure has been activated here, Cash. Everybody popping off individually in their own rights. A lot of progress onto A, that last tick, about halfway there. Northwood's going to be able to cover it up.
And for A&M International, you got to make a decision. Where do we want to go? Where do we want to concentrate our efforts? And, well, getting chopped down off spawn doesn't make that decision any easier. At this point, time is dwindling. You've got to get to a site and win some gunfights to stop progress. Dan's going to find one, but Infinite on a 4th streak, still causing problems here. You hope ISO can win it over at this 8th site, but I don't know. That's going to come in. It's not. 100K still alive. You stop the clock, but this tick has to come in clean, and I think it's going to here. With just 8 lives left, you got 2 team pushes over towards this A site. You can make it happen, but it's got to be clean.
14 seconds turned into 1 minute and 10 now as K-Top loses one across the middle. Danza immediately having the trade, and that's just really been what both of these teams are living at. Player takes a kill, it's almost more often than not that they're not going to get out with those lives afterwards. A full team spawn life differential for Northwoods as of right now, trying to make that one a little bit of a better number is Bink, again, Trade City.
You have to clear this player out of the back if you're Danza, because you can't let them shoot you from behind from this push. You have 2 players working through fire. That's going to start to push the player 8 and Bink over towards A, but your teammates have to keep winning the gunfights around it, and they are. So it is 5 to 8. Time starting to tick, but this is your last full push if you are A&M International. Bink opens up with the first.
Dak right there. Might have found a teammate as well, but definitely worth it given that you're only going to be facing against 3 total players, and that's exactly what A&M needed. Control coming in. Force pushes right now. 25 seconds. They're not going to get down to it. 100K finds 0 wall bangs on that. Use the last couple shots. Tries to pick this one up. Not going to happen. Bravo. That's Northwoods taking round number 2.
a battle to the very end. I mean, A&M had the ability to win that round right up to the end. Unfortunately, that A site gets so messy so quickly, and you're just trying to put your head on the swivel and find those gunfights. Northwood able to best them there and take that. They are at the control match point here, but they're going to have to find a way to get it done on offense once again. The first defensive round coming in just in that round prior, and A&M International, they're flying through A to clear it out, and I know that they're going to put that pressure over at B.
Speaking to B pressure, 2 players on inside, about halfway inside as K-Top finds the first. Number 3, Cetra, looks for some business, doesn't like the deal. Dak finding one of their own. Dak from the top as well. A little 2-streak action, proved to 22 and 17.
You get to take a progress in over at the B site. You try to work ahead and get some fire control if you can to make this next push easier, but Danza already playing this cross and cutting players down. Fire Cetra to clean up as well. Dak in a good position, but no one's home. A&M International, they're rolling the dice and want to put pressure on B. They want to stop any more progress from coming in and really start to chop these players down off spawn.
Trade City. B getting saw a little bit of progress, but A&M, there's Danza right there, deleting most of that away. Saw a little bit here is Infinite trying to take out the respawners and the reinforces this opposing squad. There's the A progress again, deleter down, and our life differential dead even. Only 1 tick of progress onto Northwood's attacking efforts here in the control round number 4.
They're trying to play for some map pressure and control, trying to find a soft spot in A&M, and that's just not quite happening. Danza on a 6 streak, 1 kill away from full streaks here. Really just running around and having his way on this map, gets cut down by Dak. 100k quickly on the trade, but yeah, like you're saying, you only have 1 tick. You need to start to figure out which zone you really want to commit to, and at this point, it's got to be B. You have a life advantage by 1, but you need to get a clean hold in.
There's B almost dusted. Yeah, this is one's going to be given up. 1.5 now for the Northwoods University attack. Yeah, it's first of 3 here within the control, but A&M looking staunch defense right now. There's 100k looking for bangs. Bink jumps out, takes a few to the back. That's gonna be the beginning. And a nice anchor play from this AR player for Northwoods.
A&M know this next push is starting to work through fire. You trust the Danza off spawn can relay a little more information to you. Cetra gets cut down and so does 100k. So now for Danza, you're trying to run around and do some damage control before this push starts to get too crazy. ISO taking care of things and Ticket. Defense holding strong enough for now, but starting to bend and get to the point of breaking. Northwood applying quite a bit of pressure here.
Infinite. There's a lot. That relatively even life pool now dwindles down to a double up situation for Northwoods yet again. They're just, I mean, yes, A&M is doing fantastic with pushing forward and getting aggressive and whatnot. I said that's what they really needed, but that was towards the beginning of this control map. Now it's towards the beginning of when they were taking these. Now a 2 life differential, 1 Northwoods University. Outside of the most impressive Call of Duty performance I would ever see. There you go. That's going to be Northwoods University in the control.
You take the respawn, you go to a hard point again, and for A&M, that's going to be the biggest question mark. Can you take a respawn off of this Northwoods squad? You took the search and destroy. You played map 1 close. This one not playing quite as close. Still a 3-1 fashion. But for A&M International, that's the biggest thing. Can we stick it together? Can we coordinate our efforts and execute well enough to take a respawn off of Northwood? I mean, that's a question people have been asking for years, right? Can we get a couple of maps off in a series? I mean, like you had said, Full Sail the only squad to take a map off of this team, and that was all in the same series. So everyone has struggled to take maps off of Northwood, and for A&M, you've taken one in this round of 4. It is possible, and you've played these respawns close, but close doesn't get the job done. They have to level it up one more time if they want to punch their ticket to a game 5 here and try to get back to another S&D.
And I would love to see this. I would love to see this. This is Northwoods University, like you said, only dropped 2 maps regular season. Both of them was a full Sarah, and that was, of course, within the 3-2 series right there. That's similar. Best of 5 right there. So Northwoods University, very, very familiar with the pressure, but Texas A&M can't have that conversation without knowing that they are also very, very familiar with that. And
yeah.
that shows right there the 6 of 5 search and destroy round 11 previously. Also, A&M fought the entire hard point at an advantage until like about their 217 mark or so.
Yeah.
So they know how to play the hard point. This is Gavutu earlier. We're looking at a just categorically different map in Tuscan, though. We already saw Tuscan, and that is, of course, the map in which they took the search and destroy. So the game mode entirely different, but the map the same there. Maybe that's one of the best shining lights here for the Texas A&M International University squad going into a game 4 here, looking to tie it up, push it to a game 5.
It really is.
Is that the more is that more effective though? Would it be the respawn game mode advantage Northwoods, or would it be for Northwoods, or would it be A&M advantage given that they just took a dub on Tuscan?
Yeah, I mean, it is. That's the question, right? And I would love to have the answer for you. I think it's still, given that it's a respawn, right? You'd love to say the map carries that much weight, but at the end of the day, the mode is what matters most. Yeah. And for Northwood, you've looked way too dominant in your respawns all year. For A&M, I mean, you still are a very good team. It's just you've yet to win a respawn in the series. So that obviously has to be the question that has to get answered. Is Tuscan a strong enough map in your pool for you to be able to pull this one off? I mean, this is your map pick as well, so you couldn't ask for a better chance to get yourself in a game 5 situation, right? You lost the control, but now you picked Tuscan intentionally. You know this is the one. These were both of your map picks, Tuscan Search and Destroy and Tuscan Hardpoint. So if you can take care of business on both, hey, anything could happen in that Desert Siege. It's just, can you perform and execute on the maps you're most comfortable on, or do Northwood, with their prowess and pressure and these respawns, find a way to get the job done? Again, we'll have to find out. So now that I gave you a not clear answer at all, I still, I guess, would say that Northwood has the slight, preference going into this, given that it's a respawn. But A&M, they did play that Tuscan really strong and well. Again, it's just closing out the map. Can you close out the map? They showed that they can, and that's Search and Destroy. Can you do that here in this hardpoint?
Yeah, I would say the other factor there is, of course, that we're now on hardpoint. If this was a control on Tuscan that the Northwoods took earlier, kind of like the respawn but limited respawn game mode, might be different. This is unlimited respawn game mode that is about as different as you get from the Search and Destroy non-respawn round-based game mode. On attack here first. On attack. Well, both teams on attack, I suppose. It's hardpoint.
Off the favored side is going to be A&M International. They're going to get the P1 first, and they're going to start to get some of this time. Infinite rings out with the first blood, but it's already going to be ISO slipping through Church, trying to get behind these players and ease this P1 hold for his team.
K-Top finding one of the first right here. K-Top's been more of a objective player thus far. Put that in his face with a pistol shot right there. A&M now taking the first little bit of progress here, and is Northwoods giving up half of a hard point? Okay, I was going to say, number 5, that was Bink dedicated on in to at least try that one, try their hand against Danza afterwards, didn't pan out, but at least they tried. At least they tried. Another 15 seconds, we'll go to A&M on this, because now is the time that you give up this hard point.
It's going to be about a 35-40 point lead as P2 pops, but Northwood setting up well for it. Cetra has slipped the line. Might be able to find a kill here on K-Top. We'll see how the timing goes. It does get the information, is able to get the kill, so that's going to be the push through P5 and Plat. Now can he be ready for it through the other pushes and lanes of the map that A&M are taking?
Infinite finds one, trying to get this back alley right here, the back lane, the stairs, to try and provide that Overwatch action onto this hard point. A&M going to be spawning a little bit closer, though, much closer. Northwood's going to have to slay out here and then push players onto this side to stop this just onslaught of respawns. A&M still there. This is going to be so tough.
You just don't have the spawn control, and A&M are still here. You're finding a way to get these kills, and now you get spawn control back behind those couple of kills. But with those close spawns, A&M are still spawning in Church. They're flying down this alley. Dak lines up 2 for a 5 streak, and that might get comfort enough to get you the rest of this time. Should be tied going into P3, but we'll see how A&M look to play this transition.
Again, flipping spawns left and right. Infinite goes there. Centra spawns up literally almost within sight of him immediately afterwards. Centra going to be able to play spoiler a little bit here and at least force these players off. Last few seconds, not dedicated there. A&M with a 19-point lead heading into hardpoint number 3.
And you have control for K-Top. You're just trying to keep the control of the back and get a little time where you can while your teammates and your ARs get to their power positions. Infinite finds 2 outside of Vines, can't get a third, but Danza responds with a big grenade of his own. So it's empty time sitting for now, but you technically have control if you're North, but A&M, they're here and they're trying to put on pressure.
Oh my goodness, Bink had first shot, Bink had cover, Bink had the drop on him and everything. Doesn't matter, does not matter. Northwoods University now behind by about 20 points. Taking a look at the KDs as of right now, Positiva for K-Top, that's 8 and 7. Positiva for Infinite, 7 and 6 as of right now. Dak pushes positive as well. Bink the only one not positive so far. Cetra, unfortunately, a little bit below that 500, 4 and 9. ISO, Danza, we talked about it before. 8 kills so far, 8 and 5, 8 and 9, so slightly different performances. 100K dead even, 7-7.
Aiden found a lot of time off of the first hill, and then, you know, really just been kind of back and forth. A lot of empty time sitting for these next couple of hills. P4 pops, and A&M are in control once again, but both teams playing it very scrappy. You're trying to continue to throw your lead for A&M International, but this break is on.
Yes, it is. First 10 seconds, 12 seconds or so of Burnt Church Hardpoint goes the way of A&M as of right now. Northwoods took this back from the brink earlier. On the back of Bink, I don't know, I'm trying to rhyme here. 10 seconds or so. Northwoods University provides that. 100K over here playing spoiler. There's still a Northwoods member inside there, and I think has that automaton, so unfortunate. Danza has that SMG in hand, puts him down immediately. Any kind of hopes and dreams holding on to this one are now done. Yeah, just SMG singing supreme up front.
It's been unreal what they've been able to do between Infinite and 100K. It's just been electric for both of these teams. A rotation coming in favoring Northwood as far as numbers go, but it's not going to be a very clean setup. You try to find a couple kills, and you do, at least while this pops. But I mean, A&M International, they've been getting the break early enough that they still foster themselves a lead. A small one at that, but they still have it.
Advantage now taken here for Northwoods. That's the first lead change since Hardpoint, and the back and forth that we go. We always see there. South side of map here is the place to be, as ISO just trying to flip around, constantly get back here. Now contesting with a toe onto point. Outside, Dak should have known that they were there, given the contest action, but maybe just all things lost in the muck right here. 15-point now lead, and a little bit of a run for Northwoods.
They are getting a run in. A couple kills go the way of A&M International, and now that should be enough clearance for them to try to test their luck on the point, but Dak, left standing, finds 2, and they try to get the rest of the scrap time. Still 3 players pushing towards P5. Okay, they finally make that left turn at fire, and ISO wins the last 7 seconds or so. It couldn't be all that much closer as we go into P1, but it is Northwood on rotation.
On board with Bink right now, 1 HP and a dream takes that one. 109 right now for Northwoods. A little bit of a run put together. K-Tub watching the middle, trying to provide that Overwatch action. Is Dink back? That's the kill feed bleeding red right now until Cetra has something to say about it. Headshot right there, and Ops at the worst time, unfortunately, to try and push onto the hard point. Second rotation coming in here now. This is about the same time that Northwoods broke away.
Yeah.
Excuse me. This is way earlier than where Northwoods broke away last time, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so it was the breakaway was the last couple of hills for the side of Northwood. Here is at the start of the rotation. So for A&M International, they played this a little bit closer, given on Gavitu, the first few hills on that second set of rotations did play closer. Here now, Northwood find a way to explode and get a majority of time for P1 on top of a big P5 that they had, and they kept spawns for P2, so starting to piece it together. But A&M International, even if they're fighting off the back foot, they still feel comfortable in that position. They played a really scrappy P2 the last go-around. We'll see if they can even flip that into time.
K-Tub looking for something, 100K. Gets damage on, gets K-Tub rather low, but still nothing. 50-point lead now for Northwoods University. Now this is the same lead that A&M had earlier and was undone. Both of these teams entirely capable of it.
And for A&M, you have to close spawns. You're just getting that team push coordinated right. We gotta fly in, start to win these gunfights, but unfortunately you're running into pre-aims, and you are running back to the respawn screen. All 4 down in the feed. A near full 60 on the cards for Northwood University, and they don't look like they're slowing down here. They've been on fire as of these last couple hills.
Yeah, and this ISO rotate right here, this is what I'm looking for, because that's Dak up top, automaton in hand, and Infinite has just been able to end a couple of the Ks down bottom. Now 5 spree for Infinite as he improves to 22 and 12. Everybody positive on the side of Northwoods. Looking at positive KDs, unfortunately none on the side of A&M. Now this is an A&M squad that was able to do it earlier without necessarily having that KD advantage, but with nobody in positive on A&M and everybody positive on Northwoods, it's just going to be difficult.
It is, and you know, you can have a slow performance like they have to this point, especially these last couple hills, but you can catch fire at the tail end and finish neutral, and that's just where the stats don't tell the whole story. So plenty of time left for A&M to make this happen, but it has to be a strong P3 hold if they want to get back into this game. And well, a couple of kills going down and going the way of Northwood University. They're on for the early break. They're trying to close this one out and punch their ticket to grand final. A&M International, they're running out of chances here to hold on.
80 points. K-Top on the outside finds Cetra there, gets a little bit of damage but gets out until the pinch comes in. A&M knew exactly where it was, and again, that pincher movement. Infinite tries for something right here but just gets traded out, and International, actually A&M International, going to be pushing this to about 140. Their eyes are on the next, as makes sense. Cetra right here. I'd hate to go up against this SMG in the back.
We'll see what he's able to do, but from the front side, you are winning all of the gunfights if you are Northwood. Just 35 or so seconds needed to close this one out, but it's A&M on a quick break. It just seems like the trades go back and forth in these respawns between these teams. The bigger plays going the way of Northwood here, but you're keeping it scrappy if you're A&M International, and that's what you need to do. Find ways to get time where you can, but keep Northwood off of it.
150 right here. Another 30 seconds in the bank for A&M to try and hold on. Infinite finds everything from the top rope right here. Now doubled up at 30 and 15.
An impressive performance with 2 minutes of hill time as well. So for Infinite, playing seemingly perfect Call of Duty here to close out this map. 4 wants to get it done for the team, is going for scrap time. It is going to get it. You opt to put your eggs in a basket on the P5 rotation. Well, because you need to. Just 25 or so seconds needed for Northwood to close it out. For A&M International, this P5 hold has to be massive.
Bink looking for something. 100K puts him down where they stand, though. 20 and 28 right now for Bink, looking to improve upon that one. 50 seconds, look for pistol. Dak now with the SMG with that MP40 right there, finds another one. Dak really put the team on the back earlier. Infinite really putting in efforts there as well. 15 seconds or so, we are in garbage time territory, Cash.
10 seconds needed, you've got to push in, but you're running into pre-games if you're Northwood University. Not looking well for you, and this one going to be over for the side of Northwood University. They're punching their tickets to grand final once again.
There you go, a 170 to 250 win. Not quite as close as the previous hard point, unfortunately. And this series goes down. We got some extra, we got some extra Call of Duty. I'm super, super happy for that. Texas A&M should be really happy with their 217 to 250 performance as well. That was just unfortunately letting Northwoods come back on that first hard point respawn game mode. Your victors, Northwoods University, again punching that ticket on in to the LAN action next, not next weekend, but the weekend after that. Again, Thanksgiving coming up.
They are, and for A&M International, your season ends here, but it wasn't without a great one. Like I said, they're in that rebuilding phase where they want to, get their program on the map. And hey, I mean, I know you fall here and you don't get to go to a grand final, but I definitely know that they've put themselves on the map. People now have, their eyes been focused on, okay, what did A&M do to where, A&M International do to where they could get to that round of 4, right? They had a very, very strong team. Unfortunately, just not quite ready to go up against the likes of Northwood just yet, but they played it as close as they could and ran out of gas there at the end. Northwood once again punching their ticket towards a grand final where they will face off against St. Clair College and close this one out here. I mean, Bink going on a tear at multiple points in the respawn, the search and destroy, not going your way. They know they have some issues that they have to iron out because, again, looking at Northwood and then looking at, the St. Clair matchup, I think they played flip-flopped, right? I expected St. Edward's to play closer to St. Clair, and I expected Northwood to really win this one, and that's a testament to how ready and good to go A&M International was to take this series to Northwood and give them a run for it, make them earn their spot. And, for St. Clair, it seemed like they played squeaky clean Call of Duty. You always have something that feels like you can work on, but for Northwood, that S&D is definitely a pain point they have to look at, because you can't go down 5-1 against a St. Clair because, well, they're closing series out in a 6-0.
Yeah, it really was. Just brutal right there, going through 4 more rounds, not able to bring one up, brings it to the round 11, then unfortunately can't quite get it done. Just I feel like that just speaks to the prowess of Northwoods, though, right? They have punched this ticket. We've been talking about them for a reason, because again, everything on paper says this right here, people. Everything on paper says this. A&M going to be exiting the round of 4 here at a 3-1, and they'll still be really happy about that, because again, this could have very, very easily been. This very easily could have gone like the other way in several of these maps. Obviously, Control maybe the farthest differential differential
Yeah.
right there. Obviously, the round 11 and what 33 points in the hard point. If my quick math, yeah, 33 points differential right there. Like literally half of a hard point. Especially once you get to 217, that's just kind of like garbage time, right? Just take the last little bit right there. But hey, we are theory crafting at this point. We are speaking on the past. The future is Northwoods University and the St. Clair Saints over there on the offense. Now we're going to be getting a little interview action set up for you guys. Let's see this. We are looking at not a player, but the director, Cody Elson, aka Evolve, coming on in here to give nope, never mind. Interview with the stats. The manager of stats. Okay, so the an analyst kind of coming in here, right? The manager of stats, I believe, is what I heard there, Cash. He has the voices in my head, people. His tag is stats. He is the manager of the Northwoods University squad. There you go. There you go. Thank you. Once again, shout out to our production over there. Behind the scenes, right, making our jobs a lot easier. Cash and I are just two crazy people screaming about Call of Duty without our production staff. So big shout out to Northwoods University. I'm not sure if we actually ran through these yet, so I want to go ahead and give the shout out to that's Extra Life, Corsair, Monster, BetterHelp, Duncan, and Mavix. We talked a little bit about the ROTC as well earlier, and we really appreciate all of our sponsors that makes competitions like this possible here for our NASTAR League. Big shout out to you guys. We'll be getting that one set up, and I already know several of the things I'll be asking Stats, right? And here he comes. We got Stats on the line here with us. Now, Stats, are you with us?
Yes, how are you doing, Tugboat?
I'm doing very, very well. I'm I'm sure Cash is very excited as well.
Yeah, definitely am. To kick this interview off here, you come into the series, right? You're favored to punch a ticket to another grand final. You falter a bit, in some of the modes. It wasn't squeaky clean. What's the conversation going like after you lose that map 2? Is it just hey, A&M, they found a way to close it out, or was it something that you guys had to iron out?
Something where we just had to, everyone's been playing their MW28s, and you just gotta remember, hey, this isn't how that play style is. You just gotta change it back. This is how Vanguard was. Once they understood that, everyone's adapting straight to it.
There you go. Yeah, just trying to hark back a little bit. And again, kind of like a farewell to the game, right? Obviously, you guys will be playing one more time in about 2 weeks over there on LAN and whatnot. But I want to ask you, right, manager here, obviously, experience within Call of Duty and stuff. What is the biggest thing that you would say is different between Vanguard and the new Call of Duty? Obviously, everyone has their answers, but I'm curious of yours, sir. Biggest difference.
I would
Maybe
say
biggest difference from the managing
probably
side.
for me, I would say on a map just like Farm 18 for Search and Destroy, the way I've seen teams rushing that bomb site, completely different from Vanguard. Tossing smokes down first. It's really going to be, I feel like, at the utility cross is going to be very interesting. How we're going to be seeing that being utilized, and how are we seeing people still going to stay as an AR with this tuner? Are they going to possibly switch to some SMGs?
Gotcha. So just kind of like a hardware usage difference, not just with the main weapons they're using, but also, like you said, smokes and everything else like that.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Cash?
Yeah, just to kind of get you reeled back in here for the grand finals, I don't know if you got eyes on the scoreline for the previous series of St. Edwards and St. Clair, but you're going against St. Clair that really kind of blew the competition out of the water there. We talked to Brandon in the post-game interview, and he said we're ready for Northwood before the series was even played. So whether it be rivalry or whether it be good-hearted competition, how excited and how ready do you guys feel for this grand final land?
We know we're ready. These guys are pumped to see each other again in person. First time for me to see K-Top and everyone together, and we're gonna have a bunch of teams there, so it's gonna be awesome. So it's gonna be a great bonding experience for all of Northwood esports, and not just the Call of Duty.
Definitely.
Absolutely. Yeah. The laning competition is just always so fun. My question, same thing that I asked over there for St. Edwards, for St. Clair, sorry. Going on into LAN, what is the one thing that you really want to get done outside of esports stuff?
Just making sure that I'm on top of everything homework-wise, so I can keep that grind going on. So kind of tying it back into esports, but just make sure I check one of those marks off before.
Gotcha. The solo mind, I like it. Man is on a mission. Man's on a mission. Stats, once again, I want to thank you for coming on in and give us a minute of your time after the game. Before we get you on out, I want to ask if you have any shout-outs.
I just want to shout out all of Northwood Esports. I know we got our Valorant guys playing right now for Fisher College, so good luck, guys, and get this season going for everyone.
Against Fisher, that'll be a tough one, guys. Go ahead and check out that match as well. Stats, thank you for your time after the match.
Thank you for having me.
Not a problem. Not a problem. It is earned here. It is earned here. We only have winners in our interview box here, Cash. But that is going to be it. You have your grand finalists here. Grand finalists. One of them will be a winner. One of them will be a who the her. That is the St. Clair Saints, and that is Northwood's looking to do battle live and land in person as a farewell to Call of Duty Vanguard with a plethora of other NACE esports going down there. I know they're doing Rocket League. I know they're doing COD. I know they're doing CS. I know they're doing Smash. I think they're doing Smash, I believe. Maybe. There's a lot of esports going down in about 2 weeks over there on the East Coast, y'all.
It's going to be exciting. I'm really excited to be a part of it and have the chance to, go over there and be a part of that atmosphere. And it's going to be a great time. So, we have a couple week break. Like Stat said, there's some homework to do for both sides. And I couldn't be more excited for this grand final matchup we have for COD between St. Clair and Northwood.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, guys, don't tune away. Still more exciting esports action to be had here. Closing shout-outs again, Extra Life, Corsair, Monster, BetterHelp, Duncan, and Mavix, as well as ROTC. Really appreciate you guys. For that, though, FBI Tugboat and Cash Cast will be thanking you guys for watching, bidding you adieu, and saying also to stay here and continue watching NACE Esports. Thanks, you guys, for watching. We'll catch you next time.
It's that time again. Welcome to the stage. Oh yeah. Where energy and creativity collide. Here we go. Let's level up. Make this something to remember. All right.
Semifinals in the NACE 2022 fall season as Rainbow Six Siege kicks underway. Winner goes to LAN, the loser a third, fourth place, and a consolation cash prize of $625. I'm Time Delight, joined alongside me is fellow. It's JMU taking on Butler, the number 1 from the East 2 Conference, taking on the number 3 from the East 2 Conference, with Kettering, the number 2 in between, in the other semifinal. But we're only covering one. Any predictions, expectations, or thoughts coming into our series of the day?
Well, JMU, I know a little bit from previous history in a couple other collegiate leagues, but for Butler, well, it's only their statistics that really have a name for themselves so far. So maybe today, they can maybe represent that a little bit better, having us on the broadcast by their side. A quick little refresher as to how exactly we got here for our season format. We had a regular season about 8 weeks long in span. Then that led towards a conference play-in, which then proceeded afterwards with the conference championship. That would allow you to go into the playoffs that we're casting right now. If you couldn't go into the playoffs from the championship, you could do an LCQ. And then finally, that brings us to a grand finals matchup, dawning all the way into Philly, where you play in a LAN environment.
That will be December 3rd and or 4th. Rainbow Six specifically will be December 4th at 401 North Broad Street in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. That's localhost, run by localhost itself. But for this specific matchup, as we mentioned, Butler, you're talking about their statistics, by the way. 7-0 in that regular season. Let's take a look at today's schedule. We opened things up with Overwatch. It was Harrisburg losing, surprisingly enough, to the UTD Comets, with St. Clair picking up a 3-0 victory in Call of Duty. They move to LAN, as does Northwood, with a following-up victory up against Texas A&M International University. Finally, where we are now, Butler, the number 1 seed coming into playoffs, taking on JMU, the number 5 overall, in a semifinals matchup to see who goes home and who goes to LAN.
Yeah, a 7-0 record, that is just terrifying. If I were any team that has faced against them in the regular season, I would be hoping I have my book worked down with pretty much a whole book's worth of info that I could try to get on these guys to maybe scrape away and take down some of that, I guess, flawless potential that they've been building up throughout the regular season and also playoffs too.
Yeah, and we talked about the seeding of these 3 teams, 3 of which between Butler, Kettering, and JMU, all of which came from the East 2 Conference. There were 3 different conferences, East 1, East 2, and West Central, because of how many teams are on the East/side. So, with Butler placing 7-0, it was Kettering at 6-1, and then JMU right behind at 5-2. Butler beat both of them, Kettering beat JMU, and JMU lost to both squads. They're looking to change both fortunes, assuming, of course, Kettering wins in the other semifinal, over the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Yeah, it's a pretty long day, so to speak, here for the opposing side. The 3rd seed now, actually technically 5th. We saw the 3rd seed earlier of Kettering. My mistake. Numbers are hard, is what it is, but again, for Butler, I haven't really gotten the privilege of getting to cast them, so to speak, in the past, but maybe getting a look to see at the bracket as to how exactly the rest of the teams have really dawned out. That could maybe change the pace to see what they might be looking forward to if they end up winning this semifinal and heading on into that LAN event environment. We got to see Kettering the other day take that 2-0 win against the University of North Dakota, a pretty close bout in that, winning their own opponent's map pick. Do you think we'll still see that flawless record today, but this time for Butler rather than Kettering?
I'm going to go with maybe, but I don't think that's going to be the shot, because last time Butler and James Madison played, it was a 2-1 best-of-3 series. Butler won, but it was still close. When Kettering played JMU, it was 2-0, as it was when Butler took down Kettering. So an odd split between those three teams, all of which were the top three squads coming in, Butler 7-0, Kettering 6-1, JMU 5-2, respectively. The odd part is how the teams will decide to play this one as we take a look at our semifinals in the round of 4. It's Butler, specifically. I have to focus in on this team. If they show up, as they have throughout the regular season, they are a dangerous team to take on. Enham 100, Gravy, Big Shy, Jonesy, and Raikai coming in for the Butler Bulldogs.
And for the side of JMU, you've got Jarvis, Blue Key, Shadows, Havoc, and PK. A couple of these players I am a bit familiar with. I don't think they went under any roster changes, but I might just need a bit more of a mental evaluation since it has been a while since I've gotten the privilege of casting this team. But back then, they did still look pretty good, and with best of 3 formats being a pretty staple thing in collegiate, this shouldn't be too big of a different environment for them here for the NA Star League.
No, not completely out of the ordinary. And for all of you who are looking at the two mascots and saying, hey, those look somewhat similar, the mascot for JMU is definitively Duke Dog of the James Madison University Dukes, whereas the Butler Bulldogs are just Bulldogs. So if that looks odd, even though you've Googled it and said, oh, wait, James Madison's the Dukes, why the heck does it look like a dog? That's specifically why. You're talking about the maps and the fact that it's a best of 3. Let's take a look at them. Bank, Border, and Skyscraper. The first map is actually Chalet, as it looks. The actual map played is Bank. Border picked by Butler, and Skyscraper the decider. What do you take away from this?
Well, to be fair, it probably would take a lot of money out of a bank to actually buy a place that's located over and where Chalet is for the map. But in terms of general map pooling, this is just completely unorthodox, as you would deem it. Bank is not a really common map. Border is more of a personal preference kind of thing. And Skyscraper, a lot of teams just try to avoid that map like the plague because how complex it can be put in the right hands. I think the only thing to speak of for both Border and Skyscraper is they have a similarity that both maps are pretty small in size, but just dense in a couple of rooms that you can play in for both the attacking side and the defense. And for compositions that you want to run, nothing really changes on both Border and Skyscraper. So if you're comfortable with going to those maps, it can be pretty easy to run quote-unquote default strats. But for Bank, you have a lot more freedom because how big the map is and how viable a lot of other different compositions can be, like whether you want to go for more of a bunker kind of composition on your defense, or if you want to use the whole map to your advantage and go for more of a roam style of play.
The latter is my preference when I play the game. I also employ that on the attacking side as well. When you take full control of the full map, you also take full control of the fullest extent of those possibilities. When you condense yourself, you also condense your possibilities. Condensation, not the worst thing in the world. Of course, it's the main reason that photosynthesis can be a thing. We can all breathe. It's a nice combination. But when you lead that into Rainbow Six strats, not always the greatest solution. Of course, preference does come into fruition on that conversation, alongside some different playstyles. Some players are just not as aggressive as others. Others will just pick Alibi and run to the far side of the map and try a spawn peek. I'm other players.
I'm not gonna lie, it is one of the more satisfying things to do if you can hit your shots. The MX4 Storm is a really good gun. I fall under that leaf a couple times too, not gonna lie. We saw a lot of that aggressive style of play, especially by North Dakota yesterday when you had both Trigger, Cole, and I can't recall who the last player was. It might have also been Cole, who was playing a lot of Orcs the other day too, but I know he was fond of picking out that Jaeger and trying to go for a lot of early engagements if Trigger wasn't the one to do so on that Alibi selection. So on a map like Bank, where you can get very creative with those roam extensions, I could imagine Butler are going to want to just be in the faces of JMU as often as they can be, looking to take those open engagements. And that ban of a Nook makes total sense if they want to be on that roam game, because Nook is a fantastic operator for asserting her dominance, taking those 1-for-1s, and establishing cutoff angles to create a lot of pressure and probably work a 1-for-1 going the way of the offense.
Especially on such a large map as well. Nook is such a good operator on larger maps, and Bank is basically the largest map in the pool. I'd have to get decisive measurements on that one, but still an applicable conversation. The Jackal to make sure that there is no full roam clearance, there just will be roam denial or flank denial, and the Nomad or Gridlock later on in this map. That's an understandable follow-up attacking ban from James Madison. That also leaves Thatcher on the board, so a big conversational point there. Mira off the board as well. James Madison apparently just don't like the Spaniards.
Can't really fault them for that. Both pretty viable operators, especially on this map. Again, we talked about how frequent you can see some sort of roam style of play by a defense. Jackal is probably one of the better operators to force back those roamers at a good time frame, while also guaranteeing that they're not going to try to play for a retake and look for some sort of separate gunfight. And a really interesting ban by Butler towards the very end of this ban phase, the Warden. So maybe on their attacks, they're going to want to try to use a lot of Ying Candelas to really enable that execute to create a lot of space and maybe just find a couple of kills if someone is a bit unprepared for those engagements.
I do have to say, though, I'm a little surprised about the Warden ban. Not usually something you see taken off the board. Also, I like the Skinergy from the JMU side. They also have the
Very
same
epic
operator backgrounds. Skinergy, for all of you unfamiliar, is the synergy of skins, hence the combination of the two words. I'm looking at Butler's defensive setup, though, and this isn't odd, but it is a little unordinary, I suppose. And looking at it, the main reason is, A, the environmental changes in what they bring. They bring in adding and taking away some of your environment in the shotgun from Jonesy, but also the Kiba barriers from NHAM 100. While on the other side, it's late round denial in the Vulcan canisters alongside those black eye cameras that can lead to C4 kills from that Vulcan canister wielding Goyo alongside the Valkyrie herself.
So speaking of the Valkyrie, we had one camera deployed over in server that's going to make sure if anyone creeps their way in through dirt, if someone's watching that cam, they're going to have info. Someone wants to poke into that bomb site at an early point in the round. One was deployed on the first floor, and I think the final one was somewhere up above to help enable those roamers before and after they fall back, especially when you have a couple of operators that can bring out those nitro cells. A lot of the flooring being very self-destructible. If you have the right info and the right comms, that could net you some sort of, frag going your way without having to take a risky gunfight while also falling back. So sure, you have the attack gaining some map control, but you're not going to, lose your life, and they're going to be a lot more risky. But that camera set up in server could hopefully give away the intention of Blue Key playing inside the server, if not the thermite charge doing that. And Jarvis as well just is in the bomb site. He popped in from garage. There was a cam earlier by Shadows. Perfect info by JMU, and they've got total control of the basement.
Wasting absolutely no time just getting onto the site and getting aggressive. A double from Jarvis to open up the site, and Shadows following up with a kill of their own. NHAM from above as the diffuser is yet to go down. It's actually been dropped near the default plant position. A follow-up break of that Vulcan canister, but it's a 1v4 for NHAM above. Absolutely no explosives remaining. All that remains are the Vulcan canisters or whatever's already been put down for late round denial, but with Havoc having the Talon shield for safety and that full destructible or indestructible wall for safety as well. That should be the round. The spray from NHAM does find one, but it's Jarvis with a triple and James Madison with the openers. They pick up the bottom floor site and send Butler packing. The aggression not expected by this Butler defense, and James Madison pick up the first.
And Butler had all the right tools to maybe slow down that execute as well, or at least the rush by JMU, but they just were not aware that's what JMU were opting to go for. They didn't have anybody immediately by garage, nor they had no clue that there was actual info by JMU to know that position of the map was for free. So they had two people creep in from that location while the thermite was leading the charge over by server, and they just cross-coordinate to get in the bomb site and kill the only two anchors that were there to make sure you could potentially get that diffuser down for free. However, there was Chi playing up above with that hatch present, so eventually that planter did die, but you then put yourself in a 4v2 with Butler still feeling inclined to retake if you can avoid those hatches, which for the most part JMU did, and if not avoid the hatches by still sitting in the bottom floor, they went up Marble to immediately challenge those players that were still on the hatches to guarantee a very swift round one win.
Swift round one goes JMU's way. Butler now needs to pick up something different, and they do. The only change, however, is Gravy going onto the Pulse, which is continuous information without it being able to, well, get taken away. Black eye cameras can be shot. Only Pulse can be shot to take out the cardiac sensor. Also, earlier prep is there, I think, for Butler. They do have a full setup, as we saw in the previous round, but it's a little less put together with the lack of a Valkyrie, something they may have to deal with later on. And they're playing a little bit more aggressive towards security, aware of the fact that it's a possibility, the issue, well, a round too late.
30 seconds gone. Jarvis once again just poking and prodding his way over by server. I believe last time he was a bit closer towards garage, but still gaining that early map control for his team. The Go-Go Pack going off as that breaching charge will detonate it. So bit of stall potential here for Butler, but you wouldn't want it to go away in this early round. But for JMU, one of the operators you don't want to see die off the bat is that Nomad, as if PK did not put down all their air jabs, that could allow for more flanks in the late round to maybe cause more chaos against JMU.
Talking about chaos, JMU bring 2 kills right back the other way. Shadows with the SMG-12, by the way, picking up that kill. C4 is being prepped by Gravy. It'll go through, but it doesn't find the kill. Havoc alive for the time being. Vulcan canisters broken as well to make sure that fire extends as far as possible. A follow-up C4 from Rye. It goes through, but it also doesn't land. Butler have expended all of their late-round plant denial other than those impact grenades, and those aren't as effective as one used to believe. Follow-up Talon Shield to try to keep them alive, but it's Raikai long range as they aggress on towards this bomb chassis, finding one. An immediate return is there, but an impact from above, it does indeed come through, and leads to a follow-up kill as well. Gravy will find the finish, and a 1v3 for Blukey, who doesn't know that Enham's on the hatch, and Butler find a return as they pick up the bottom floor site. Second time is indeed the charm.
And it seems for JMU, they just were not able to find a way to adapt in that situation to actually create enough pressure to get those hatch players off of the middle floor. We saw not the exact same attacking lineup by JMU, but they were still initially trying to push their way in from server, trying to work that early opening gunfight by having Butler just unaware there's someone in that part of the map so early on, and then have a bit of extra backup over by blue stairs just to make sure there's going to be no type of flank maybe during that mid-round when you're setting up for the execute. On top of that, I talked about all the utility that Butler had to deny that potential post-plant that we saw back in round number 1, and their lineup didn't really change all that much into round number 2. So when JMU were attempting the same strategy, but Butler were a bit more aware as to what was going down in the round, they were able to shut down those Talon shields, find a couple of kills off of that lack of coverage by JMU, and equalize fairly well to now make things 1-1 heading into round 3.
10 seconds to insertion.
Third round on the board now for Butler is they really switch things up. Instead of going to the first floor on either site, they decide to go to the top. Now, my preference of rotations usually extends top floor and then across towards the middle, but I'm now realizing that even though I just saw Jonesy on the top floor, that they agree with me in a similar way and are actually going to the first floor. I did the same thing yesterday where I see somebody on a site and I'm like, wait, that's not the site.
Is what it is.
Look away for the worst time.
Happens. Anywho, for JMU, already off the bat, they're going to score a pretty solid opening kill, as that's Enham off the board. Your Smoke, one of your main stall operators, is now no longer going to, well, do his job, be that rock for your team, and once again, just give your team about 30 extra seconds to work with to maybe reset some sort of execute that JMU were trying to accomplish here. Bit of info being gathered on this top floor to acknowledge there's someone playing over by stock, and PK just racks up a kill for himself on a Jonesy. Make it 2 now with that AK as he springs into action. Finally, Big Chi is there to shut down the Nomad, but I think it's a little too late as there's 2 minutes for JMU to work with, and they only need to find 2 more defenders.
Issue, one of those 2 defenders is the Mute with the SMG-11, the other's Gravy with the C4 and Valkyrie and is wielding the MPX. Not easy operators nor players to take off the board, but still possible for JMU. It is a 2v4, so that is the caveat that they are working with, but Butler at this point aren't playing directly on the site fully. Big Shy is playing inside a staff, sure, but they would need to re-extend across onto open area. Through that breach, the C4 almost lands, but doesn't stick to the floor, so unfortunately will not. And Butler, half of their explosives already gone, at least half between the 2 remainders. With Gravy being seen, that should spell the end of their safe roam.
Bit of a risky spot now to be in, especially having all that vertical that JMU can work with to really force back Gravy, still stuck over by Archives. Might be a matter of time before they try to fall away, but they're looking for some assistance here by Big Chi instead, just playing at the bottom of square, waiting for someone to challenge over by that staircase, looking for some sort of opportunity to make things that 2 versus 3 a little more winnable for Butler if that does go down, especially since JMU are still taking their sweet time. The C4 rips out, but it only does a minute amount of damage onto Jarvis as he's still letting that that Sledgehammer just do God's work up above to force away this Valkyrie, now having no more C4s and having no clue someone's pushing from the first floor. Big Cheese there on the swing to get an assist, but it's a bit too late now as he's stuck in a 1 versus 3, looking to find those 1-for-1 isolations. He spots the Lion by the Mel detector, but can't hit a shot against Havoc, and JMU take yet another round.
Again, aggression from James Madison that wasn't really detected from Butler as they originally entered into the map. And Butler, given the fact that they're 7-0 thus far in this season, you'd expect them to have that set up. But the issue still remains, how do they adjust later on in this map? And it's been adjustments. The second round, exactly an example of that, just it wasn't as prevalent for the third. Problem they may run into later on, but still one that isn't the worst thing for them to deal with. I still think that flexibility is there for Butler. They showed it in round 2. They do instead go to the top floor rather than back to the middle for round 4, so not as many adjustments possible. But bringing an Echo is a good one. Instead of having that mute as a secondary SAS operator, they instead bring in the Japanese yokai-wielding Echo, which I have to say is a little surprising considering the site, but should be useful considering how aggressive James Madison has been.
Hopefully able to use some of those yokais just to, again, gather more info on how exactly JMU are trying to attack in these first, few moments of the action phase, because how explosive they have been. In about less than 60 seconds, almost every single round, JMU have been looking to take a gunfight and have won it, I believe, almost every single time. Maybe the only caveat was in round number 2, but I can't quite recall how that opening engagement actually went between both JMU and Butler. On the topic still of that early engagement, JMU, again, still as aggressive as ever. They want to gather this info as fast as they can, look to find those isolated gunfights, and just play off that momentum, because how much this map can really stall you for time if you're not someone who's able to find that opening kill when you take an engagement.
Well, almost an opening kill. Jarvis takes a decent bit of damage from the UMP-45 of Jonesy, but is safe for the time being. Still wants to aggress across towards this castle, and is trying to play cutoff angles across the main lobby. I like this decision. Jarvis just trying to gain information, and not giving all that much away for it. You can see PK on the far side as well in the main entrance, doing a similar job, but with a different angle. That's around through the top of Spiral to make it sure they can clear out admin desk, if at all possible. It's still James Madison in a weird spot because a full minute's gone and they haven't made it onto the map, or into the map, I suppose, but they really don't have to. There's 4 different windows that rappel directly onto the site, and if they have the information, they could just use those to get on quickly.
And there is so much damage you can deal from those window repels as well for JMU, which is why Butler are trying to deal with that problem as proactively as they can. Gravy trying to utilize his own black eye cameras to maybe find a couple of sniper shots with that MPX on anyone who's looking into the bomb site of CEO, while the rest of JMU are still looking to set up maybe a stock and square over clear to get some of those back walls opened up leading into CEOs. They could maybe get that default plant down, but with these long angles being held by Butler, if no one creeps their way from either marble or maybe even gold stairs, there's no one here to really counter Jonesy.
Jonesy's actually been seen, though, and that's an issue for them, considering the main breach inside a square has been noted. Big Shy looks across towards the double window, but does not find the kill across onto the repelled Jarvis. Shadow, a return after the opening pick, did go Butler's way, and it has been turned upon. The Dokebi off the board with Castle equalizing, but it's still, or at least it was, a win there for Butler. Bluekey trying to plant behind the CEO desk and should be safe in doing so. Nothing that can prevent that other than the Yokai drone, of which does just that. A follow-up from the Echo just is not theirs. They cannot spray across that bomb chassis, and with absolutely no contention from the entirety of the Butler defense, they get the diffuser down. Yeah, there's a return, and the C4 probably should find the kill, and it does. Enham finds a double, but it's still the Repel to deal with, alongside Havoc as well.
Yeah, best case scenario,
what a nade!
Butler could try to run out, but that grenade is going to shut that option down completely for Butler. Enham, such limited time, such limited resources, such limited HP as well. In this 1 versus 2, turns it into a 1v1. But again, Jarvis, all he has to do is just sit outside and wait for Enham to make that first move, and he doesn't have a lot of options left to try to move himself outside and kill the sledge. He does hop in, but there isn't any time left for Butler to get that disabled down, and JMU just doing a bit of a premature celebration as he finds that last kill for the round. JMU up 3, I believe, in this first half already.
It's absurd for JMU, and it's something that Butler is not adjusting to. That quick aggression where JMU just drone it out, find information as to the whereabouts of the defenders, not even needing to find kills, but instead just looking to wipe out whatever map control was there for Butler. Congratulations, you can hold as many long angles as you want. With regards to just the second round, Butler have not been able to find long angle frags enough to deny James Madison in this real estate. And it's looked really good for James Madison. I don't know if Butler are going to be able to adjust as much as they need to over these next 2 rounds. One thing that is positive for them is they're heading back to a site of which they've already won and adjusted properly too. But is that enough? That's the real question.
Say, I would be interested to see how exactly JMU are now going to attack in this round. It seems like they want to at least have a bit of an emphasis on that top floor. They have the Habana to get those hatches opened up if they're not completely open to allow a fallback for Butler, but they also have the Thermite and Thatcher still to their disposal, so if they want to go in for a server clear like they have multiple times, maybe deal with a blue extension if Butler opting to do that, then they still have the right resources to remove that threat from the hands of Butler. But again, I talked about the hatch presence. They're probably going to want to get that control before they enter in from server, and maybe just have someone lurk into that part of the map in the late round, as Shadows is already just itching to get into the building. He finds one and now 2 from the first floor. Butler have no clue what hit them, as Shadows is already looking to maybe find a third, spots out the player up top by the metal detector, but Jonesy is quicker on the draw.
Finally, Butler brings something back, but it's again a 4v3 for them to contest with. And they just do not have enough staying power now on the defensive side because their roamers and main fraggers that they brought into the round are gone. Butler's 3 remaining players have a combined 3 kills in 4.5 rounds. Jonesy, the half rounds that I'm talking about in that situation. And now, how do they adjust? The extent of their plant denial is still prevalent, but I suppose the VIPs in terms of fragging power are gone. It's really just late round stall potential that's there, and you have the correct operators for it, but is it enough considering how much JMU now has back in their favor?
Might honestly be up to Jonesy to maybe find a way to stall with some of those toxic smokes in the mid round, because again, I could imagine JMU want to do another server over clear, so having someone play over by blue and maybe just be a martyr to try to find a couple of kills and just again waste more time with those toxic babes could be a good idea, but it is such a high risk, high reward situation that Butler just might not be in a position to do something like that because they already have their hands kind of tied, and maybe keeping some of those toxic babes alive now that a lot of those oil packs have been destroyed could be the saving grace to make sure if JMU still struggle a bit with setting up for that execute, they might be punished if they're short on time.
Time management, always difficult to deal with, especially considering the 3 operators that still are on the board for the defensive side. 3 toxic babes, that's 45 seconds of area denial, but with now just 1 C4 remaining, that's a problem they could run into. Gravy holding a long angle across towards that bomb chassis on the back side at a bare minimum. The default plant position being aggressed upon, but there goes the first toxic babe. Jonesy using the second, but close range needs to be able to use the M590, now dubbed the clothesline to find kills. At least finds a first. Looking for a swing onto the second, still has a toxic babe remaining, but also has to worry about that hatch position, of which has yet to be fully locked down by the defensive side. Final toxic babes used. That'll give about 13 seconds for the attacking side to aggress onto the site and get that diffuser down safely without taking any damage from the final bit of lethality on the defense.
Honestly, at this part, maybe having just Jarvis dropped on the hatch could be a good idea once that smoke goes down. That would force Jonesy to look both to his side and the people trying to cover. Beautiful spray, though, by Jonesy. Could maybe find this ace, but the hatch player is still holding strong. The right call made by Jarvis, as it's too good of coverage to force away the smoke player. And now a 2 versus 1 post plant will be forced against the smoke of Jonesy, trying to creep his way back in a CCTV room. He spots out a drone. There's info on the smoke that he's now getting aggressive over by server room, but both players on JMU are just sitting up above and really forcing Jonesy to play his hand into a really rough spot. Jonesy popping out a Goyo pack maybe to create some space, but Blue Key is there waiting above on the square hatch. And once again, James Madison University look fantastic for the first half of Bang.
I'm going to give a fat NT to Jonesy. That was very well done, at least well attempted on the defensive side, but it was a virtual 1v4 as a smoke with 1 toxic babe remaining. And honestly, that's just not enough. They had to be able to come back, and Butler are put in susceptible positions in a followed up round in which, well, that's happened 3 of 4 times in which they've lost rounds, 4 of 5 if you really look at it, considering they've lost 4 of the 5 rounds we've played. They'll head back to the bottom floor. It's the only site that they have won thus far. However, a 33% win rate, certainly less than advantageous. I'm going to give it probably to JMU. I hate to make a prediction, especially considering Butler's dominance in other maps and other series, but James Madison have been looking so good in this map that you'd be a fool to doubt their attacking side, and apparently I was a fool to predict Butler, at least for the series, because this is only map 1 and it was JMU's map pick.
Hate to mention this though, fun fact for all of Twitch chat, Dan is a known hater. So to all you Butler fans in chat,
all right,
don't take it personal.
No. We're gonna address these allegations head on, Mr. John Fellow commentate. No, so I was called a hater yesterday because I did not know North Dakota. It was not hating on North Dakota, it was commending the known variable of Kettering. I will not take this slander on broadcast.
Well, you just did, whether you like it or not. It's written in history right now, so we'll have to see if Butler can make some history and find another round win on their
Libel is spoken. Yeah, that's libel. I will not take this libel on broadcast.
Well, at least you have the correct grammar to use, I suppose. For JMU, they've had a overall pretty good attacking ideology for Bank, and for Butler, it looks like they're trying to adapt at least a little bit. They acknowledge that JMU are relying heavily on that info in the early round to facilitate those gunfights, so they bring a hard counter of Gravy on the Mozzie. I think that's a fantastic pick, and not only that, but you don't have to supplement away a Nitro Cell, for example, because Mozzie can simply bring one. And so far, it looks like that was a pretty good adaptation by Butler, as Jarvis, one of those main entry fraggers, is now gone. Besides, Shadow and PK, of course, which, speaking of one of the two, he does find an instant trade, so that Nitro Cell and Mozzie player is now gone.
I thought Gravy was going to find that return, though. Nice play from Enham, playing behind their own Kiba barrier, and that's the adaptation of your environment. Yeah, sometimes you remove your environment, that being soft walls or hard breaches that come through, but adding your environment is something that's very unique to the Azami, and one facet of the game that was different that a lot of players just were not ready for. This is a nasty angle, by the way. Imagine having lineups for Kiba barriers and having them be that gross on the defensive side. Havoc does find a return, so Enham is dealt with, inevitably doesn't find all that much with that single angle. Raikai, unfortunately unable to find the cross angle across on towards Shadows as well, so still beneficial for JMU, but Butler being condensed upon can still find this. Also, Jonesy, he's on the other side of the shield, brings out the Mossberg, finds one somehow, Blue Key dropped where they stand, the diffuser down on site, and Jonesy was none the wiser until they heard the diffuser start to go down. The refrags there, follow-up almost from Shadows, does not come through, but it's still a 2v2.
Well, thank God Jonesy has ears, able to take care of the Thermite, and that might just save them the round as Big Chi gets rid of Havoc as well. Shadows trying to work his way back into the bomb site, picking up that diffuser, and he might be aware the player has rotated back inside of server, but there's Goyopax to keep the Jaeger at bay, now desperately low on HP, and Shadows playing off that Vulcan pack will now try to rotate and isolate this one defender who's a bit closer towards that bomb site to maybe try to get this diffuser down with ease of mind, knowing where the other defender is in this 1v2, but he's so low on time and so low on options, he'll opt to stick this diffuser down with no info as to where Raikai is playing at, and a quick back shot will guarantee Butler on their 3rd attempt here for the base of floor bomb site, if not the 4th attempt, will finally sink it down and make it 2-4.
And 2 of 4 on the bottom floor for Butler's defense. Same for JMU, technically, depending on how you look at it, but it was a little bit more of a positive, considering Butler were at least able to pick up 2 rounds to salvage that first half. Not the end of the world by any means. A 4-2 first half split is certainly not the greatest thing as you switch onto the attacking side, especially that of Bank, which is such a large map to deal with, but it's still something that Butler can come back from. They didn't go 7-0 for a reason, or for no reason, I suppose. But James Madison, in that same right, they also didn't pick Bank for no reason. So it's really the duality of man as we move to the second half.
Definitely interested to see how versed JMU are going to be on their opponent's map pick of order. I could imagine it's not going to be two very one-sided matches. Maybe Butler comes back a little bit on their attacking half, having a bit more room to be that, pacemaker. But for Border, it is a very different map to play on in comparison to Bank, so there is definitely a good change for duality, like you mentioned, Dan, but I guess we'll have to focus on the now and the change-up with Butler on their attacking half for round number 7. JMU opting to start their way over in on CEO and Executive, with Butler, like I predicted earlier, are probably going to be hard-locking the Ying because they're the ones that wanted to ban Warden. No hard counter for that Ying means they can make a lot of space if using her gadget correctly.
And on the top floor, the best place to use her gadget. So many soft breaches between the windows, and you can even put it through hard walls just the same. Similar to that of Enham with these Argus cameras. Zero is my favorite operator in the game for the flexibility he provides. The cameras not only are, well, basically tasers that take out any semblance of defensive utility if you zap them in the correct spot, but also free cameras that can use 2 different lines of sight if you put them in the correct positions. Pair that alongside a fairly good gun in the SC3000K and secondary hard breaches, basically everything that you could ask for other than a 2.0 on the SC3000, and even then, it's not the worst thing in the world.
Big Cheat looking to maybe creep his way up the marble stairs. Could be a pretty bold and brazen play, but at least there is a bit of info being helped out by Gravy and also some flank watch by the Zero of Enham. As Butler, I believe, just got the elevator/Canto wall opened up a few seconds ago with the help of those Selma charges. So it's going to be a little bit easier to isolate that player who's over by the elevator position. But I think there was a bit of util to actually stop some of that wall from being fully opened up, so it's not the worst case scenario for Blue Key, but he's still definitely a bit more exposed than what he was at, a moment ago. There's still an angle for that cutoff on the window rappel, and you can still try to isolate Blue Key, which Chi does so, but Jarvis is there on the trade, and your Ying using no Candelas is now dead. Oh, oh no! There's no way! We just caught that, too.
Jarvis, that...
I'm so sorry, Jarvis.
So no, I would say, oh yeah, Jarvis was trying to hit the hatch and blow that up, but even if he hit the hatch, he still would have blown himself up. It's not like hard walls give you more damage with an impact, and that's going to be the round as well. That loss from below, really costly. Not able to find a way out and not able to find a kill on that bottom side. Havoc now in a 1v3 as they aggress towards the CEO windows, looking straight up as Gravy completely exits stage up. And the problem for JMU is you have a castle of whom has absolutely no utility in a 1v3 with arguably one of the worst guns in the game, depending on how you use it.
UMP-45 is a pretty tricky gun, but thankfully it does have that 1.5 optics, so those mid-range engagements are not impossible for the lone castle. He does find one, but unfortunately Raikai is there swinging through Banana with that AK-12. Butler, on the second half, already looking much better than what they were at, based off of a solid info game and overall pretty coordination as well to creep their way up elevator and work that entry kill.
What's the response now from JMU? Or does it come through? The response seemingly is go to the bottom floor. And I like this decision. I am not a fan, just as Scott, as we mentioned yesterday, is not a fan of going back to the exact same site after you lose it. I love Scott. I keep bringing him up because, I kind of miss him. Heart for Scott. I'm not on camera, but you get the general idea.
Real.
But it's down to whether Butler has the adjustment to the bottom floor as well. They do have the operator lineup, I think, for it. Zero's still fairly good on the bottom floor. It's just how you deal with possibilities of mute jammers, of which are not being brought by the defensive side. But this is a weird defensive setup. No smoke whatsoever. In place of that's actually the Tachanka, which is a fairly good substitute, if I do say so myself. Still a pseudo shotgun in the DP27, but also having long-range potential with the close-range obviousness of the Bearing 9, similar to that of Blue Key. It's different, but I'm not going to say it's wrong unless they get absolutely wiped off the board. And even then, Butler played the correct comp and then got wiped off the board 2 of 4 times. So you never know.
Butler looking for a couple of last-second changes. Maybe looking to implement more of that top-floor styled attack and then probably lurking once again towards server once again, as they do have a bit of extra hard breach again, bringing out Enham with the 0. Those secondary hard breaches can definitely help enable to at least make a crouch hole to creep your way into CCTV and get that default plant down. And although they don't have a main vertical player of a Buck or a Sledge, having an Ashe and Zofia with some breaching charges in the mix too can add enough of vertical pressure to force some people away from both Archives and Tellers, two very focal points for the defense to use to work some of those early kills. And Big Chi, he didn't know it, but there was a guy towards bottom square near that staircase in shadows. Thankfully, he looked above him, spotted the Zofia, and now Big Chi is dead off the rip.
A great opener for JMU. Dropping Big Chi is something that they had difficulties with in the previous round. And not only that, it's the Zofia gone as well. It's a lot of fragging potential off the board early. And Butler now have to adjust. What in their playstyle do they have to change given the fact it's a bottom floor attack and they don't have 2 different explosives and 2 different concussive blasts to work around? Gravy formality clears out the janitor stock room, but I don't know if their opponent was actually inside a stock or inside of the CEO office. I believe it was CEO.
Well, the Yokai attempted to be shot out. I don't think Gravy was able to land it, but BK lands the shot with that P10 Roni, spots another by top square, but runs out of ammunition and runs out of HP, more specifically. Butler finally clearing out this top floor, but they still have a lot more to work with in this next minute 20, as JMU aren't too willing to give up that first floor just yet, still having a couple of lurkers by that location, and a lot of fallback potential as well, having those hatches opened up, having the several amounts of staircases to your disposal as well. So for Butler, if they do not play their cards right, they could maybe lose another attacker on this clear or just allow JMU to fall back with that man advantage.
Man advantage still there for JMU, as it has been in multiple rounds thus far. The issue, they've lost a lot of real estate. They still occupy Tellers, but everywhere else on this first floor, not really in their control. That's Jarvis inside of Tellers, by the way, but Butler really leaving themselves only maybe 2 avenues of attack, and those are down through hatches. Fairly tunnel visioned at this point. ADS is taken off the board. Vault also occupied. I believe that's by the Echo in the back corner of the sites. But it's still the worry of not clearing out this first floor, and Raikai may die through that rotate they've created prior. Still something to be wary about as they start to aggress onto the site.
Sun's flying out, burning a bit of extra utility, and the Habana just drops it down with a diffuser in their back pocket. Jonesy a good spray onto Blue Key, and there goes that plant attempt, but Jarvis is there from the top floor, shooting through the hatch, kills the Habana, and now Butler are scrambling with only 4 seconds to go. Havoc's been down, but it's only Henham left to stand, and Shadows cleans him up with that T5 SMG. JMU still holding strong despite the surprise attack done by Butler.
Butler just dropped through the hatches, but it was that roam again that cost them. Not clearing out the first floor, whether it be by drones or otherwise, of which, by the way, they had 4 available, or 3 between the 3 remaining living players to work with. They droned out the bottom side, sure. They had the Argus cameras up, yeah, but they didn't use the 2 remaining Argus cameras from Enham to make sure they could clear out whatever semblance of what could have been a lurk or a flank to clear out. And that cost them. Now it's JMU with round and round, just 2 rounds required. I think they're going to reinforce the top floor hatch. I want to get your opinion on this one. When you go open area / staff, do you reinforce the stock hatch or do you leave it open?
I reinforce it because some executes happen through that hatch. So if you leave it soft, then if a vert player is available, which 9 times out of 10 when you go that site, there's going to be a vert player. He's going to get that open for free, and now all of open area is just a death trap. And that vertical player is also going to probably clear out archives and tellers, so you can't even proxy around the bomb site. You just don't have a lot of options if you leave that hatch unreinforced. So better safe than sorry is the motto. And Butler, for a second, I thought Big Chi would maybe want to rush in from printer window, but it looks like he's just instead prepping the window and maybe looking for a blind fire to get some sort of early pick for free, and then he'll assist the rest of his teammates going up on that top floor to do that previously mentioned clear.
Boo. Rushes are more fun, Big Chi. Can't believe you. I'm mostly kidding. But it's still down to what does Butler do? I was talking about the adjustments required from Butler, and they really just didn't adjust for the bottom floor take. If they had that composition on the first floor, sure, it may have worked, and they are actually bringing something fairly similar. Gravy switching onto the sledge should work fairly well in their favor. The nades will be viable on this first floor setup, but Jonesy on the Dokebi is really where my focus is live. well, that's where they lied, and then Jonesy died. So, you know, Dokkaebi off the board, but so is the Mozzie. So equalization of trades of possible utility, maybe? Question mark? I don't know.
Minute burned away. Last round, more specifically, we saw how effective JMU could stall away Butler on their roam clear and how that costed them in the late round when they were trying to execute into that basement floor bomb site. But this time for Butler, looks like they've turned a new leaf. They've got that man advantage firmly secured in their back pocket, and the roamers on that top floor are now removed. The only main roamers you might need to worry about in this round is if someone's playing on that basement floor and they want to try to lurk their way up either blue or marble stairs. Besides that, you've got a couple of lurkers over by both Tellers and Archives that might try to go for a 1-for-1 kill here and there, but besides that, they're looking to fall back once enough pressure is put onto them. But however, for Jarvis, there's no one here to really instigate him so far. He might just try to creep his way up gold stairs if he's got good info, and that could maybe cause a lot of chaos in these final 60 seconds.
Something that's chaotic, especially for Butler, is clearing out the possibility of another roam from that same side of the map. Jarvis is yet to fully aggress and is still just playing patient, but they have been droned out of position. No easy way for them to stay safe for the time being. A nade down to force them out of that corner, and then as they swing at 3 different angles, no easy way to find the kill. They'll be down and taken out of commission as it's Enham to find the finish, but Butler overall to clear out the roam and really start to focus in on the site. It's just Havoc and Blue Key, and Havoc wielding not only those Evil Eyes, but 2 impact grenades as well, will be the VIP of the defensive side. I don't know if they're going to be able to prevent all 4 players as they aggress, though.
The cross attack coming in by Butler as well, both from Square and the hatches as well. There's even a player of Gravy out by that printer window to maybe kill the Maestro, and he does so with such grace, and there's Big Chi with the assist from that Square doorway looking in a kitchen. Sure, they had info, but they didn't have the players to really work off of that information, and Butler with a fantastic roam clear and isolation onto Jarvis as he had no fallback, guarantees them the man advantage, and still a close game on Bang.
Back to a 1-round deficit for Butler as they replicate a similar scenario from 2 rounds prior. Again, they have to consecutively pick up rounds. Back to the top floor, James Madison will go, and previous iterations of this site have looked chaotic, to say the very least. Butler was entirely unsuccessful on the top floor, except for when they attacked it that one time. And the one issue, can they now meld that into continued success on the attack? James Madison will make a few flexible decisions. Havoc is on that castle once more, but a weird decision with 2 SAS operators again. I have to say, of all the sites on Bank, this is the least favorable one for a smoke.
Especially since you can be so vulnerable to, again, all those window repels, all those pressure points that Butler can get for free because they're all on the outside of the map. So you have to be very conservative with just how you're playing, when you're going to swing, when you want to use your toxic smokes, because again, you're still a valuable operator to stopping that plant from going down, especially when Butler are looking to have a, relatively speaking, explosive execute. It might take them a lot of time to set up, but with them relying on the Ying for these attacks, that is going to allow them to make a lot of room to get into that bomb site. And again, I've said this phrase a couple of times, just create that chaos element, so you're going to have more factors that JMU has to be concerned about, especially if there isn't going to be a very heavy roam kind of play style by JMU for this attack or this defensive setup part of it.
Set up in a fairly good position though. Gravy breaking 2 windows open and almost dying from both of them. Drone thrown in, immediately taken care of, so information to work with has been taken off the board. And Butler now need to flex to what has been set up for them. I do think James Madison are making pretty good adjustments compared to the last time they were on the top floor. Not fully swinging onto anything, not really giving long angles the time of day either, but with Enham picking up the opener, Jarvis will still fall first. Magnets are picking up some utility. The jump out from Shadows will find one, but an immediate refrag is there with 2 different players repelled. Yeah, you've taken the sledge off the board, but they had just thrown both of their nades. The VIP of Big Chi is still alive and still kicking to try to aggress onto the site as they throw in their utility.
Good shot there by PK, but here's the hop in through the double window. The Candela's fully blinding Havoc as well as Jonesy just sticks down that plant in the castle barricade, kind of denying Havoc of getting back in the bomb site. It's a forced retake by not only Butler's Candelas, but the castle barricades by Havoc. But the castle, speak of the devil, tries for the run out, but has no clue where to look at in this position as there's 3 separate bodies all zoning on this poor Soul as he gets constant info directed against him. N-Hand lands a clean shot onto Blue Key as well. And PK, once again, the lack of info will be his downfall, hopping through that double window, and Butler tie us up.
Big Chi picking up that Ying was a VIP. The smoke's thrown down for the long angles of JMU alongside the Candelas thrown into the opposing site. Basically removed any sound cues or visual cues as to the plant going down. There was nothing whatsoever that James Madison could have done about that because the only thing they had to deny was Blue Key's C4, of which they didn't even know where to throw, and well, they also weren't even on the correct side as they tried to push forward. It was so well put together and so well timed by Butler's attack. The droning was well done. They had all 10 drones as they walked into action phase. By the time they were walking onto site, they had only lost 3 and they had used 9. That's how information-based the Butler side was as they tried to aggress. Opposite situation this time around, because they've lost 4 of 5 drones during the prep phase, so, you know, as I talk about it, they decide, well, not really.
For JMU as well, Shadows, albeit I did like the idea of hopping out on that window just to, you know, make a little more space for your teammates. Having you be the player to initiate that as the smoke is a pretty big red flag because, again, you're one of the only operators that can really deny Butler of just hopping in from the windows and getting that diffuser down. Once Butler realized that the threat of that smoke was no longer available to JMU, they just simply hop in. Again, they have all those Candelas to make space, and they have total site control because JMU have locked themselves out of the bomb site, and they're basically on the outside looking in, figuring out what exactly to do now in this 3v3 post plant. For Butler, though, Jonesy is already inside of server and might be looking to go his way up through blue stairs, just validating that there's no one playing by here. And if there's any roamers that want to fall back from that position, he's going to be greeting them with that vector. But for right now, that doesn't really seem to be the case.
I'm getting deja vu as to the setup of JMU in the first half, where they would basically just crowd around the site, find information, and then press a giant green go button and send it. And it would work. That's the scary part, and Big Chi's prepping that. The explosive out here for the lifeline is they're going to break the barbed wire and that barricade. They should just be trying to aggress forward. They want to make sure that any plant denial here for the defensive side will not play a part in the plant actually going down. Yeah, the hatch is open, but nobody's directly on it. Yeah, they have the Tachanka, but not in the correct position as of right now. If they time this correctly, they'll be in a great spot. The EE1D used. Havoc will try to aggress, but will immediately fall. Blue Key soon to follow. Any plant denials already off the board, and Ham a follow-up kill as well as they just aggress forward. Absolutely no time wasted for the Butler attack. They press the big red button and it explodes James Madison's defense as they go on to map point for Bank.
3 round wins in a row, and the catalyst to all of it, those fantastic rush plays done by Butler. They had the info, they had the timing, and they had the damage to dish it all out, and like you mentioned, secure map point against JMU, a team earlier in this game, looked phenomenal. They were looking incredible in the first half, a 4-2 split going their way on the attack, but for their defensive rounds, the way they've been setting up against Butler has just left them vulnerable to what Butler are trying to do. And again, we talk about that aggression. Normally for the defensive team, if your opponents are looking to get aggressive, you have to be a very adaptable team. You have to react in time and understand how you could maybe set up those crossfires, set up those tag teams to make sure these rush plays can be immediately shut down. But again, for JMU, they just are not expecting for Butler to be so gung-ho in a lot of these engagements, giving them the upper hand and finding all this success in the early round and with the Tachanka and with several other players dead in the basement floor and with no one really being able to watch over that hatch, Butler just had complete control of the bomb site once again, kind of like what they had the round before this one. So it's been nothing but net for them so far in this second half as JMU are, for the first time in this game, on the back foot.
I'm still surprised they're on the back foot. I cannot believe that Butler have come back, especially on the attacking side. I was looking at this saying, oh yeah, defensive side of Bank, James Madison map pick. Sure, they should be in a pretty good spot. I also said, hey, Butler didn't go 7-0 for no reason. There were really arguments for both teams to pick up this map, and Butler apparently winning the debate club, I suppose, assuming they probably have one. There are a lot of students that go there. There's got to be a debate club somewhere. But James Madison, now the response leads to them. They will go staff an open area, understandably so, but even this site was chaotic last time around, and Butler didn't win it fully decisively, but they still picked it up cleanly so.
I'm glad to, at the very least, see a timeout being called by JMU, though. There are just some teams that avoid a timeout like the plague, and I know that's technically the role of, like, a coach in most teams, period, but still your captain or someone on your team is going to be the one to want to call that timeout eventually. So just taking a moment to get a bit of a mental reset, just take a moment to breathe, and maybe just talk amongst one another to see what you want to have improved in your general playstyle. That can go a long way to find a round win or two against your opponents of Butler. And the biggest reason why I have an issue with people going on for timeouts during match point is you don't have a lot of room for that adjustability. You've got one round to get that big shot, and that's really it. And now for Butler, if overtime gets procced, if they want to go for a timeout, if they're on the defensive half, for example, off the bat, then they have the luxury to do so. So from the get-go, JMU, they're just once again on that back foot I mentioned earlier, despite going in for a timeout.
Odd setup for them. Frost on the board, first time that she will be brought into the fray. Everybody else played for at least the second time or more often than that. I like the decision to go into the Pulse. The one issue I foresee is that there's no reachable floor on the bottom side of the site to possibly deny plants later on. I also like the information gain from the Valkyrie. That combination should be good for at a bare minimum info, but it's still not actionable intel unless you are directly on the site and in a good position to deal with this defense. You could play directly above from the site itself, but not as great of a position to lock down. Gravy onto about 9 HP, if that, does a decent bit back onto PK, but not nearly as much as they've received.
Still alive, though, able to maybe do his job as the vertical player of Sledge if they can clear out this top floor. PK hasn't been really opposed to moving back down below, so he's still going to be just wasting time for as long as he can, really, just sitting up here at that 1.5 optic, having a couple of rotations if need be. And there's info with the help of Havoc. A lot of this flooring from the, second floor looking down into the first floor, that can lead to Havoc maybe ripping out a C4 at just the right time to maybe work some sort of opening gunfight and just, again, allow that stall potential for JMU to make sure Butler are just kind of sitting ducks when trying to not only clear out this top floor, but maybe worry about that vertical pressure against them.
Chai still looking up top and has yet to fully lock it out. And, well, speaking of being locked out, there's Havoc from below. As soon as Big Chi walks onto a soft reachable floor, they fall. PK finds Jonesy through the stand of a monitor, and Jonesy, none the wiser, is dropped because of it. As is the diffuser, by the way. JMU, if this was a way to retake, this would be nearly perfect. Another note is that there's a frost mat on the top of spiral stairs. PK will back away in towards the elevator, will reload that ITA, and drop out. Has a castle barricade for protection, at least for the time being. But there's a minute left in the round. There's absolutely no site control for Butler, and they don't even have the diffuser in their pocket, much less the clearance of a roam.
At JMU as well, they still have control of archives and tellers, so if you were Butler, the best option would be to maybe just try to work a bit of vertical, but you're so limited on time, that can be such a gamble when then converting down to the middle floor. Butler might just not have a lot of players to really gamble as an option there to go for that verticality. It's a 2 versus 5 going against them, and Gravy being one of those two players alive. He is so low in HP, you could throw a pillow at him and he'd probably drop down to the ground just bleeding out on the floor. So for Butler, this might be overtime on the docket for them, and it is, as Shadows will find one kill looking right around Marble Stairs, and the second one not too far behind as well. Overtime lockdown for map 1 of Bank, Dan.
OT for the first time on stream, at least for R6. We've seen it twice elsewhere, at least off stream, but not directly on. A brief look to the past for when these two teams last played. Butler and JMU. Map 1 went to Butler, it was 7-2. Map 2 was JMU's at a 7-4 round scoreline when the decider went Butler's way. I unfortunately do not have maps written down because the teams were, not required to report them, but I do have the rounds. We were nowhere near OT at the bare minimum.
There were a couple of games, off stream during like the round of 16 that were pretty close. I remember North Dakota specifically winning a game 8-7 and then 7-5 in their best of 3. But that would be, again, like the closest that you had mentioned earlier. So we haven't really seen a genuine barn burner, as Chief would dread to hear that word being said. But I think this is a valid statement to say, because it's overtime already on map 1 on a very variety-based map of Bank. You don't get to see this selection in Collegiate all the time, despite how old the map is. If you look back to when it was originally introduced into Siege Comp, JMU looking to have a slightly different lineup from what we have seen in the past. I think the biggest difference now is having Maestro for the basement and a Kaid for that hatch denial. And for Butler, that Kaid could actually be a problem because they don't have any secondary EMPs or a regular EMP operator of that Thatcher, for example. So I'm interested to see how they maybe adapt around that Kaid pick.
I'm a little surprised they didn't just attack or repick onto something that could deal with it. They have, as you mentioned, their secondary EMPs. Wait, the Argus cameras. Those could
that
work.
would be a big if. Yeah, maybe. I would love to see that happen.
Something that, hey, I was talking about it earlier, the zapping effect. I don't know the specific name for it because it probably has one, but nobody ever played Zero enough for me to remember. But it's still JMU maybe needing to flex around that. There is, again, no mute to deal with those Argus cameras. It's just sound cues and being able to drop them visually. Butler started off on the attacking side, as was selected by them, which is a little, as was selected by JMU, expecting for the defensive side to be predominant, but that just has not been the case. 4-2 splits for the attack on both halves leads us to 6-6. But JMU, I think for the first time in the series, occupy Garage. And, well, there's the Goyo, and there goes the Trim.
Butler, I believe, realizing they can't try to get into either server or the hatch is not too far away from a CCTV bomb site, so they're looking to go for maybe a vault and elevator hatch drop, along with someone working their way in from marble stairs. There's Gravy having that cutoff angle, but PK will dodge a majority of those bullets, looking to find a headshot onto that Jaeger. So it's still the 5-on-5, and Butler still looking to set up that execute. They still have loads of info with those logic bombs and with those regular drones as well. So for that department, they look fine. But in a 5-on-5 with 1 minute left to go and a lot of utility to slow down or stall out Butler completely, JMU still look to be in a very good spot despite that info.
And the very good spot is actually multiple positions. They have so much map control, considering how many players are still on the board. That, and the utility still available. That is the first of 3 Toxic Babes. 15 seconds a pop with 45 seconds left in the round means that those will be available for the rest of the round, assuming that this smoke is not taken care of beforehand. Shadows in the next 2 or 3 seconds should use the second. There it goes, there it pops, and they stay alive as they back away. Jarvis finds the opening kill as well. 1 minute and 33 seconds into the round, or 2 minutes and 33 seconds into the round, they find that opener. Final Toxic Babes used. It'll be a C4 to deny the plant, but Butler have no easy way of entry. This round is almost certainly just a formality as it comes to a close. They have to walk straight through Toxic Babes, but they still find kills. A return from Jarvis finds a double, a triple on the round, and it's a 1v3 for Enham on the far side of the map. No diffuser and no hope, as JMU find map point technically second, but first in OT.
And the option to just bunker up was the play because how limited Butler were in terms of options to try and close out that round. A timeout now being called by Butler as well, as they are now back on the opposing side in terms of round advantages against JMU. But like I had mentioned, nothing to open up those main hatches. JMU's best option was to maybe get alert going down from Garage and Marble Stairs while having the rest of the offense just work their way from either the hatch of Elevator or Vault, but with Butler just not being, I don't know, potentially comfortable with that play or just maybe expecting JMU to counter that because they had pretty good info. There was a guy both Marble and maybe trying to work their way down the Vault hatch. They said, you know what, maybe it's best we just try to last second rotate and win the rat race to get into CCTV room and potentially get that defuser down. Only issue with that is there was still a smoke watching that position with his own utility, and B, he can just come to the rest of his teammates to pop those Goyo packs, throw out some C4s, and just start mowing them down with that LMG of the Alda wielded by Havoc as well. So there was still plenty of, counter options that JMU had for that default site attack of CCTV. So in reality, it may have seemed like a big fear factor for, Butler to go in through those 2 hatch drops, almost a bit of a Hail Mary, but that between just dive bombing into several Goyo packs, toxic smokes, and LMGs, I think it's just the lesser of two evils, Dan.
Well, the main evil was utility, and you were
Right.
talking about how much utility was available. I'm going to give you a list. With a minute left, there were 2 Goyo canisters around the default position, 3 Toxic Babes, and 2 C4s, all available for usage or already put down on the floor. The first Toxic Babe was used at the 45-second mark, as it should be for a main-sided attack. Follow-up C4 was there about 15 seconds later, alongside the second Toxic Babe. Third Toxic Babe with about 17, 19 seconds left, give or take. The final C4 used as well. That also took out the second of 2 Goyo canisters. The final Goyo canister was actually dropped on the main stairs, which didn't allow Enham to push forward, and they couldn't find any easy access onto the site. It was just so well disciplined in defensive utility usage for that JMU side, to the point where even if Butler found just about every single kill possible, they just would not have had enough health to make it through the utility dump that was on the defensive side. Most of the time, when you hear the words utility dump, you think, oh, the attacks just decided to throw a bunch of flashes and smokes in to clear out ADSs or magnets. No, surprisingly not the case. The defense was the one wielding as many projectiles as they were.
And for Butler to play devil's advocate, JMU, sorry, hate to stutter there, they never brought a Cade throughout the entirety of their defensive half, so they didn't really think it was a requirement to waste a drone or two in the bomb site to double check if there's a Cade. It's just be common knowledge that there is going to be no Cade. They don't deem it necessary to bring out those pocket EMPs or a Thatcher, so you can't really fault them. It was just a good trick up by JMU to maybe guarantee a bit more site safety by having those hatches still enclosed. Butler now looking to return the favor, have the Kaid in the hands of Raikai, but JMU do not want to have the same problem arrive at their doorstep when they're trying to enter in through CCTV with no hatch present. So Havoc will bring up the Thatcher to make sure that's not an issue.
I like the Thatcher, and I also like the drones used on the attack, already clearing out the black eye that was pocketed inside of security. Follow-up is found inside of the site itself, alongside both Vulcan canisters, which are placed in fairly impactful positions. The one issue, when they're seen, they can be easily naded out of position. Gravy finding the opener, it's a big first pick for the defensive side, exactly what they need. The Dokebi off the board removes a lot of possible information later on in the round, but just like that, Gravy's also taken off the board, albeit a less impactful operator later on when push and utilities comes to shove, but still an impactful pick nonetheless.
I would have to, still give that credit over to Butler as well. Gravy can just sit on cams, gather info for his teammates, and kind of help guide their hand as to how exactly JMU are looking to execute in this next minute 20. A nade tossed out maybe to force anyone back that's a bit deeper towards CCTV itself, instead of maybe looking to break down some of those shields or Vulcan packs that are just across the wall from shadows. Toxic Babe deployed, forcing away that Iana for a little while longer, as the rest of JMU are looking to still get these hatches opened up, and thankfully with Havoc still alive, he can help enable the Habana to do her job with those Habana pellets.
Kairos will take down both hatches. Blue Key will get all 3 hatches down, as a matter of fact, still with 6 Kairos left on the board. But the problems still arise here for JMU. They do have a multi-dimensional attack, that being through the hatch, but they still have to clear out a lot of this defensive utility. I was talking about the Vulcan canisters earlier on. Neither of them have been cleared out of position. Here goes that breach charge that should clear out the first of 2, but there's still 1 left available, near that default plant position no less, and with 20 seconds of effective area of effect for the defense, they're in a good spot. The last one's broken with about 25 seconds on the board, and it's alongside that follow-up Toxic Babe, but it's still enough that they cannot get the diffuser in. Blue Key has no simple way onto the site unless they just quickly drop the hatch. Jarvis will find the opener from the long angle towards the main door. As they walk straight through, Shadows will make it through alive. The diffuser being put down, but Big Shy finds the kill. A follow-up is there. The Mossberg finds one, looking for a second, may not even need it. It's Jarvis in a 1v3. They vacate the premises, look to go towards the hatch, but they may just not have enough time. Big Chi uses that C4, but does so too early. They'll hop on the defuse, but they're not watching the hatch. It's actually Jonesy to do so. Butler will force a 15th and final round on Bank.
And it was the best option for JMU to just drop the hatch, having Blue Key stick that defuser closer to the wall, but there was no one up by garage or marble stairs to look down that long angle and kill the people closer towards Gold Vault, and that was the main issue with having a couple of players just dead and 2 of your players that was still alive looking over by server. You can just dedicate one guy to that position and either have multiple people looking down on the hatch, or like I mentioned, get a guy to lurk last second over by garage. We saw earlier in the game JMU utilize that garage position to net 2 separate kills off the back of, I believe it was Jarvis on the Zofia at the time. So really, that could have helped punch JMU's ticket out of bank and onto border with an 8-6 victory. However, Butler, they were able to keep cool, calm, and collected against not only that hatch drop, but the server attack looking to CCTV, because they had all the right tools for the job. One of those tools being the M590 that is just oh so damaging at that range.
Any range, honestly. It's basically a sniper at this point. If Callie was to find a rework, they would just slap the lance on the bottom of the M590 and give it to her. Because honestly, it would still be just as useful. And a little bit of a wider spread because pellets exist. That would be the best I could imagine in terms of Callie reworks. If Ubisoft devs are listening, Callie just is not played enough because the sniper is mid. But I digress, mainly because I suck. My accuracy is below mid, which makes Callie mid. Other than that, she's actually fairly good. But JMU's defense flexing to something similar that they've brought prior. They'll go staff and open. This was the site they won to send us to OT with the exact same operator composition as round 12. The Frost, something different, but it also allows them to play flexibly on the top floor without having to worry about late round utility. Similar to that of the Valkyrie, just wielding a C4, it's the combination of that and the pulse for information, but Butler's wasting absolutely no time. They want to aggress, and they'll do so fairly quickly. Do they clear the close corner? Not quickly enough, but Big Shy still finds the follow-up. It's a 4v2 in 52 seconds as PK, the last one alive on a Frost, to retake. Diffuser will go down. It becomes a 1v3 before that is the case, but it's still nearly impossible here for PK, and it is indeed, as Big Shy finds a triple and Butler find map 1.
Butler ending out bank with a bang, as if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They go to the old reliable strat of just rushing into the bomb site, and it seemed like for JMU they could once again not react in time. They take their opponent's map pick and still stay flawless for the playoff game.
That's insane from Butler as well. They were like, well, JMU used it a few times against us, especially in round 1 when we had absolutely no idea. Why don't we absolutely throw them off, similar to that they've done to us? And it worked, albeit in a very scary fashion. Big Shy's kind of nuts at this game, but this is how it worked. Walking straight in, kind of baiting out Jonesy, but Jonesy just didn't clear their corner. Kind of their fault. Still, it was Butler dominance, and they well and truly deserve that 15th round and the map as a whole. Coming back from the 4-2 deficit, coming back from down a round, that's how they needed to come back from that map.
And as well for Butler, the worst thing that's going to happen is that they lose the round, sure, but it's their opponent's map pick, and they still kept it really close. So on border, they most certainly have great prospects against JMU, especially if they're not too comfortable with that map to be played on in a best-of-3 format. But honestly, for this collegiate season, a lot of teams have surprised me with their map preferences. We have seen a lot of border in this fall semester, and we're going to see a little bit more of border as well. But before we go into that, we'll take a quick little break and be back with the NACE Star League with this R6 playoff match. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Well, after a barn burner over on Bank Dan, we get to see Butler head over to the arid ranges of Border to see if they're going to find that flawless sweep 2-0, or if we have JMU find the upset and redemption arc they've been looking for to set their tickets over to Philly to play in that grand finals position here for R6.
It's Butler with a win and in situation. JMU are just fighting for a third map of Skyscraper, of which is the great unknown between these two teams. They didn't go to Skyscraper during their regular season matchup. That I have confirmation on. However, the other maps I have absolutely no idea. It's down to whether Butler can play around their own map selection and win it. This is a similar situation as to what we saw yesterday, where Kettering picked up map 1 and then walked away with map number 2 after a fairly decent comeback. It was just the comeback required on map 1 here for Butler, as they now moved their own map selection.
Once again, I talked about that potential of not being too comfortable on your opponent's map pick. We see that a couple of times. I think I made a good example of that the other day with Kettering on a map like Chalet. That's probably one of their weaker maps, yet they were still able to take it against their opponents of North Dakota just a day ago. So maybe JMU could also find that potential, I guess, just spurt of liquid gold, so to speak, here on Border to see if they can end up heading on to Skyscraper. Starting things out with an Osa ban, not a horrible option, since for Butler on their attack, they brought her out pretty frequently, and she is quite good on this map too.
Yeah, but honestly, for JMU, so did they. So
that is true.
It's sometimes shooting yourself in the foot rather than are you shooting your opponents in the foot. However, completely different attacker bans than what we saw back on map 1. Not banning the Nook, I understand. The Jackal, I suppose, similar conversation considering how small Border is. It's only 2 floors, plus a roof and a few terraces alongside a condensed central deity, I guess you could work around. How do you play around it? The answer? By banning Mira. Apparently nobody likes Mira. Both teams have now banned her.
Well, she's also quite good on, I guess, every map for the competitive pool. You see her used a lot to help extend into Fountain for a lot longer, for example. Sometimes put over in that top floor near, I guess, that CCTV corner that's near the hatch that you tend to fall away from, near a rotate hole as well. So she can be used to hold down a lot of very empowering angles, sometimes even put in the bomb site as well towards armory and lockers. So it's just, ease of mind that you don't have to worry about that when you're trying to execute or deal with some of those lurkers after you clear out the main facet of a roam extension. And for Border, I talked about how small it can be in size. You tend to focus a lot of your attacking prowess over by immediately towards Armory, for example, in some rounds, depending on the bomb site, if it could be in Ventilation, for example, or you might want to do an East over clear, starting out by that Valley spawn, working your way from the top of East Stairs, getting Office Control, and then slowly creeping your way over by CCTV as well. But all things considered, the top floor is top priority for most teams on almost every single round for Border.
Priority has to be lateral clears and quick, especially for these more questionable setups. I'm not going to say questionable just yet, considering JMU hasn't finished how they're setting up, but given the fact they're going Ventilation first, it requires such a large extension throughout so much of the map, and Ventilation's usually the third decision for a lot of teams. Most of the time it goes Bathroom Tellers and then Arsenal and Archives, or vice versa, and then Ventilation Workshop. The option to go here first shows confidence, but also, I'd have to say, shows a little bit of caution for Butler, as they will have to back away and or just play a little bit more cautiously.
30 seconds gone. I thought for a second Butler might want to try and get that jail wall opened up, but it seems like they will start, for the most part, over in this top floor, beginning to maybe work their way over towards that armory extension, having the Jackal as well by CCTV, just to gather a couple of footprints if someone has extended towards that part of the map. So pretty standard stuff by Butler at the very beginning of this round. And once they do clear out those roamers as well on the top floor, they can begin to work down some very potent vertical play with the help of that Sledge, Zofia, and Jackal, whatever they need during that time of the round, and still have some hard breach in case those hatches are opened up as well. So all things considered, Butler, they have a fairly standard comp for clearing out this top floor. It's just finding a way to get that opening on these roamers in both Fountain and the position of Armory.
Fountain already known and occupied by this alibi, but Jonesy was so close, and PK had no idea. A follow-up from Big Shy, as they are able to drop Shadows out of contention, means that the entirety of JMU has to drop, quite literally, down to the bottom floor. Jarvis will drop through the hatch, but it's Blue Key to fall. A C4 from Havoc as the Pulse again comes to fruition. The question, is it enough, as a 2v4 is now in front of JMU in round 1?
Jarvis looking to maybe find a kill or two over by the metal detector, but if he walks a little bit too aggressively, that might give away his location completely against the side of Butler, and he cannot make these mistakes in a 2 versus 4. Spots out one, looking through the vertical. Down goes Jonesy on that sledge roll, and he's got active pings to work off of as well, not just the vertical angles to help assist. Some stuns come flying out here by the Habana, still playing outside of that singular window, but for right now, they're looking to gather info just to make sure if there is someone playing on that vertical, and if they need to rotate to try to isolate the one guy who's actually still in the bomb site.
Isolation, always something that can be felt, especially when you're left alone. Havoc in that current situation, with Jarvis so far removed from his current teammate. However, dropping down the hatch is fairly well timed by the mute. Only one C4 left over for JMU, and now with the death of Jarvis, it leads to just 0. Havoc in a 1v3. UMP in hand and stunned out of position, but still finds a double. Looking to swing onto the third, has the live ping onto Enham, who's on 1 HP. A single shot from the UMP needs to come through, but it won't. It's rather 2 in the body from the L8 on the other side, and Butler to find the opening kill and the attack as James Madison narrowly have a clutch factor, but it just does not come through quickly enough.
Valiant effort there by Havoc to almost win the 1v3 dream situation, but Butler, just having a little more HP to throw out the problem, still find the round win off a very well coordinated attacking roam clear, having again both that pressure building up over by Armory, so that player in that top floor cannot assist the guy by Fountain, and I believe both the Sledge and Jackal cross-coordinating to kill the guy on the deployable shield, so they have grenades to destroy that shield if need be, and also, you know, build up more longer angles with that secondary shotgun and sledgehammer to fully guarantee they can pinpoint out this alibi with the assistance of those Inox scanners too, to make her really uncomfortable in that technical speaking 2 versus 1. You had total top floor control, you worked a load of verticality, found a couple of more kills in that process, and then it just became a 3 versus 1 all up to the hands of Havoc. He did make it close, but again, it's just process of elimination, and eventually Butler could do exactly that. And now, for their troubles, they get to attack the top floor of Archives and Armory.
This is usually one of the primary or secondary sites for a defensive side. I was going with it, and I said Ventilation Workshop is a precautionary tale there for Butler. James Edison looked confident on it, but they were just torn apart. Their top floor defense just was not expecting such a proactive clearance of their hold. Combine that alongside just the mechanical prowess of Butler, James Madison was not quick enough to respond, whether it be mechanically to adjust their actual aim or their setup itself. It was just so well and quickly put together from the Bulldogs. There just was not a response on that defense. Now, James Madison's response is to go to the top floor. Absolutely no roam on the bottom floor whatsoever. They do extend in towards CCTV and around towards Fountain as expected, but nothing in terms of a roam on the first floor is a little concerning if you're the Dukes, considering that's just a whole lot of time denial that you do not have available.
Once again, Butler looking to set up this cross-contamination on the top floor, except this time the bomb site's actually lying in wait over in that position of Armory and Archives. Here comes the run out by Jarvis, having the info of that castle barricade being meleeed, and no one's there to find a trade on the Jarvis, so he gets that 1-for-1 on your only hard breacher in this attack, and he is oh so valuable when clearing out not only the bomb site itself, but also the extension that tends to lie in wait over by offices as well. So for Butler, their options in this round just became far more limited.
Losing the ace is such a VIP, and yeah, you have the Thatcher, congratulations. You don't have secondary breach charges on Jonesy, nor do you have a secondary hard breacher, period. A problem has now arose for Butler, one that was not foreseen. There was a Claymore on the window, just surprisingly not one on the door before trying to clear out the castle barricade, and that's a questionable decision. The Aruni ponytail has been seen on the backside, or the Azami, so many with an ending vowel sounds, but the Azami's ponytail has been seen on the backside of the half wall. certainly dies there and does indeed. Nice shot from Enham. That is a soft wall on the other side of that CCTV side, but Jonesy trying to fake somebody out of position may just die looking the wrong way at the bad time, and a 2v4 for Jim Butler now.
Still holding strong here on this top floor for JMU. Once again, very limited angles that Butler can really work around, even with this skeleton key, making a viable entryway for Jonesy. There's an evil eye camera just constantly pinging this poor Sapin. Enham not too far behind. It seems like most of JMU are aware that the attack is mostly going to end up happening from the armory side. There's Blue Key with the spring up with that Alda, and now that leaves just Jonesy, soon to follow hand, this time by the gun barrel of Havoc, still running the UMP 45. JMU once again tie us up and keep things pretty close from the get-go.
Exactly what James Madison needed to return. Similar to that of Butler in the first half of map 1, it's a return, but this time it's on a different site. They'll go Bathroom Tellers as their third site selection, technically second to try and pick up in a row. I like the decision. Avoid Ventilation Workshop as long as you can. Do not go back to a site in which you were mostly dominated on. Yeah, it ended in a 1v1, but that was down to clutch potential, and that's not something that you can rely on. I talked about this yesterday. Clutch potential is a good thing to fall back on should you desperately need it, but if you rely on it round in and round out, it's something that'll cost you more than it'll help you later on when series comes to close.
So now for Butler, biggest concern for them is just keeping those high-value operators alive and making sure they can really pinpoint that coordination factor throughout the whole round, as I could see for Butler, they were trying to do more or less kind of not a full east overtake, but still have somebody over by CCTV that wasn't just Raikai. The only problem is, he was still trying to poke and prod his way over near that castle barricade, which gave away the fact that there was a guy on that part of the balcony, allowing Jarvis to net that 1-for-1 kill on, again, your only hard breacher you had on a fairly hard breach-oriented site of Armory and Lockers. This time, I think the bigger operator you'd want to keep alive is Jonesy on that sledge, because again, it's a lower floor bomb site, and a lot of these rooms have soft destructible flooring, so if Butler can keep the sledge alive and active, then they're going to have a lot of free range to push back those defenders once they secure that top floor control, which for JMU, they probably have a couple roamers up above, but for the most part, it isn't as much as we've seen in both round 1 and 2.
Rumors of the top floor, again, are here for delay. Gravy has a lot of info to work with, though. The C7 in hand, and also being given real-time info around that drone, means they can quickly aggress. The C4 from below misses, surprisingly enough, as Blue Key pops that just a few seconds too late. So the Ionox camera will find at least one player's whereabouts, and actionable intel that nobody else is on this top floor. It is a very quick clear from Butler. A minute gone of the round, as is the entirety of a lurk or roam from the Dukes. Good start for the attack.
Gravy's still looking in to find a bit of extra utility here. Some cap can traps being destroyed on that top floor, as a good chunk of Butler is now looking to maybe rotate around. Big Shy, if he had maybe just tapped a couple shots there through that window, he might have found a kill, but of course he doesn't have the overlay that we do, so he's got no clue somebody's in stock for the time being. However, with the help of that vertical, Jonesy does spot out Blue Key and now begins to drone a little bit further down towards that bottom floor to maybe help assist Big Shy once he gets ready to lead that initial charge, and now Enham might be looking to join him as well, but instead it's over towards the east staircase rather than towards front lobby.
Second of 3 C4s also already used for the JMU defense. Jarvis finds a kill with the SMG-11, though. The C4 didn't find anything. The SMG-11, not so much. It does find a kill. Enham directly on the outside of the site, and one of those windows in towards Tellers is actually open. This is a way in for Enham without too many sound cues made. There's not a frost on the board. At very best, there's EDDs on that window, but even then, not a certainty for the defensive side. Something they'll have to be wary of should the aggression start to come through from Butler. And there it is. Big Shy finding a kill onto PK. Again, man advantage goes the way of Butler as they continue this aggression. So many castle barricades to deal with, but they're now walking in towards ventilation, and Jarvis is taken care of. That's exactly what they were looking for. The down onto Enham, who did jump through the window, but there were EDDs there. That's what JMU were relying on, and that's what finds a down, but not a kill just yet.
20 seconds to go now. Butler still have that theoretical man advantage and could potentially try to stick down this defuse. There's Big Shy with the initiation, having info on Havoc's location. Wraps up another headshot for this round, but here comes Shadows with such great patience. Finds one kill, looks for the second, almost transitions onto Gravy, and the reattempt will be clean. The shotgun for the confirmation, and now sets us in a technical 1 versus 1 as Enham is still bleeding out on the floor. And so far for Shadows, he still has enough time to maybe work his way against the Habana inside of bathroom, but that natural cover currently favoring Raikai. He's got no info, just has to work off that audio. A blind fire could happen by Shadows. He spots the head and connects with a clean shot with that UMP-45. Plenty of time left to defuse, and Shadows able to land the clutch on the castle. JMU keep the advantage now.
Flexibility just was not there for Butler. They didn't try to extend back to the top floor. Yeah, with a 4v2 they were there. Enham falling inside of that EDD, however, probably cost them the round. The clutch potential was then there. Even with Havoc falling, Shadows was only in a 1v3. They find the first kill long range. You were talking about the discipline to make sure they find the kill, and it does indeed come through. A switch onto Gravy, who just could not adjust quickly enough, and then able to shut down Raikai in the end. Surprisingly not enough for Butler. Even with a doubled up man advantage in 2 separate situations, technically a 3v2 and then a 3v1 as it followed, they just couldn't find the finishing kills. And James Madison will now head back to Ventilation Workshop, but instead of being down a round as they were when they left it last time, they're now up a round as they look to at least secure a possible halftime tie as we split.
And those castle barricades, in particular, as well for JMU, were kind of a double-edged sword last round, because with those castle barricades, denying those cutoff angles that you can tend to have over by, ventilation, over by the customs double door that looks all the way down that main hallway, with those castle barricades being there, it was just a straight shot for Butler to get into the workshop position and then just start to barrel into the bomb site with 3 players all against 1. Luckily for JMU, in that same breath, they also only had to worry about maybe 1 or 2 angles that Butler could have to their disposal, and they were still setting up for that execute without the assistance of that top floor coverage. So it also did help JMU just a small amount heading into that post-plant situation, but it almost backfired on them completely because it did allow Butler to set up quite smoothly.
There's also that smooth defense that basically allowed them to flourish later on. The Aruni actually comes through this time for Shadows, the Mark 14 in hand, but dropping down a hatch is perfectly safe for the time being. Gravy didn't hear the sound cue of the hatch breaking, considering that fist of Shadows breaks it fairly silently, and they will drone out the security room, see the fact that the hatch is open, and then jump in fairly safely. There is a return as PK is dropped, so is Big Shy. Again, the Zofia is off the board fairly early, but so is that fragging potential of the Alibi. PK yet to find a kill here on border may cost them later on.
And although he's currently 0-3, he was popping off earlier on Bank, so just a bit of a slow startup on border. Can't really fault him for that. Like you mentioned, there was still a trade, so not the end of the world here for JMU, as they're still looking to gather some info with the help of Havoc on this pulse. The cardiac sensor not detecting anyone just yet, but for JMU, they do expect Butler at any given moment to hop in through that armory doorway and try to once again set up those vertical angles, get the hatches opened up, and then try to rotate down below into that first floor to maybe poke and prod over by those windows to try to plant in from that ventilation side of the map. And Jarvis, still playing up above, funny enough. If he waits long enough in this round, he might be able to find a kill or 2 if Butler were all hard focused on that top floor. And there it is! Just a good cutoff angle found by Jarvis, and he just gets out of dodge.
The issue, well, 2 kills have been returned, but just like that, so are back the other way. With Shadows finding a second, that is a 2v2. Shadows isn't really near the site, and a sound cue of that punch opening up the window should allow them to plant down this diffuser fairly safely. Jarvis will break down the barricade as they look to aggress forward, but the diffuser's planted, and there's no easy way in. Jarvis walks straight into Raikai's gunfire, and instead of a reactive gunfight, it's Raikai being proactive this time around. Learning from the previous round, we all need to learn things. Butler do just that and pick up a tied-up scoreline once more.
The saying goes, swing or be swung, and I think Butler had to learn that the hard way on round 3. JMU having the favor returned to them by Butler as well. And at least Ventilation has been a good sight for Butler. I think it's been pretty much the same storyline so far that we had all the way back in Bank, where it was like just CCTV and locker room. that was favoring Butler back on Bank, and now it's kind of the same thing here on Border, except now Ventilation and Workshop. Don't know if that's gonna, have any foreshadowing added onto it as well as to having Butler win their map pick of Border, but maybe if they are able to, maybe elaborate a bit more on their attacking style when they're on other sites like Armory, for example, maybe that could help kick them in the right direction, since I'm not too sure if we're going to have really Ventilation back in play throughout the rest of this first half.
I'm not sure. They may go back to Ventilation, but I don't know if that's going to be the greatest decision for them. They've won Bathroom Tellers, and Arsenal Archives was a chaotic site, I think, for the defensive side, and they want to maybe stray away from that chaos. So the solution, at least as of right now, is go originally to Armory Archives and then follow up with Bathroom Tellers should it be a requisite. I don't know if JMU would actually select Armory Archives over Bathroom Tellers should they lose this, though. It'd be a weird spot for them, because they just barely won the bottom floor. Do they want to just barely try it again?
I mean, compare that to Customs, which is a really tough bomb site. Still might be a better option. Again, that lesser of two evils. Oh, this might be deadly here. Big Shy's got the breaching charge set up, pops it open, but the Malusi does evade it for the time being. Actually across a bit of hard walling, too, as they get all the way back down into offices and now archives. And across the board, you've got Jarvis once again scoring that opening kill against Gravy this time, rather than Raikai on the ace. And Jonesy there, for the first time on the Ying, does get a spray down onto Shadows, but is very low in HP off that, so he'll have to value himself to be a little bit more higher and not want to take some of those early gunfights, as those Candelas are really going to build up their value if we get later into this action phase with her still alive.
Yes, it's really a requisite around being alive, though. Candelas can have as much value as you want. That spray somehow doesn't do damage unless they're through a fully reinforced wall. Big Shy hopping in towards the office/fountain side will take away that bulletproof camera, and then do at least take a decent bit of damage. Pop open that castle barricade as well, but with the area of effect of that concussion towards 90, they'll at least know somebody's in the general vicinity. It was PK, I believe, as they've now repositioned. Blue Key with the holographic and suppressor on the Ulda, but they just do not know that Archives has already been taken. Enham just walks on towards the site and in towards the opposing side. A double now with the L8 in hand, wasting absolutely no time getting aggressive. That should also be a fairly safe plant spot, but they decide to plant elsewhere. They're wasting no time getting this down. A minute still on the clock, and they have a 1v3 to contest against Havoc with. He's done it before. Certainly possible. Not so much this time around. Butler will gain a third.
At least able to have that information and keep Raikai alive. We saw the value he was able to bring out more specifically in that round. Getting the archives wall opened up, being able to push back some people over by Office and Fountain, create that space for Butler to do their job and get the diffuser down. But of course, in terms of space making, I cannot just, not mention Enham, who found 2 separate kills just hopping into archives. That has been something Butler is really good at for their attacking half, is just gathering info, spotting out these weaknesses by James Madison, and just, taking the opportunity to punish them for those small openings, like we just saw earlier by Enham realizing no one's properly playing by archives and he can maybe work a gunfight or two to create that space to play for the objective of that round. And Butler, not opting to go down into bathroom, they suit themselves better off in armory and lockers, which I can't really fault them for. They have had cleaner rounds in this position since they have got a more proper win that didn't come down to 1vx previous in this first half.
1vx's are nice, but I said it before, don't rely on them. I'm not going to go into the whole spiel, but you get the general idea. JMU haven't, and 1 out of 2 rounds they've picked up, certainly possible for them to come back. That just happened.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
They just lost a combined 120 HP between 2 players because an impact was thrown at a teammate point blank. Jarvis tried to throw an impact at a wall and open up a rotate, instead landed onto Shadows, and now they're both at 50 HP. Not the greatest position for them to be in. Could cost them later on should they get into literally any gunfight that isn't a headshot. Not a good position.
Repel coming up by Raikai. Gravy is there as the primary entry for this position. Breaching charge goes off. window can be used for Butler to have just an extra angle. Seems like the Maestro's trying to go for a bit of a blind fire. Raikai trying to return the favor. Neither one losing any HP, which is kind of a bonus for JMU because they're already a bit lower in that aspect, like we have both mentioned at this point now. Maybe Raikai on the second attempt could maybe connect on the Maestro. He's just not moving a single muscle and almost spots the kill onto that ace, but for Raikai, he's able to dodge most of those bullets and just get back to safety. The rest of Butler looking to execute in from offices. There goes the first kill for PK, and Big Shy with the denial of that proxy alarm allows Shadows to spring up and kill the Zofia. And now for JMU, it doesn't matter they're low in HP because they're up 2 players.
It's a player advantage versus the HP advantage, both of which at this point mostly favor JMU, with Blue Key especially finding Gravy. A 2v4, certainly ability to come back. We've seen it before. We've seen it specifically in this map from JMU, but Butler's going to have to match it, and with less HP, and most importantly, on the attacking side, where, well, they have the pressure of time against them. They'll need to aggress either in towards offices or around towards the security side. Raikai trying to drone, at least first thing. They do have 4 drones available between the 2 remaining players, of which 7 are technically on the board. So they're not out of this one just yet, but it's really difficult for them to actually come back from this, especially considering their current whereabouts.
They do know that Fountain is cleared up, but also for JMU, they still know there's someone by offices with the help of that proxy alarm and the EMPs being tossed out by Enham. There's Jarvis on the swing from that back hallway, still playing a bit closer towards CCTV as well, as the map control just wasn't really there for Butler in this round, and they might pay the ultimate price with another round loss to their name, but all things considered, they were at a 2-4 split against them on Bank, so at least for here, theoretically speaking, it could just be a simple 3-on-3 half. Not the worst thing for a map like Border, but the night is still young. Maybe Enham can win this 1 versus 4, but he is very low on time, and again, there's plenty of info by JMU, so they know exactly how they should be trying to play. I think there's even a flank coming up east stairs. Yeah, there's the Azami of Jarvis, just causing even more havoc against Enham, as he really is just in a rock and a hard space at this point, and will now just proceed to fizzle out the timer and just allow JMU to take the round, but I can't fault him. He's in a 1v4, and there's several angles being used against him.
Either save the KD or walk in and die and lose the round. Well, you're going to lose the round either way. Might as well keep 1 death less on the board. Bragging rights maybe later on against teammates or, to trash talk people on Twitter. There's always reasons. Guarantee it. But Butler still lose the round, and will now switch to the defensive side of their own map pick, dead even. Last time we saw a team switch onto the defensive side, it was JMU onto their own map pick, up 2 rounds. This time, it's Butler at a dead even scoreline. I'm not going to say anybody has a definitive advantage, but the only one that honestly would be there is Butler because it's their own map selection.
And for Butler, seems like they're going to start out over in Bathroom and Tellers. They have both the Warden and the Kaid available to them, so really looking to rely on that anchor position if they can. But they aren't just putting all of their eggs into one basket as well. They still understand the importance of extending up above, denying that vertical if JMU want to go for it, and also maybe utilizing that vertical to their own advantage if an execute is able to be built up by JMU without fully clearing out that top floor, as Butler are using those castle barricades to help create a couple of choke point positions just to make JMU's life a little more challenging when going for this top floor clear, similar to what they did, funny enough, in the first half.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Again, these teams and series are giving me alarming deja vu. It's kind of concerning at this point, especially when we're not even playing the same maps. That's when it really starts to become, hey, am I sure I'm casting a different series? But, I know definitively I am. Shadows throwing off the fact that they're trying to aggress quickly. JMU, ever so poetically, would probably be the team to, in the first round of each half they're attacking, just hold W and quickly aggress onto the site. Obviously not the case here, but still probably would have worked, considering there's only 1 player in the site's vicinity.
Be losing a bit of damage, but probably just a couple blind fires here and there by Butler on the top floor. Speaking of PK, though, on that Jackal, along with having a couple of good info ops, such as Blue Key, for example, on the 0, that can help enable to force away the roamers at a much faster rate than the typical use of just regular drones, and also having Havoc on the flank watch of Gridlock can make sure you keep that top floor in your grasp throughout the whole round once you actually clear out those roamers playing up above. PK, though, might just say, you know what, forget about this top floor, let's just hit the bomb site. He's got got backup by Jarvis as well, and they have complete control of Tellers, looking to stick this plant. There's PK with the swing, good coverage so far, and Blue Key confirming this defuse to be put on the ground. JMU are up 5-2 with nothing to slow them down.
JMU, the type of guy to rush a site the first round of each attacking half, and it's worked out both times. Gravy clears out that 90 desk, but I think this is all formality, maybe saving the KD, another positive option for Butler. A 1v4 this time around, and the timer ticking against them. Now 13 seconds to even hop on the diffuser, much less win the round itself. That time continually depleting away, and with 3 players still to find, absolutely no shot at it. Not even enough time to get on the diffuser, much less stick it all the way through with 3 players still on the board. And Gravy, in the second round running, will have and be a Butler player to attempt to save the KD, but they will be unsuccessful in doing so. James Madison, back-to-back rounds to return. We're down 3-2, now up 4-3.
And unfortunately there, for a site like Tellers, that vertical play I mentioned, it's pretty lacking. So for JMU to be able to walk into the bomb site, ignore a lot of those roamers up above, and be able to skip past that extension by Customs too, there was nothing left to stop them from confirming that post plant, especially since they were watching over by bathroom as well, and they had people sitting outside on the window too. So again, there were really no options for Butler to safely retake, in that man disadvantage turned into an even bigger man disadvantage of a 5-on-2. You're basically just signing your will at that point, because you know the round's going to end with your own demise, and JMU proving that point quite literally, getting their 4th round win in map number 2, and Butler now just saying, let's just ignore bathroom for now and try something more default.
Re-archives for Butler? I still think that Bathroom and Tellers is a very good site, and their setup actually wasn't that bad. The main problem was the fact that just nobody was on the site whatsoever. They had not a single player on the actual premises of either site. If you had like 1 or 2, sure, you would have had sound cues, you would have been prepped to get out. That would have made sense. But they didn't at all, and basically just left the door open for JMU, and they learned from their mistakes in map 1, their mistakes notably being not occupying the site and being prepped for a JMU quick rush on that defensive side. They apparently didn't carry over what they had learned into map 2. It may be a different map, but the strat's not changing all that much for the Dukes.
Like the play here by JMU, there is only one op that can hard counter this Montaigne plant, and that's going to be the smoke, because there are no C4s, no more impact grenades as well for the Wamai. So if they can actually get past these castle barricades and burn the util of those ADS's magnets and smokes, then there is going to be nothing that will stop them from entering the bomb site, getting down that diffuser, and playing a rather comfortable post plant from the outside, looking back in with that case on the ground. Here comes Jarvis just being that brick wall, being that mountain force team, but Jonesy threads the needle on the glass, playing over by that AC window. A Prisma thrown out, funny enough, to maybe gather some pocket info, but that's not going to stop the plant. The bigger picture at fault here. Shadows with the grenade finds a kill onto Raikai, and now we're looking at a 4v4 post plant situation, with JMU having a man advantage after Havoc with the pistol whips it down onto Big Chai. And there just is nothing left that Butler can try to do except maybe force back that Montaigne and stick the disable, but they have to worry about Shadows as well, who just isn't too far away. If no one can watch away from that AC window, this could be a potential swing out by the Nook to do so much damage. Here's Enham with the pick, but he's not able to stop that disable in time. There's Jarvis with the pistol kill. Jonesy dropped down, the Deagle reigning supreme against that player in the bomb site, and Gravy finally eliminated by Havoc. JMU, another good read on a quick execute, now puts them up 2 rounds against Butler.
Yeah, and Butler are going to slow things down. They need to, and the way, well, they're going to call a timeout. James Madison so well put together in that round. Basically, all they had to do was slow down their attack and then, again, press the go button. That is seemingly the 5th or 6th rush we've seen in just under 2 full maps by both teams combined. And the problem currently sits for the JMU attack. Can they try it again? Because, well, congratulations, you can rush. It worked twice over, and Butler really didn't have all that much of a response. No C4s available, as you mentioned, no impacts remaining at the end, only Toxic Babe, of which were not thrown in the correct position. But there was nothing. and there was no response, at least not quickly enough to deal with the Montaigne, very well put together, and JMU again, early on, off of the information in the prep phase, with the drones, find not only the kills, plural, but the plant and time in their favor. And there was no response from the Bulldogs.
Glad to see Butler at least calling the timeout before it actually goes down into match point. They have a little bit more room for error, and it is just the way that these rounds are being played out by JMU that is costing them these positions. They don't have the right utility to really slow down JMU when they want to go in for those executes, and they haven't also been aware, at least one of the 2 rounds, as to what JMU were going to implement on their attacking play, because you had the bathroom teller's bomb site where they just immediately hopped in from the teller's window. They ignored the the customs extension, and the players up above still roaming, able to get that diffuser down, have a 5-on-2. And then for that round, sure, Butler were aware that the plant was going down, but they didn't have anyone to run out from offices. They didn't have any utility to push away the Montaigne besides those toxic babes. So it was just a pretty straightforward execute by JMU, and now with Butler looking to reattempt that same bomb site, it is a little shocking that they don't bring out any new operators, but maybe for JMU, they're not going to want to try the same thing twice in a row.
I honestly would love to see just JMU try it and see how it works, just for my own curiosity's sake, because Butler know it's a possibility, but do they have anything to contest with it? Yeah, again, they have the toxic babes. They will not have any impacts available at that time. I'm assuming Big Shy will most likely use that final one, and even if they did only have one, it's just not enough damage quickly enough to deal with the aggression. But no Montaigne this time around, so no French shield. Feels bad, man. I was hoping. It really was.
Especially because how well it worked last time for JMU. Maybe even just not going archives and trying an armory plant like you do in rank, that might have still worked as well, but you know, I can't really nitpick too much here by JMU. They don't want to be overly complacent on their attacking rounds, and they want to be a little more creative this time ago for round number 9, although their lineup looks a lot more default than the one last round actually did. Gathering a bit of info over from this western balcony, seeing how many anchors are actually set up, and seeing if there's anyone extending over by Office and Fountain. The safe answer is probably yes, because that triple wall is fully reinforced, so JMU are probably going to have to fight a bit more tooth and nail in that portion of the map if they want to take it.
This is a similar take that, well, Butler was attempting towards Office, and a similar rotation allowed by Butler leads to 2 different opening picks from 2 different facets of the map as well. Jarvis looking down through Square, switches to the air jets at the worst possible time, but it's really not going to matter. Big Shy will find the only kill in the round thus far, and will immediately fall off. Enham is in a 1 versus 4. It has been 80 seconds, and Enham's alone. They are flashed off the angle, have absolutely no idea where they are as they fall back into the armory office, but it's not going to happen. JMU just casually put 3 rounds consecutive on the board. Their attack looks unbeatable, and they will have 3 consecutive map points to force Skyscraper.
And for Butler, their defensive rounds, they have just been too stagnant to really slow down JMU. You had that instant kill by Jarvis and a Jonesy. I mean, I really can't fault him. He probably just wasn't expecting that Zofia to just insta-swing him like we saw in that round, and the nanosecond that JMU found that opening kill, everyone else just slowly coincide to get into the building and just try to find more of those picks as Butler are now scrambling to work a refrag, or at the very least, just fall back. Now seeing a reattempt here onto Bathroom and Tellers, this could be the final bell that tolls for Butler here, at least on border, as they did win Bang. So, if they do lose this map, at least we have Skyscraper on the drawing board, but for them, they'd probably want to close things out 2-0.
It would need to be, as I do quick math in my head, 5 of the next 6 rounds with a bare minimum start of 3 in a row. Not likely, but certainly possible. Again, I'll say it just as I did back on Bank. Butler went 7-0 in Series for a reason. I will give it to them. They did lose a map to JMU, one of the few teams they even dropped a map to, and without even dropping a series, even more dominant as just a showing. But an odd setup, fully impressing themselves on towards Armory and Archives, while defending Bathroom Tellers. Interesting decision as to their setup. Their defensive setup, in terms of operators, makes perfect sense. Where they're going with it, questionable.
Just trying to make sure that JMU don't get any of the map for free. Can't fault them for that, but we did see last time the site was in play that JMU just kind of ignored the top floor and just tried to hit the site as fast as they could, so might be the whole eggs into only one basket type situation again here for Butler. A second Razor Bloom will pop out, but it's not going to do any damage on a Jarvis. Just give info for the defense that there is someone over by that catwalk position to maybe, acknowledge the roamers when they should be trying to fall back and if they need to actually play on those shields or not. Blind fire attempted here by Jarvis. Nothing to connect so far, and I believe he knows the player has now fallen back to that shield, so he'll try to break it with that frag grenade and now push off of that angle opened up by his nade. Funny enough, the soft explosivity working wonders for Jarvis as it nets him yet another opening gunfight.
If that was planned, outstanding. If it wasn't, even better, just for comedic effect. And unfortunately, Big Shy just didn't see it. Apparently tunnel visioning in towards that room door, and the problem, again, for Butler is losing an opening duel. Jonesy already had to back away, considering they're on just under 20 HP, with Raikai gone as well. James Madison look infallible on the attacking side, not stopping whatsoever or for anything. Gravy 1v5 to keep them in the map.
A lot of big obstacles left pardon here for the lone alibi. And Gravy missing out on a big opportunity, and the sled just looks right at him. JNU, the flawless round and the flawless second half to bring us to Skyscraper. I believe, do you believe in magic here, Dan? Because we might just see it happen depending on how map 3 goes.
I mean, considering the magic of the second half and the fact that Border's a defensive-sided map, and was chosen by Butler, I don't even have to believe in magic. We've already seen it. That's how good it looked for James Madison. The now question remains for them, what can they do to come back and bring back more energy into Skyscraper? Border looked great. The second half, at least, looked really good for them, but can they clear that into Skyscraper, of which is almost never played, period, much less in Collegiate?
I would definitely recommend maybe bring out the Azami more for this position because, especially on Border, she is very strong. Same thing applies for Skyscraper. And having somebody else with her alongside those key barriers, we saw a lot of isolated one-for-one gunfights going the way of JMU, especially last round when it was, Big Shy to die by the hand of Jarvis because he was just on an island only having that shield to assist him. So if you have key barriers in the mix over by CCTV, no one from Catwalk can push in as aggressively to kill that 90 player, and now they have to directly confront that player over by the shield, or they have to deal with the Azami first and then kill the Thorn who's up above, which in general just wastes more time and resources and maybe gives you more options to take a gunfight and maybe win it rather than having your opponent start off the bat with a 5-on-4 advantage.
Well, it's each team picking up each other's map selection. The Dukes return onto Butler Bulldogs' spot of Border. We'll head to the least played map in competitive Rainbow Six Siege, and especially in the collegiate scene. Skyscraper on the horizon, the decider is required to determine who goes to LAN and who goes home. Butler take map 1, JMU take map 2, a third is required. Skyscraper on the horizon as we move to the least played map in competitive Siege. It's the unknown variable for now both teams. Can either pick it up, the winner goes to LAN. I'm Time to Light, still joined alongside me is fellow Skyscraper. Can't say that very often in R6. You cast Challenger League, they play it all the time. But, you know, collegiate, not so much.
Yeah, and playing it, yeah, but playing it well, that's up for debate, I have to admit.
Yeah,
It's
Challenger League teams, you guys suck.
Well, at least the, I guess, creativity on that map, it's a very dry cut map. You see the same extensions almost all the time. You've got someone with a shield over in like Shrine and then Drum, for example. Maybe a Kiba barrier there too if a zombie's actually coming in past the ban phase. And then that's basically it. You might flip it around depending on what site you're playing on. Where you see the most variety is probably like barbecue and kitchen, and that's mostly it because no one picks Bedroom as a bomb site. It's really weak. So it's a lot of challenges that you tend to face when defending this map and also attacking it, especially if you're not well versed on it too.
Master Bedroom's the best ranked site to play if you have like 3 brain cells and a 3-stack. If not, and you're solo queuing, don't touch it. Not
Time
even
to let
with
it prove.
39.5-foot pole. I personally am a big fan. It's really easy to hold. You just casually extend vertically into office. You're good to go. Play through the hatch, and you know what have you. You're in a great spot. But into Skyscraper, and without delaying all that much more, Skyscraper is a big wild card. Butler should be in a little bit of a better spot for the sole reason they are the higher seed. But in that same right, James Madison, you could also say, have the advantage because they just picked up Game 2 of Border. Momentum being what it is, we'll see if that actually comes to fruition for them as our third map kicks underway. Attacking bans should probably go something along the lines of a Zami Nook, maybe something in that general area. James Madison start on the defensive side and start with an Osa ban, picking up where they left off back on Border.
Osa is also very good on Skyscraper. She can be very helpful if you are a team that tends to struggle with that, you know, top black position. Yeah, shocking, right? That and also almost any kind of clear that can lead over into Office, for example. I know you're being sarcastic, but it was like the straightforward yes. That's what you always want to go for there. Just try to really confuse the chat room. Rest of the bans look pretty normal as well. You've got Flores and Kaid as well. Kane was picked out on the rare occasion on both Border and Bank. Now it's going to be a non-factor for this map, and so is Mira, who has been banned every single map. I think her and Flores have been banned every time. Actually, no. Flores was not banned on map 1. That was Jacqueline Nook.
Correct. Yeah, and Flores was the reason I was sarcastically saying really, not your comments on Osa.
Oh, okay,
those
sorry.
were correct. Yeah, Flores is also a staple ban. I'm a little surprised that Nook and Azami made it through. I was expecting one or the other to be banned out by JMU, but honestly, JMU have been the ones to play both more than they've been the ones to contest against both. Also, by the way, Clash is being played. Last time I saw Clash, it was a throne room defense on Theme Park like 3 weeks ago in a different collegiate league because they play like this Miro Windows strat. I think I showed this to you at some point, but
I was there.
Yeah, you were there. It's been a little while since I've seen Clash. I don't know how I feel about it on Teen Karaoke. We'll see. TBD. I'll give you my thoughts when the round ends.
Well, when you have like 2 or 3 choke points max, if you have one person on Clash just solo focus on that area, I don't think that's really a bad idea. and you still have 2 other shields with some ADSs, so you're not just putting all of your, value into this one gamble play of a Clash. Nope, you're considering the options that Butler could go for on their attack, and you have something as a precautionary measure on every single facet of that attack. I do wonder, though, where Jarvis is going to start his defensive reign of terror. It looks like he's playing over towards, was that top left? That might have been the Clash running around. No, it actually was. And there's PK as well running around by Dragon. He finds the opening kill onto Big Shy, and Gravy gets a trade onto Shadows, but I think, once again, not having the Zofia around, it's probably a bigger issue than the Jaeger.
The Thatcher being on the board should clear out this Bandit battery utility as well. Jarvis takes down the CCE shield at the correct time, looks to just walk over towards the display window, but should be cleared back up. And at this point, it's really just down to how long it takes Butler to clear out this roam. I do not believe the SP-SMG was able to take down that drone at long range, so still information available for Butler. But they only have 7 drones and 2 minutes to work with. Not the end of the world for them, but Big Shy falling early, a big power pick for Butler to pick up.
They just now entering the building, gathering some info as well. Jarvis returning the favor, though. An air jab is deployed, but it's only to make sure that Jarvis can't really swing past this Dragon doorway. He's still playing in Dragon proper without really a lot of, force pushing him away, especially with that Zofia gone as well. Those concussive blasts could really put away the Clash and maybe even find a kill in or two, depending on what angle you build up. But Jarvis just has so much free range to play off of unless someone can rotate around to shoot him in the back. But currently, that's not going to be on the drawing board here for Butler, as they're just trying to get control of Dragon and Shrine.
Jarvis flashed off the angle. Still just waiting, is safe with the shield in hand. Follow-up flash to really make sure they're thrown off. Somehow is not captured by the ADS, but there's still no concussion used to throw that out of position. Really no aggression whatsoever to throw that out of position, considering the concussion has been taken away. Jonesy, even past that Clash, is able to find one onto PK, so the aggression of the alibi taken off, but not before PK finds a triple. The rest of the team hasn't really had to do all that much. Havoc had fallen off the angle and hadn't even seen a player. Bluekey still has a Toxic Babe remaining, but there's only 40 seconds left. Butler need to aggress. They need to take some of this utility away, or at bare minimum, find a kill or two to work around, and with Enham taking some damage, no easy way to do so. I don't even know if they're going to survive this. They won't. They'll die to the Toxic Babe because of the CCE shield, and Jonesy's left alone in a 1v3.
Not too many options left for Jonesy as well. They've got info on this Nomad, and they have no utility whatsoever to help push back the Clash or really any other defender. In these final 10 to 15 seconds of the round, they'll try to get aggressive, maybe creep down through this drum doorway, but you've got both the Bandit and a player by T to have a crossfire on this one doorway. Again, the choke points just being so potent for the defensive side to work against the offense, granting JMU the round win off a very good cross-coordination between both PK and Jarvis by Shrine.
No real response there from Butler. This is reminiscent of that of the attacking side of JMU back on map 1, and honestly similar to that of map 2 as well, considering how dominant they both looked. Or the defensive side of map 1, attacking side of map 2. Kind of mix those up. Nonetheless, still an applicable conversation where JMU looked decisive in their decision making, and they have strats set. With the Clash being selected, you knew they were going to play around it. Just the way they did so was such an odd position for Butler to deal with, and the fact that Big Shy was taken off the board so early, he really just did not have anything to deal with the Clash. And, well, now it's across Office, and unsurprisingly so. Office usually the secondary site for most teams if they don't immediately go down to barbecue in the kitchen. Because, as you said, nobody likes to play Master, even though it's honestly a fairly good site. What do you do here if you're on the JMU defense? They don't have a Bandit this time around. I have to say I'm a little surprised about that.
Pretty much nothing to stop those walls from being opened up, considering the fact that there is a Thatcher for Enham. So those mute jammers, depending on where they're placed, it just might not matter. They might be used more or less just for drone denial. So I can imagine for Butler, if they acknowledge that, they want to rotate at a fast time, they're going to be able to get this office wall opened up, but still be able to do probably a T/Geisha overclear, heading into both, Drum and Shrine, the 2 points of the map I mentioned earlier before we even got into Skyscraper, because how often you can see an attacking team win around just having those 2 positions as control for their team. Unfortunately for Gravy and Jonesy, though, Jarvis has their number, and with a quick run out with the help of that MPX, scores the side of JMU 2 opening kills for free.
It's openings again JMU's way, and at this point, Butler just do not have a response to the continued aggression of James Madison. The drum, by the way, is open for Jarvis to play an alarmingly long angle across that top side catwalk, still trying to aggress on the backside of terrace as well. This is such an odd position for Butler to be in. They're relying on that hard breachability of the ace, and Enham almost falling probably would have ended the round right then and there. Luckily, does not, at least not early enough. Butler is still in this, but narrowly.
Saying still, they might be able to get this wall opened up, but they are so low on players for that execute. They would really have to count their lucky stars if they can find a couple of 1-for-1 isolations and still maybe equalize this position into a 3-on-3 or maybe that 3-on-2 if things go even better than previously anticipated. The case picked up now by the Zofia across the map as Raikai tries to go in for a swing on that previously opened up wall. And for Enham, he's got a shield to try to disregard to maybe work that pick against the Mute playing behind it currently. Blue Key toss out a C4, doesn't connect, but so far he's still safe behind that shield despite Enham looking to really thread the needle and kill this guy, but he is just so close and so far away all at the same time.
How in the world does he not die there? That's definitely his outline. I'm not wrong on that one, unless for some reason he's hiding under that bar. He's not, but is still alive. Big Shy finds a return, so it's a 4v3. Blue Key's still on 20 HP after that engagement across with Enham. So by no means is this JMU's definitive round, but so much utility is still available for this attack, and they're trying to aggress, and quickly so. Blue Key was waiting under that bar position, but here comes the aggression from Butler. They want to aggress, and quickly so. They're going to have the opportunity to do so. 30 seconds, but Butler need to go.
Blue Key still playing close with SMG-11 and shotgun combination, but so low in HP, it's a big game of cat and mouse, and wow, the Thermite just hops in, a good kill, found with that 5.56, but again, no diffuser in the pocket of any attacker still alive, leads things desperate now for Butler as they still need to find 3 kills with only 8 seconds to go. Shooting out that Prisma gathers tons of info for JMU, Raikai dropped to the floor, and now it's just Enham with no time left to spare. JMU, 2 in a row on map 3, it's looking good for him so far.
Where in the world was the diffuser, and why did Butler not have it in their hands? Was it dropped on the outside of, like, office?
I think Jonesy died with it in his pocket because he was on ace, and then
Big Shy picked it up.
Yep, exactly. Big Shy had to pick it up, and he was still across the map lurking as Zof, so he couldn't get there in time.
That's such a weird round for Butler. It was a very good decision to honestly just send Raikai in, waste no time, just honestly hold W. But the fact that it didn't work quickly enough and that all 3 players weren't together, they didn't have that flexibility as a team. And now to Barbecue Kitchen. JMU with back-to-back defensive rounds on Skyscraper to open things up. Again, they are competing against the #1 seed overall and the #1 seed in their conference, of whom took them out in the regular season to put them down to 3rd place. A very odd position for Butler to be in, considering they were the favorites walking in. By the way, a quick note back to that regular season match. If JMU picked up either map 1 or 3, they actually would have had a 3-way tie for 1st place, with Kettering, Butler, and JMU all circling with wins against one another.
JMU looking to keep the good vibes going here on their defensive half, while Butler haven't found a response yet to deal with that just, I guess, unrivaled aggression here for JMU on their defensive half. I'm a little shocked that with Butler understanding the importance of the Nook when they banned it all the way back on Bank, the lack of her on the map of Skyscraper, because how important she can be to establish that lurk on the 1st floor, maybe find a kill or 2 with those grenades, and then creep up some of those staircases just to have an external position you could attack from for Butler. Because again, when you look at all those choke points, if JMU just have to focus on both Drum and the side of Shrine, then they're going to be pretty much in an easy position with a couple crossfires in 2 straight funnels for the offense. But if you have that Nook available to go somewhere else, it just leads you to more opportunities to maybe clutch up and go big.
The clutch has to be there for Butler earlier rather than later. And they just haven't had that immediate clutch potential per player. Enham found, kill in the previous round. We also saw similar situations in round 1. but JMU have had that earlier in rounds. Jonesy dies through the shield. That nade went to the far side of the shield, so the ADS didn't pick it up, and it landed far enough around it to where they pick up the kill early. Looking for a follow-up, it's Jonesy with a double. There's that clutch potential, and it doesn't have to be late in rounds. Clutches don't always come in the last 20 seconds. They can arise sooner, as I mentioned, rather than later.
Still, Jonesy alive to maybe get that vertical down could be huge to force back some of those anchors on the bomb site. Other than that, though, Butler need to keep consistent on that first floor clear as well. They have a couple of attackers over in that position, too. I believe both Raikai and maybe it's actually Big Shy in that first floor, not Gravy. He's the one to actually assist the sledge up above, and there goes that vertical I mentioned earlier. But if they want to have that hatch as an option, too, they would need to have the ace of Raikai to rotate over, which would cost a lot of seconds off the timer here for Butler.
Just something they cannot afford. It's only a 4v3, as I say that, now a 3v2.
No.
C4, no, it's the EDD! That's a doorway you can put an EDD on? On today's episode of I Didn't Know That, and I'm probably supposed to. Surprising, as Blue Key's able to pick up that kill, but this is just easier to come back from now for JMU. As the numbers start to dwindle for the Butler side, they do even more for JMU. The drop through the hatch, but Raikai's safe for the time being. They swing a second time straight to their demise. Blue Key will find the first, being swung from behind, but the information's there, and Big Shy has the freedom to get aggressive. Butler will pick up their first round on the attacking side of Skyscraper, but is it too little too late?
There's that lurk factor as well. I definitely do not think it's really too late. We see this map being pretty defender favored for the most part, so having that 2-to-1 split and just keeping things consistent on that tertiary site pick is enough to ask for. Maybe finding a round win potentially on one karaoke or office bomb site could be a good thing as well for Butler, but if they get a 2-to-4 split, it's not going to be the end of the world. However, I would hope for them to still continue that lurk effect that we saw done by Gravy. He walked down black stairs to make sure not everyone's just funneling in from either that hatch drop or the, back doorway near supply, just so there's, a crossfire that could maybe be built up there favoring Butler. Ended up having them in that 2v1 pincer maneuver, guaranteeing they'd secure that round win, which Butler desperately needed to make sure they don't get 3-0'd.
Desperation for Butler was there, but I suppose desperation forced them into power positions, so kills were found, as were the round. A Montaigne is being prepped and will actually be locked in by Enham. This is a new one for Butler. This is the first shield operator they will bring in this series. JMU has brought both the Montaigne and Clash on separate occasions and separate sides of maps, including separate maps if you want to continue to condense that conversation. But something different from Butler. Maybe exactly what they need, considering Teen Karaoke wasn't their best.
Only other op they've brought that's close to that is an Osa, but that isn't really the same as, a Montaigne and Clash like you had mentioned, so I'd kind of agree more with you that we haven't really seen something like this brought out by Butler more specifically. But one thing we have seen a lot by them is the Ying, and with no Warden here for JMU on their lineup, that could help make a lot of space too. Maybe allow the Montaigne to creep in, make a bit more coverage for that planter, and have a post-plant position here for Butler. It seems like they want to attack in from that black position. That way the Montaigne can just have instant access to the bomb site, so long as they can destroy that deployable shield.
I mean, they've destroyed the deployable shield before. I do believe Jonesy has just walked into a frost mat and has now died to PK in the frost mat. That's it's a little unfortunate there for Jonesy. Enham with the Montaigne will look to aggress across. They cannot drop that shield early enough, but the Ace Selma past the shoulder of Enham will do so later on. There is a return, PK's taken care of, so their transgressions onto Jonesy have been returned upon. But it's still a 4v4, and with the Montaigne still alive, they're still in a fairly good position on the attacking side.
Only one more Toxic Babe now. It'd be this one gadget and maybe the Nitro Cell to stop that Montaigne, and it's popped out while the rest of the Toxic Clouds are still formed up here. Blue Key not having any utility, probably just has to fall back, and he can't even rotate into Geisha. He has to play in Karaoke proper just to keep this position going for JMU, especially since there's no one playing over by Black Stairs for the defensive side.
odd positions for the defensive side, considering how much Butler is prepped on this side of the map. Bluekey has seen that Montaigne cross their line of sight, tries to aggress across onto the ace, second player in, but is unsuccessful in doing so. The aggression at the black stairs has been heard, but Raikai is down. The kill doesn't fully come through, and unfortunately Bluekey looks the wrong way. Could have found the finish, but is unable to do so. A 2v2 on a technicality, but Raikai can be retrieved, and the Montaigne is still alive. Butler with the advantage, as now their man is retrieved, and the C4 is shot out of position. It wouldn't have found anything anyway.
Gravy there on the swing, attempting to find yet another on this round, but no, they both line up for Jarvis. He downs the second one. Gravy on the floor. It's just Enham now into 1 versus 2, trying to pick up his down teammate, goes for the pistol, and Jarvis, the 3K! JMU hold on and deny any sort of equalizer for Butler.
But Butler were in such a good position, and they just over-aggress in situations they didn't have to. JMU continue to hold strong on the defensive side. T and Karaoke once more goes their way. They'll head back to Exhibition Office, of which was a fairly good round for them. Not as decisive as I think they would have liked, but it was still well put together. They forced Butler to panic in the final seconds of the round. They didn't even have the diffusers. They did not aggress as a squad. And now as they bring in a carbon copy defensive setup, I like the position they're in. It's not something different, but it's something that's already worked.
And as well for Butler, it's just the bigger concern of can they be reactive to if JMU are going to get aggressive and not just play those default spots, because a major way that they won Office was by just having Jarvis kill 2 people off the rip. I believe that was both Jonesy and then potentially Gravy, as Enham was also on the Thatcher back in round number 2. The case was in no man's land, so Big Shy had to pick that back up and was still trying to do his job as the lurker of that round, losing the case in no man's land. And at that point, Butler just didn't have enough resources to recover that diffuser, nor find any other kills along that ride. So for Butler, they need to keep their bodies up just to make sure they can do their regular jobs before going guns blazing.
But guns blazing is so fun.
Not when you're the one getting a gun down.
You make a fair point. Brief note, by the way, courtesy of Twitch chat, a player from Ferris State has confirmed that Kettering has beaten the Southern Missouri squad. So, Kettering's going to land. Congratulations to the squad from Michigan. They will be in Philly in 2 weekends' time, playing for the grand finals. Winner of this will play them, so it is going to be an East 2 conference matchup there.
Definitely looking forward to seeing Bucka again. I guess the annual anniversary between himself and me, in terms of seeing each other in person. That'll definitely be fun going down and through December. But need to figure out who's going to actually join Bucka and co. from this last map on Skyscraper. So far, JMU look to be the main leaders of the pact, but they almost lose PK off the bat from a good swing by Gravy, expecting that aggression from the player over towards Catwalk. And now Lucy able to fall away, but losing a lot of HP is definitely worse for wear, but at least they didn't die by the hand of that Nomad, so he'll have to be a bit more precautionary just to make sure there is no sign of defenders trying to look into take another fight, which PK might just do so by the top of Shrine, walking up that dragon staircase and looking to get a bit closer against the Nomad.
Gravy's so close. The aggression there. PK, it's swing or be swung. They both actually die. The trade is there, as is the kill from Raikai. Around from the office balcony. Butler now with control, and a 4v3 as they need to pick up this site and force JMU onto a site they have lost. Havoc could get aggressive around that far balk, but they don't want to, at least not early enough. Havoc does do so and finds a kill, but there's a return from Jonesy. A 1v2 from Havoc. The sound cue on towards the stairs as the Banshee's being popped, but it's a fake. As they back away, the diffuser needs to be retrieved, and there's 40 seconds for Butler to consolidate and look to secure the round.
We're trying to pick up that diffuser as well. Can't quite tell if it's actually on the exterior or interior of that window, but a drone. I believe someone was on that who's currently dead, giving info as to where Havoc is playing. He'll now have to fully rotate, but not going to completely give up this position just yet. It might just be a bait looking to maybe allow Butler to recover that diffuser and then consolidate back in the bomb site could be the right call, but it's such a big gamble. He's got plenty of info though, both that audio hop-in and the prox alarm. Big side, looking to maybe stick that defuse, but there's the lineup by Havoc. 6 seconds to go. Raikai's got to go for the gunfight, and Havoc just hides in the closet. 1 second to go, and Raikai cannot find the Wamai, just playing hide and seek. JMU, a massive win, and an even more massive clutch for the Wamai.
I have to say, it's also kind of a blunder from Butler. A 4v1, just giving individual 1v1s. Jonesy the first, Havoc to swing on across. I believe Enham was actually the first, Jonesy the second. But it's still, why? Play around what you know. Drones were available, all of the drones for both of the players alive between both Raikai and Big Shy were on the board, and they had 45 seconds to work with. That's a situation in which you look at and say, very well done to Havoc, but should not have even been given the opportunity to pick up that push.
Well, all comes down to, I guess the term would maybe horseshoes and hand grenades in terms of how close the situation could get that actually matters. That situation, sure, close for Butler, but not able to close things out, not having enough proper info as to where Havoc went when he went past that drone, destroyed it, and crept his way down towards that staircase. And unfortunately for Zofia, nerves were getting to them, couldn't move over to the natural cover in time, and it costed them the round completely. JMU now up 4. Butler would need to win this tertiary bomb site to make it that 2-4 split, which again, wouldn't be horrible, but again, the way they've been losing these rounds, that's been the biggest concern of mine, not just the bomb sites they've been played on.
So now, my vote is the fact that Butler's just casually going to go down 4-2, and they lost that round specifically so they could go down 4-2, because they were tied 3-3 at halftime last map, and then they got absolutely dumpstered in the second half. This time, they want to go down 4-2 just as they did in map 1, so they can win it in OT. It's just 4D chess from the Butler Bulldogs. That's why they're trying what they are, and the reason they're only picking up tertiary bomb sites.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Surely that must be the reason why. Nothing else overly specific for them. Butler, their lineup doesn't look all too different from the last time Barbecue was in play. I think there might be a small difference by JMU, but not necessarily. I think the only difference now is Havoc is on the pulse, but I feel like they at least attempted to bring him out at some point during this game, but I digress. Jonesy will be the first, I guess, front line here for Butler. Thankfully, he didn't die, though, as if your sledge is gone for this attack, then you might be pretty out of luck when trying to work for that verticality, especially since you have Big Shy with no breaching charges.
Hello.
There's Jonesy with the double kill. Good response by the sledge, having backup by Gravy as well. So sure, the Zofia dies, but 2, definitely a greater number than 1.
Absolute 200 IQ from a T2 Rainbow Six Siege caster. 2 is indeed greater than 1.
There you go. Took a lot of experience to figure that one out, I'll be honest.
Well, Butler will be telling you that 4 is greater than 3, as they have the man advantage. I'm sorry, I just had to let that one sink in for a second. GMU's defense just has to consolidate, and they have done so in a fairly decent fashion. Havoc is the only one with a C4 remaining. Actually, Bluekey had a C4 pre-prepped. It was sitting above their head, and the comm is there as Jonesy walks straight into it. JMU find that equalization as 3 equals 3. And they're able to start to bring things back and try and gain an advantage in their own right.
And there's no hard breach for the back wall. It's just the hatch. That's the only avenue that Butler could maybe use, unless someone rotates back down to that black staircase. But I think for JMU, they might be expecting some sort of late round transition here. There goes Enham from the wave stairs to try to work a pick on the guy towards Barbecue, but just not able to find enough shots to confirm it. Only a down on the Havoc, but that still creates enough space for the Thatcher to walk in, but he's got no clue about Shadow's position. There's Raikai for 1, but the cleanup is there for Butler, and there's that 2-4 split we were talking about, but again, it's just a matter of how the rounds were won by JMU that are a bigger concern, but as well, moving on to their attacking half, if they have the favor returned on them, that could be a major concern.
Defense for Butler, you'd expect to be there. At a bare minimum, has to exist. Remember, they went down 4-2 in map 1, but they also started off on the defensive side there and were able to flip to the attack and gain the advantage back the other way that time around. It really came down to the attack being theirs on round 15 for them to pick up the map itself. So is it the attack that now favors James Madison? It seemingly was back on map number 1, but map 2, not so much the case. It was really the defensive prowess that came to fruition there. I don't know what to tell you, John. I don't even know what to predict. I really want to stick with my original prediction of Butler picking this one up because I believe in comebacks, mainly for storylines. But JMU have looked so decisive on their attacking sides. You never really know.
Never know what they're going to want to accomplish with that Ying as well. Sure, Enham is on the ward and the hard counter for that operator. That is the only major counter, though. So if they can isolate and kill Enham, it's going to be free real estate here for Jarvis in this round. So good thing to look at to see where Enham is playing and if he's actually in a good position to maybe stop those Candelas from being a real threat against the defensive hold of Butler. As JMU look to keep things simple for this offense attack, they want to get this back wall opened up as soon as humanly possible, and Shadows might look to try to find a grenade kill underneath. If not, just breaking the utility that's over on that back wall, despite them having only a mute jammer to worry about when they have EMPs. So looks like Shadows will realize that and will just save his grenades for later. A good call.
Nades there for lethality, but the wall already open, and Butler, as we mentioned in the first half, can't really do anything to contest it. Bats are still available. Bandit tricking your best bet, but even then it's not a security, and the nades from below could have come through. They didn't really have to. After the information was there, it was just a mute jammer. Now it's down to JMU's attack. They've gotten the wall open. They have an avenue of attack. Do they aggress, and do they have the manpower to push it through? The pincer maneuver could come through from display, as that window is now opened via a breach charge on the castle barricade. So they have to make sure that Butler's looking both ways at the same time before they aggress, but they also need to make sure they can find lines of sight onto opponents with information. And with Big Shy picking up the opener and Jarvis falling, that's a way to do so for the Butler side to consolidate and shut down James Madison's aggression.
And now it doesn't matter where the Warden's playing at, because that was the Ying who's the opening death, and PK working for Vertical just gets shot in the side by Gravy. Massive play coming out by Gravy as well in that position, but the plant is still being attempted, but a big play is found by Big Shy. Once again, the SMG rattling out in the background as Blue Key is eliminated, trying to play for that objective, and Gravy working back up above. Big Shy with another, just playing these long-range angles and somehow winning them with that SMG-11, leaving just Havoc now in a 1v4. We've seen him clutch before, but now on the attacking half, it seems futile against Butler, and it might just be a pseudo timeout attempted by JMU just to think things through.
Yeah, Havoc's pulled off a 1v4 before. Just, do it again. Easy. Not a difficult feat by any means.
Yeah,
it's not actually going to happen. The reason Havoc's running towards the corner of the map is because JMU's having a conversation in comms right now. I like the decision. Don't try and send yourself into a round. Take the time without needing your actual timeout. And, for some style points, try and land some lineup EMPs. You can't put recharges onto any unbreachable surfaces, so he won't be able to do that to maybe blow himself up. But it's still around for Butler. And the kills went Big Shy's way. The aggression was there with the SMG-11, the long angles were held, and James Madison just was not ready for it, considering the whereabouts of the rest of Butler. They were trying to consolidate around that close corner bar, or even across towards the backside of office, and they just didn't. It was really the definitive gunfire that led to their demise, and Butler pick up the opener, the all-important one, to rather than go down 3 rounds, just bring it back to within 1.
And as well for Butler, sure, they were also technically given like a pseudo timeout, but they didn't do anything wrong that round, so they don't have much to discuss going into the new half. If they were maybe still on the attack, then it would be a little more favorable, but that's if they actually were. So they're just looking to pick a new bomb site and maybe expect a little bit more utility popped out by JMU. They, funny enough, don't select the Warden once again, despite knowing that JMU brought out a Ying earlier, but it seems for them that it hasn't been a threat so far, as JMU this round are not opting to do so, but they still have a good chunk of utility. Only issue is that they do have a lack of grenades, so they might need to rely on just breaking some of those shields more instead of finding kills, unless PK can just use his explosive lifelines, but Now they have no grenades. And just might not need them. Just kidding. Jarvis goes in the sledge. And a blitz pick as well by Blue Key. Maybe they're going to rush top black, perhaps, and just try to get the plant down from there. That could be a potential option, maybe, with the help of that blitz.
JMU rushing? No, they haven't done that before, have they? Oh, wait. Yeah, it's been like 3 or 4 times. Yeah, I just,
on every map.
Yeah, they just do it all the time. Totally, completely forgot and wasn't doing that for comedic effect. JMU, honestly, I'd like a rush, but they'd have to do so quickly and quietly enough to where Butler would not be expecting it. Here comes the blitz, just aggressively walking through the main hallway and wasting no time, but they walk straight into Raikai, who shoots the feed out of Blue Key and the face off of PK. The opener, plural, goes the way of Butler. A return is there for Jarvis, but they take just too much damage to sustain through multiple fights, and Jonesy makes sure that is a fact as they find a follow-up. 3v2, JMU are still in this one, but easier said than done as they still have 3 players to deal with on this defensive side.
Not gonna lie, a huge play as well to reinforce that rotate, to not give an easy access way for JMU if they're gonna rush. Again, we've seen this play consistently by them, so making sure that they're gonna have to fight a little bit more to get inside of the bomb site and get that diffuser down was definitely not a bad idea on paper for Butler, and in execution, it worked just as well, but things are still on even footing here for JMU despite that early loss of life. They convert in the mid-round and now put us in a 2v2, 2 separate players, relatively low in HP, but maybe Shadows and Havoc just simply having more utility to throw at the eyes of Butler, more specifically those flash grenades, could be something to help them alleviate some of that pressure the defense are currently holding against them.
Very well-timed Toxic Babe, making sure there cannot be aggression off the back of those 2 flashbangs thrown through. Enham still knows the diffuser's down on the far side, and Gravy taking Shadows out of contention leaves it just down to Havoc, whose whereabouts are most certainly known by the defensive side. Havoc walks straight through the door, needs to look through the opposing door on the Shrine side, but actually makes it out alive. Still wants to aggress on the back side of the bomb chassis, but is still worried about 2 completely different angles at the exact same time. Looks for the first shot onto Enham, but Enham, faster on the trigger, with a faster fire rate, is able to find the final kill required and give Butler a follow-up round to tie us up at 4 apiece.
And those shields were just Butler's lifeline for that round. We saw how much the alibi of Gravy and the smoke of Enham were just clinging onto those for natural cover. That and the bomb chassis as well for the smoke, able to make sure that they're not going to be as vulnerable to those pincer attacks that JMU were setting up. They had a guy over by Geisha to maybe have a long angle against the guy in T-Room, and again, that person still by the black single door to again try to creep in the bomb site and just push back the smoke and maybe kill them all together. But not only having the natural cover of the bomb chassis and that shield, but having the other deployables stacked up with the alibi over in a drum that can still help pinpoint the pressure areas that JMU are trying to force in that position and still win those 1-for-1s because you have info and a better position altogether to take those gunfights.
Positioning, more often than not, can become everything for a defensive side. And the note at this point for Butler is they were in a better position in the previous round to shut down James Madison's attack. It was very well put together. The decision was good, the call was good, the execution wasn't bad, but it just wasn't good enough. They even pushed straight onto the correct player. Raikai, honestly, probably wasn't ready for it, but heard the blitz, and as soon as they did, looked straight at the feet as they aggressed forward. Blitz's overall effective range of that shield flash was taken away a little bit of time ago, so the nerf onto the blitz, hurting a little bit later on, and it leads to the Butler win. That's how they bring things back. That's really how they needed to do so, in a decisive way and a clean finish to the round. Now, aggression again for the JMU attack, but this time it's onto the bottom floor defense as Barbecue Kitchen is occupied.
Exothermic to detonate. Havoc looking to take a gunfight on this upside down rappel, but so far no one to open up to the F90 just yet, so a bit of a stalemate now for JMU as they're gathering more info and looking to find a way to actually get in the building to force back these roamers on the top floor. Good kill by Enham, now finding 2 with that AUG, making quick work of both Jarvis and PK. 2 consistent headshots, and Raikai, wow, what an angle with that Uzi as well, eradicates Havoc from the equation, and Gravy joins in on the fun too. Blue Key is shut down, and now it's just Shadows left to stand in a 1v4 as he finds 1 kill onto the Jaeger, but still still, it's an ace clutch to be required by this man to make sure Butler don't find a 3-round flawless sweep on their second half of their defense.
And that would give Butler the lead, by the way, giving them at bare minimum redundancy. They'd have to pick up one of the following 3 rounds to guarantee OT. The issue, Butler starts on the attack in overtime. Certainly not the advantageous side, considering the previous 8, soon to become 9 rounds. But Shadows still has to clutch. 70 seconds, certainly a possibility in a 1v4. Looks at the first, but immediately has their head ripped from the rest of their body, courtesy of Jonesy's UMP-45, the .45 ACP shot, clean shot at that, and Butler take the lead for the first time on Skyscraper.
And Ham just being him apparently for that last round, opening things up
God,
with another
you.
2K. Someone in chat said it. I feel like I had to do them some credit.
I saw it earlier.
Had to give Enham some credit there where credit is due. So for Butler, incredible round, and a one that you most certainly needed to make sure JMU did not get that man advantage, and that you don't follow the, I don't know what to call it, I guess the paradox of the 4-2, 4-2 split. Because if that were to happen overtime, if you have one team just get that defensive half, that could be the potential difference maker between you making it to Philly and just staying home with only that 3rd to 4th place winning prize pool. So good on Butler to win that tertiary bomb site pick. And now for JMU, they're looking to straggle away and find some sort of difference maker, which might be off the back of that lurk presence here by PK now in the Nook. We saw how effective Gravy was playing on that first floor to make sure no one could get any kind of positioning down in that position. But besides that, the rest of the attacking strat also didn't work out too well by JMU either, depending on how well that play worked on the first floor or not.
Gotta credit where credit's due, by the way. It's 1x Morales. Or 1 Morales with the O is replaced by an X. That's the Twitch username of the person you stole the him joke from.
Yep. Thank you.
I just controlled F and him, popped up. Thank you very much. Control F. Love that shortcut, by the way. Anywho, outstanding joke. Love the execution. Very well done. But JMU need now execution on their attack, and it needs to take execution to a whole new level, because even with proper execution, or as close as you can come to it, as they had around T and Karaoke, they've still been shut down. Office was shut down last time around. We do see the selection of that mute, and it's denied once more by the Thatcher. 1 ENP required, not the end of the world by any means, and they quickly open up the main wall. A follow-up, maybe some aggression for this attacking side. They want to, but, Mute on the far side actually still looking to get aggressive. Last time we played here, it was Big Shy to show up as the hero. A 3K in that round, yet to find a kill since in the previous 2. Looking to step up once more.
Saw PK a second ago, looking over by the terrace side of the map. Seems like that could maybe give a good amount of pressure taken off the shoulders of these people trying to enter the bomb site. There's a smoke grenade, and Blue Key just waltzes right in. The Candles to follow suit, and here comes the execute now by JMU, and nobody's here to stop it. They've got zero idea about this. There's Jarvis and PK to coincide, and now you've got this 5-on-3, 5-on-2 post-plant position, perfectly coordinated and perfectly developed by the offensive side to really put this noose around the neck of Butler. They've got no better options here except just hoping they can take a couple 1-for-1s, maybe hop outside the map and maybe just put things in that 4 versus 2, but it's such a tricky situation to get yourself out of Jarvis. That long angle with the LMG, a perfect cutoff angle to cover it at the fuser and make sure no one can cross past that display case, but Gravy does just that. He finds 1 kill, but he's got to look to his right. There's someone in the bomb site next to him, but it doesn't matter. Havoc's the one to get the final kill for the count. That would have been a really goofy kill cam if I've ever seen one, but still, it's the round going the way of JMU as the Ying and Nook play works perfectly.
The VIP combination in that round as well was Jarvis and Blue Key. Blue Key for 2 reasons. Number 1, the thermite to open up the wall. Yeah, that was fairly easy. You had that Thatcher. But the smokes on the rotate alongside the Ying as they aggressed, the Ying was holding down the display window with the rest of the team looking in from the main breach. That long angle held across was such a good position for that attacking side of James Madison that Butler just could not aggress. If they did, even while the plant was going down, and they knew it, they would have fallen from one of 3 separate angles, and that just was not good enough. They had to play retake, and they could not, considering those positions they had relinquished prior. Very well put together and very well thought out from James Madison. Considering the previous defense put forward by Butler, it really relied on that display hallway / topside aggression with a breach. That really wasn't even an option this time around. The flexibility of James Madison comes back to bite Butler once more. They'll go back to Exhibition Office rather than Tea and Karaoke, looking to pick up their primary site for the second of 3 attempts.
If they're able to have someone playing underneath for plant denial, and if they have Warden be a bit more proactive about that office breach, then this is not the worst idea for Butler. And on top of that, it's probably better they go back to this bomb site, maybe win it, and then go Tea and Karaoke to get a 7-5 victory, then maybe try to jiggle around going into, Barbecue, because that site has been significantly more challenging for pretty much any player on this map. Sure, Butler did win it earlier, but it's still a bomb site where you can find a lot more weaknesses against the defenders, so it might just be a bigger aspect of just comfort when going to Office in comparison to Tea Room, just because Butlers might prefer the site more than the opposing one of Barbecue, for example, and then they still have to go to Tea next round, most likely.
Question is, do they just go Tea or do they go back to Barbecue? Because Tea was close, Barbecue, not so much. Maybe that's the reason they're going Exhibition Office. They feel more confident here than they do Tea and Karaoke, and then they feel more confident on Barbecue than they do Tea and Karaoke as well. Odd site selections for Butler. We'll see if that actually does come to fruition, assuming they win on this site. Actually, even if they don't, we'd still technically get an answer to our question. Nonetheless, the solution has to be there sooner rather than later. Why did JMU switch up their setup? The only reason I can deduce is Big Shy has switched from the Mute to the Warden. Understanding the Mute really wasn't finding all that much, so the Thatcher not required. Blue Key is back on that Thermite, but Jarvis now on the Jackal, Shadows on a Twitch, and Havoc on a Gridlock. Weird.
Definitely looking at more of a roam clear than just trying to hit the site as fast as possible. Might be the bigger reason why they want to have flank watch and also a better info gatherer of that Ayana and Jackal combination. But eventually they're still going to want to tip their toes over into maybe the single wall leading in a house, or still getting that office wall opened up, since they still have enough utility to get either one of those walls opened up. It's just going to be a little more of a timely manner, since they have to deal with this extension first and foremost. JMU not all too comfortable with hopping into that double window. They'll try to rotate around, but in the background, Gravy nets a kill onto that previously mentioned Jackal of Jarvis. Now that main info op is down, and Butler, they're going to be able to sit a little more pretty on this extension, because they're just not going to be forced away as much as they would be with those Inox scanners in effect.
That information just won't be there for James Madison, and it's something they have to be wary of now. Can they clear out the roam? A big prevalent part of a Jackal-centric roam clear is the information. They just don't have that at this point. Nate is prepped. Gravy should have heard that, mainly because I did, and my headphones aren't even turned up all the way. Nate comes through, Gravy's forced to back away, but is actually shot from the main desk at reception. Shadows finds the kill, is able to pick off the roaming alibi, and Butler lose that man advantage. It's brought back now by JMU.
Swing attempted here by PK just shortly, waiting on confirmation if the guy is still over in drum, and that will be most definitely accepted by JMU, but they're not able to pinpoint him just yet to actually find that frag. And Nate is tossed out here, but the crossfire with the help of Big Shy eradicates PK. Shadow still kills Enham though, so a bit of map control still established here by JMU Pardon, but it's even footing for Butler, and they still have loads of denial, but a major kill is collected by Havoc, now forcing away the rest of Butler. JMU as well, another kill collected. Blue Key up the house stairs, finds the Warden, and now it's just Raikai left to stand. A 1vx holding everything back against match point, but he can't do it. Havoc the long angle. JMU take the lead. They only need one more round, and they send themselves to Philadelphia.
And Butler call a tactical timeout. They need to slow things down. They cannot afford to give away this round for two separate reasons. Number one, this is a $625 round. If Butler win it, we go to OT and they fight once more. If JMU do, they go to Philly and guarantee themselves at a bare minimum $1,250. Loser, that being Butler in this situation, will only gain $625. Not the greatest position for them to be in. And now, they'll go T and karaoke. This is where I have a gripe. You, instead of going T and karaoke in the previous round, go back to a site in which you had just lost definitively, albeit with a separate operator composition, but JMU had proven that they are a flexible team. Instead, you go back to the same site, rather than going to a site you had already won fairly cleanly without much risk prior. And it wasn't even for the reason that you wanted to save over the final round towards Kitchen Barbecue, of which at the time was locked. I'm not a fan of Butler's site rotation for the previous 2 or 3 rounds.
It's probably the thought process of it's a site that's still fresh in your mind because you just played it, and JMU did not change their attacking style every single time that site was in play up until last round. So all things considered, you don't really need attack timeout for that, nor do you want to go somewhere like Teen Karaoke where they're probably not going to do a blitz rush trap because that didn't work out for them whatsoever. It's just the fear of the unknown. That is probably what swayed Butler's options to prefer offices before going back to Teen Karaoke. And like I mentioned, whether that round's going to be a win or not on the 11th, they are eventually going to go back to Teen Karaoke. And now their timeout concluded. They're ready to hop back into the prep phase to see what they can do better to make sure JMU just do not continue to be such this dominating threat in the mid and late round, because the early round, it's been pretty back and forth, but when JMU are truly able to set up, clear out those power points on the map, and still have time to gather info, that's when they become a real menace.
Is it the PowerPoint specifically, or can they clear out Word documents and Excel spreadsheets as well?
It depends on how well versed they are in the rest of the wild west of the internet, I guess. See how many YouTube videos they've looked up to actually know how to use sheets properly. Wouldn't be the first time I've done it.
Hey, Google searches are not the worst thing in the world. Butler now...
Definitely not.
1 round to go to OT or to send JMU to Philadelphia. JMU's attack will have to flex for a T and karaoke defense, that of the Butler Bulldogs. A brief reminder, Butler will start on the attacking side in OT. They had lost the coin flip, so James Madison chose the defensive side. Not the greatest position for them to be in. That or Butler won the coin flip and decided to start on the attacking side of both regulation and OT. Either way, not a great position for them considering how our splits have gone, that being predominantly defender favored. It has thus far in the second half been 3-2 defense, and in the first half it was 4-2 to JMU's defensive setup, just the same.
Everything on the line here for Butler. The chance to play against Kettering once again and see if they can beat them in that LAN environment, or if JMU, the underdogs against the regular dogs, can actually find this win on Skyscraper. Fitting enough, I think someone in chat mentioned how those top 3 teams have all dog logos / names, so it's just gonna make our lives a lot more challenging. But moving on to the round itself now, I'm sure they don't really care about their logos for the time being. They're just focused on winning the rounds at the end of the day. JMU starting with an office over clear, forcing back those roamers as fast as they can to, once again, just get those positions of Shrine and also Drum. Nothing really much else to speak of as of right now, since JMU are still in the droning phase of their attacking round.
On a technicality, the person who said that's from Ferris State, and Ferris State's mascot is the Bulldog as well. So Ferris State lost to Southern Miss in the round of 16. That's Southern Miss moving to the semis, and then, so on and so forth. A bunch of Bulldogs have been successful thus far, all out of East 2. Nonetheless, Gravy picking up the opener. That's exactly what Butler need. An opening duel in their favor. Attempt from Big Shy onto a drone is unsuccessful, but Gravy has nobody else to contend with on the bottom floor. It's a really good start to remove any semblance of a possibility for a pincer maneuver for JMU, and Butler feeling a little bit more confident and comfortable on the defensive side. Comfortability can lead to consistency, and they need to consistently pick up kills in this final round of regulation.
Also making sure they keep control of Geisha as well. We saw that as a focal point for JMU last time the site was in play, and it almost netted them a kill, if not for the fact there was a shield by Drum to make sure the player in that area had loads of natural coverage. This time it's kind of flipped around in terms of that script, as now Jarvis is looking to find the player inside of Geisha, or at the very least force him a bit farther back so he can have more room to maybe take some extra gunfights here in this final minute, as JMU, at that man disadvantage, need to find some sort of trade, or they might be in big trouble if they are just stuck in those 2 choke points with crossfires building up here for Butler. The back wall opened up, so a new opening is found by the offense, but again, there's no other entryway that they have, like from Geisha or even the Black Stairs position, Dan.
Black Stairs always an occupational hazard to hold, but Butler safe and sound at that point. Drone and drum is cleared out. Shadow does find a return across onto Raikai, but still a 4v3 favoring Butler for the time being. They've not cleared out that Geisha position just yet, and that has to be worried about if you're Havoc. Down go the track stingers towards that drum stairs, but the aggression finally here for JMU. They will attempt to get this diffuser down inside of the T room, and there's nothing to contend with on the Butler side. No C4 available, and the kill from Shadows is there. A triple now for the IQ, and a 2v3 for Butler to save themselves in the tournament. Gravy will pick up a double of their own, but still 2 players to find, and the assist can be there from Jonesy as they aggressed from that Geisha position. Shrine currently occupied. Gravy wants to get on top of the diffuser, but is wary of the bottom floor. Nobody down there for the time being, but they don't know that. Swinging across onto Blue Key, finds a kill, looks to stick the diffuse all the way through. Havoc needs to reposition, isn't in the correct position, but it may not be there. Gravy has no HP, needs to swing for the kill, but just does not have enough time. James Madison University are going to Philadelphia to contend in the NACE Star League 2022 Rainbow Six Siege Grand Finals.
The flawless season now flattened by Butler as they're beaten by JMU, and like you mentioned, the winners of this best of 3 conclude it out and get to go in that LAN environment to face against Kettering about a week or 2 from now as well. An impressive storyline, an impressive map pool, and a really good showing by both teams to make this best of 3 one to remember for the NACE Star League. I honestly was not fully expecting this to happen, Dan, but that full resurgence on the second half of Border, it just felt like after that JMU just never slowed down, and Butler from that point were almost always on the back foot, and that last round was a perfect example of that. Sure, they had loads of denial, sure they had the man advantage, but they just couldn't keep the offense out of the bomb site, and at that point, that was almost the round completely set in stone because there was just no way for a proper retake unless Gravy was just able to stick that defuse, which he might have been able to, but it really would have been down to the wire at that point, even if he tried sticking that disable.
Yeah, it was already down to the wire at that point.
Such
it
a
was
little
down
time.
to Shadow's clutch potential versus Gravy's clutch potential, and Shadows found the kills earlier on and was there when required. Here's Gravy sticking it all the way through. Keep an eye on that clock as they hop off of it. I saw this just a second ago, as the aggression would have come in from Havoc, maybe 2 seconds left on the defuse. Honestly, Gravy had to stick it to win that or swing immediately after hopping off of it. Neither came through, and Butler fall because of it. Gravy was really between a rock, a hard place, and an impossible clutch scenario, with still 2 players to find in drastically different positions and the objective timer against them. By no means is that loss their fault, nor are they expected to pick up that clutch. Finding the first kill already a monstrous feat, considering the clutch and flick potential they had, but the second kill just not in their favor. And it's James Madison to upset the undefeated team out of East 2 and the team that 2-1 them in the regular season to move on and win when it counts to go to Grand Finals in Philly.
The map pool as well for a best of 5. I think with us seeing, Theme Park by Kettering all the way back in, yesterday, having Border, Skyscraper, Bank in play, it's going to be a wild ride coming
Wish I was
December
casting
4th.
that.
Yeah, it just sucks to suck, Dan. Did that all the time today against me, so I'll do it to you. I'll rub it all in your face. I'll tell you all about it, man, as it is going to be a good show. I do wonder if there are still going to be default map picks of Oregon, though, because that is a good map for Kettering, for example, and it is played all throughout, the competitive scene. It's just a staple map pick, so maybe there'll be 1 or 2 defaults and a couple of specific counter bans, on Skyscraper, for example, Kettering against JMU, but that might more or less be it, as again, in a BO5, a lot of maps just kind of have to slip through, and it's just you accepting that fact and hoping you just get a better outcome on that decider map, or maybe find an upset in your opponent's pick.
It is mathematically impossible for all Chalet, Villa, Club, and Oregon to be banned in a best of 5. So at least one of the 4 is going to slip through. It's more likely for 2 or 3 of them to make it all the way through the ban phase. A note to both teams really quick. Number 1, JMU, ban theme park. I'm sorry, you're going to lose it. It's Kettering. Just get that out of the way. On the Kettering side, get Border off the board. I haven't seen you play Border. I don't want to see you play Border because you'd have to do so against JMU, and that team is absolutely nasty. So both of you, just you have your bans. I'd hate to say it, John, but I don't think you're going to see either of those 2 maps, considering how much research there is for these squads. But an interview now on the cards with the winning squad of James Madison University. We hop in with Jarvis. The clutch potential was there. Jarvis to open things up. A 2-1 victory. Clutch potential through both Border and Skyscraper. From the entirety of the team, it seemingly depended on the round to see who would find the kills. What are your thoughts after the series victory?
That was probably the best game I've ever played of Siege. That was so much fun. I mean, they played a really good game. We played a really good game. I don't think I've ever played that good in a series. We will.
Well, it looked concise for you. And you're going to Philly now. We'll get to that maybe a little bit later on. But opening things up, Bank, your map pick didn't go your way. It came down to round 15. The attacking side was favored. Did you expect that to come through? Because it seemingly looked like you chose the defensive side in OT, yet it didn't go your way.
Yeah, the way the game went, I mean, we went 4-2 on attack. We should have been 5-1. We threw that 6th round. And then once we got to overtime, I was like, oh shit, I should not have picked defense for overtime because we've not been doing on defense. But, I mean, we won our defense, lost our attack, and then lost the next defense, so.
Well, moving into Border, I know that was your opponent's map pick, but were you expecting that kind of one-sided favoritism when dawning into the second half for your attack? Like, the whole ideology is going in, rushing, trying to ignore some of those specific strats on the top floor. Was that something you already had in mind, or is it just kind of like, you know what, they're weak on the bomb site, let's just go rush in?
Well, actually, so Border, when we played them the first time, we were here at our X Labs, and during the first round, we lost complete power. So we had to drive home and then set up on our home PCs. And then, so Border, we're not ready for. We lost 7-2. And I was thinking, okay, they smoked us on Border last time. I bet they're going to take us there again. And they did. And that's how it turned out. We just had calls. We knew that there was a lot of people upstairs. We said, screw it. Let's just rush them. Hop in the window. Let's go plant. And it worked.
Well, the flexibility was there for the entirety of the series. Your attacking side looked so clean, but it came down to the second time around, especially on Exhibition Office back on Skyscraper, as John just talked about, a little bit back on Bank just the same. It came down to your own flexibility. Talk to me about who makes the calls and what needs to change.
I'm the primary IGL of the team. Everyone else can share their thoughts and let me know, but I make the call at the end of the day. So we were trying to switch it up because we realized on the first map on Bank that when we did something the first time, our normal stuff, it would normally work, but then Butler was really good at adapting to that. And then the second time, they would just absolutely smoke us if we tried to do the same thing. So we were trying to switch it up every round that we were going into, even if we won the last time.
Well, in terms of JMU as a whole, getting the opportunity now to play inside of a LAN here for Philly, how does it feel to be able to represent your team and your school while all still playing like in an in-person event now for the first time officially?
It's awesome. I mean, none of us this year, a lot of us, I was the only person who had actual comp experience coming into it, so we really thought this was just going to be a growing semester, growing year. But we have the skill, and we showed it. We played amazing today. We've played amazing these playoffs, and now we're going to Philly, and it's going to be a ton of fun. Can't wait to see Kettering again.
The question, actually, my final one, lies around Kettering, as a matter of fact. You guys have played them once before. You lost 2-0. It was 7-4 and 7-3. I don't know the maps, so if you'd like to quickly enlighten me on the maps there, what were they?
Oregon and Bank.
So, Oregon Bank, you'd expect them to probably pick up, or at least try to, Oregon theme. You're probably looking around Bank, maybe even Sky, considering the map we just saw. how confident do you feel heading into grand finals? It's one best of 5. Map bans mean a whole lot when push comes to shove. What are your thoughts going into the final series of the 2022 fall season?
It's definitely going to be different playing on a LAN on a stage in front of everyone. That's just going to change everything, how you play, how you feel. And we just got to work these next few weeks building up our map pool so we're ready to run 5 maps if we have to, all across the board.
Well, final question for you, just to close things out. You've earned it by a country mile. 2-1 victory. You guys pushed forward as a squad. But for you specifically, anybody you want to shout out or any final thoughts you have on the series or the season, considering you're now headed to Philly, the floor is yours.
I want to shout out my teammates. They're awesome. We won this together. Shout out JMU and X Labs. Shout out my girlfriend and my parents who are watching and everyone, all my friends at home. And I got to shout out Uncle Smurf because he told me I had to after our game yesterday.
Well, I mean, hey, a win yesterday, a win today. You're headed to Philly. Congratulations on the victory, and thanks ever so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Well, John, 2-1. All 3 maps required for the first time on stream in NACE, and a minimum of 3 maps will be required next time these teams play. These teams being the squad of JMU and now Kettering. A look ahead, we do have a little bit of a break for Thanksgiving for all of my American friends. Enjoy your break. For all of my European friends who may be watching very late at night, have a happy Thursday next time. John, what are your thoughts?
Well, it's going to allow people to, just take a bit of a breather if they want to from playing a bit of comp, but also for the people that want to continue grinding and still improving, getting more bookwork against their opponents, it's going to give them good time to double down, continue to hone in on their primary skills to be fully prepared for, again, that best of 5 and that LAN environment. More specifically, I remember when I was talking to Bucka for the first time back in January of last year, they were not fully unfamiliar with playing in a quote-unquote LAN environment because they have their own in-person venue that they play in, but playing against other teams in that same environment, that was the biggest jump for them, and a lot of other groups as well, getting the opportunity to just calm actively in the same room, give the fist bumps, keep the mental morale up. That is one of the bigger shock factors a lot of teams in collegiate tend to face. Not so much the new addition of a 5-map pool rather than 3, but it's still a major thing to consider because that's what you're playing into, obviously.
Well, the end of our weekend has come upon us. Grand Finals bound is James Madison. They'll take on Kettering in Philly. But a massive shout out to the people behind the scenes, not only our production staff and the observers that have kept not only Rainbow Six, but Call of Duty and Overwatch going earlier today to make sure you can see all the action, but our sponsors as a whole, Extra Life, Duncan, the Army ROTC, BetterHelp, Monster Energy, and Mavix Gaming Chairs, of whom will actually be on LAN for maybe James Madison or Kettering to stay a little bit more comfortable in the most uncomfortable of scenarios, that being up on the stage. But that will end things for us. Remember, Open Grand Finals are the Thursday in December, the 1st. December 1st, if you'd like to check that one out. But Grand Finals are in LAN, December 3rd and 4th for Varsity playoffs. Go check that out, or go to Philly and see these squads play in person. Thanks ever so much for watching. We'll see you in a week's time.